about that. So first, what is velocity-based training? It's not a new trend. It's not a new trend. I use it for 8 years, so it's not really new. But some very knowledgeable people like Carmelo Bosco, Yuri Verkhoshansky, or famous Louis Simons from Westside Barbell use it. Louis Simons used Tendo in the 90s, and Bosco and Verkhoshansky and the Russian trainers start to measure lift velocity in the 70s, 60s, 70s. So it's not a new trend, but now everyone can use velocity-based training. Everyone can buy a technology. And I would like to say every coach, 100% of coaches use VBT now. So you are using VBT without technology. I say that because when you are coaching, you can see your clients or your athlete lifting, and what are you doing when the speed start to get slow on a set. Maybe you say, okay, we have to stop the set. Maybe you come closer to your athlete or client to spot him. So everyone use velocity-based training because everyone, when you coach, you watch at the speed of the lift and you coach with the speed of the lift. So you don't need any technology to use velocity-based training, and technology just objectivates what you can see when your clients are lifting. Velocity-based training is good for auto-regulation, training auto-regulation, fatigue management, programmation, which is the last step, and individualization of the training. The technology gives you speed, so velocity, mean velocity, peak velocity, mean power, peak power, range of motion, bar path, 1RM estimation, and you can have a force velocity profile when using this technology. Why I like velocity-based training, it's because it's testing without testing. I love having competition challenges. I love having testing in my session. I love recording performances and athletes as well. And when you use velocity-based training, you can test every session, every set, and every rep. So you have data, objective data for every repetition, and it's something I really like because you don't need to program 1RM testing week or session testing. You can test every repetition your athlete or your clients are doing. So that's why I really like it, because it's testing without testing. And if you're for the same load, you are faster, so you are stronger. What you need to know, speed and load have an inverse linear relationship. We will see this after, but the more load you put on a bar, the less speed you can produce. So the relationship is inverse and linear. Speed stays stable at each percentage of 1RM. So if one day you're testing your 1RM, and imagine your 1RM is 100 kilo on the bench press, your 80% will be around 0.45 meter per second. If 12 weeks after you retest your bench press and it is 120 kg, your 1RM, your 80%, even if it's higher load, it will be the same speed. Okay, so around 100 kilo, you will be at 0.45 meter per second. So speed stays stable at each percentage of 1RM. When you start, after 10 years of training, your 80% on the bench press will be at the same speed. Each lift has its own profile. So we will see after why. and each person has its own profile. That's why it's important to put the profile, to test the profile of each person, because we are all different, and each lift is different as well. Full intent is compulsory when you use velocity-based training. If you don't have 100% intention of putting the max speed in your lift, it's not reliable. So if you don't want to lift with as much speed as possible, don't use the data. And what is important as well, it's instant feedback leads to higher improvement. So when you have a technology around you and you lift for one repetition, you can see a data, what you want to do for the next repetition. You want to improve, you want to get better, of course. At the end of a set, you can analyze data, and the set after, you want to beat those data. Same for next session. So instant feedback leads to more engagement, more intention, and of course, higher improvement. So this graph is a force velocity power relationship. We talk about reverse linear relationship, which is easily understandable. The more load on the bar, the less speed. Even if your intent is 100%, you can put less speed, less velocity at 90% of your 1RM than 80, than 40% of your 1RM. So the force velocity relationship is linear. And then you can see in red the power, which is at the highest is the peak power. And the peak power is the perfect mix between load and velocity. That's why it's important to know the peak power, the P max, power max, for an athlete on a special lift. So as you can see on this slide, on the right graph, you can see 3 different athletes who are doing a bench press. I can see it's a bench press because the minimal velocity is between is under 0.20 meter per second. A squat will be higher. So these 3 athletes have different 1RM. You can see on the top right, the first athlete has the 80 kg 1RM, the second 102.5 1RM, and the last 127.5 1RM. If you look at the graph, the load, when they are at 100%, they all have close to the same velocity, even if it's if their strength level are not the same. They all have the same velocity for 1RM, and it's the same for 90%, 80%. It's very, very close. The velocity are very, very close. So velocity-based training is really, really reliable. Depending on your strength level, the velocity are very close for everybody. You can see on this graph the difference between two athletes, sorry. When the load is high, everyone is close to the same velocity. So at 100%, 95% of 1RM, you can see the 2 different profiles share the same velocity. But the less load on the bar, the more speed and the more difference in individual people. So there is a large difference at 45%, 50, 55%, 60% of 1RM between individual. There is a moderate difference between 60 to 90%, and there is close to no difference close to your 1RM. These are bench press and squat profile. So in blue, it's a bench press profile, and in red, it's a squat profile. You can see, I already told you that each lift has its own profile, and this is a typical bench press profile. Your 1RM is a lot slower than a squat 1RM. By experience, your upper body lift the speed for upper body lifts are lower than lower body lifts. I think it's because for lower body lifts, we have more range of motion, so we have more time to produce speed and less for the upper body lift. And we are more powerful with our legs than our arms. These are the speed zone. So I don't like speed zone very much, but you can start with this. If you want to work on your absolute strength, if you want to develop absolute strength, you have to work under 0.5 meter per second. And why I don't like the speed zone? Because I told you every people and every lift has his own profile. But if you don't know how to use velocity-based training, or you are starting to use technology, velocity-based training technology, you can start with the speed zone. You won't make big mistakes, but you need to individualize a bit more depending on the lift or on the individual. So if you want to work on your power, so the zone is between 0.75 meter per second to 1.3 meter per second. And if you want to work on your speed, it's above 1.3 meter per second. So if you start using velocity-based training, you can relate to speed zone. But after that, when you manage it, you can use more individualized profile. This is from my personal data, the big three velocities. For the bench press, squat, and deadlift, you can see the differences. So at 80%, a bench press is between 0.45 meter per second to 0.55 meter per second, depending on the person. And for a squat, it's a bit faster, 0.5 to 0.65. For deadlift, it's 0.45 to 0.65. You can see here the difference I talked about just before. For upper body lift, the speed is lower. Okay, some interesting data I want to share with you. If you take an intensity of 80% or plus of your 1RM, and you try to lift the bar with as much speed as possible, you have the data. If you train and you can see on the same load an improvement of plus 0.05 meter per second, you are stronger on your 1RM for 3 to 4%. This is something I do statistics on it, and some other trainer do the same and find the same results. Explosive athletes produce higher velocities on light to moderate loads than grinders. This is the graph we already seen about the differences of velocity between people. And you can see on the lighter loads with high velocities, there is big differences. And from my experience, when I train professional athletes, the explosive athletes produce higher velocities. I have a good example of that on a game day -2, so 2 days before a game day. We used to do a session only with dynamic effort, so power, explosive strength, and we used to do during the year bench press, speed bench with 60% of players 1RM, and I had my best player on 60%, the fastest, produce 1.12 meter per second at 60% of his 1RM. He was an Italian winger. And one of my props, which was a Moldavian prop, which is not fast and an old player as well, he produced his best was 0.68 meter per second. So that's a massive difference for the same percentage at 60% between a grinder. He's a grinder on the field and in the gym as well, and an explosive athlete, a sprinter. One produce 0.68 meter per second, and 1 meter 0.12, which is around 0.45 meter per second difference, which is massive. For every velocity-based training technology you use, data under 50% are less reliable. That's something you need to know. And from my experience, the best zone to train and to improve bench press, for improving bench press strength, is between 0.4 to 0.5 meter per second. If you spend time in this zone, you will have a great result in improving your bench press strength without having too much fatigue. And for squat, for the same thing, squat strength is between 0.5 to 0.6 meter per second. So this is something really interesting and really important, and that's why I love velocity-based training so much. I call it the engagement process. If I have to say what is the first interest in using velocity-based training, it's because of the engagement process. When you put technology like this with instant feedback in the gym for a group of athletes or an athlete, or even for your client, if you're interested, you have instant feedback for every repetition. So the interest in the gym session, in the exercise, in the good repetition, in maximal intent is higher, because there is more interest in the exercise and in performance. There is more intention, so the athlete wants to get better, to see what data he can produce. And the first thing we can see is an individual challenge. If a player or an athlete produce 0.50 meter per second on a lift, on a rep, next rep, you want to do 0.51 or 0.52. On the set after, you want to do 0.53, 0.54. You always want to improve, because that's really a funny thing to have instant feedback on each repetition. And when the athlete have this individual challenge, it becomes a group challenge. If the athlete want to improve himself, when he's resting after his set, he watch the other athletes doing and he compare his data with them, and this become a group challenge. So everyone wants to be the better in the group and in the team. So it leads to a competitive atmosphere, which is good in the gym, and I really like that, and I really want that in the gym. If the atmosphere in the gym is really competitive between players, they want to get better, they want to beat their teammates, you can build a performance culture, a good performance culture in the gym, in the team, in the S&C department as well. And if you have a performance culture, if everyone wants to get better, the progression, the improvement are always better. There are some studies about the use of VBT or not, and the group who use VBT have always more improvement because of instant feedback, because of this engagement process. This is an objective data, and you want to get better every time. A few words about technology you can use. So the cheaper are the accelerometers, like Push, which is now Hoop, Beast, VMAX, Move Factor X. I don't know this one, but I put in the list. Accelerometer are a gyroscope plus an accelerometer. You can put it on your body, scratch it like the Push on your arm or on your wrist, or you can put it on the barbell. The accelerometer are cheaper but less reliable. So the technology laser with Flex Stronger, you put the Flex Stronger on the barbell, you have a mat on the floor, and the laser reflect, the mat reflect, and you can have the data on your smartphone. You have now the cameras, which is the newest technology. with an application like Metric VBT or MyLift. They are really accurate, really reliable, really cheap as well. You have to have a good light to have the reliable data. And the best technology are the linear position transducers with GymAware, Vitruve, Tendo, Rep1, or SmartCoach. The GymAware is actually the gold standard. This is the technology I use since 8 years. I used as well the Push, the Beast. I use Vitruve. And GymAware is the best and the more reliable. So it's always it's the most expensive as well. For programmation, this is an example of programmation. This is the gold standard you can have on a velocity-based training. Is when you start using velocity-based training, you start collecting data, you start to evaluate yourself, people, you start to understand a bit better the technology, and when you have experience with it, you can start programming with it. So on the blue one, the blue programmation is an example of max strength programmation on 4 weeks. This is the main velocity target. On week 1, I want to go to 0.55 meter per second. On week 2, 0.50. On week 3, 0.45. On week 4, 0.40. And so each week become a bit heavier. The velocity cutoff, I don't want to lose more than 10% of my mean velocity. So I will stop on week 1 on 0.5, week 2, 0.45, etc., etc. And velocity cutoff helps to minimize fatigue. It's like a RPE. So this is something you can use as a programmation for max strength. And on the orange one, this is for power. Imagine we did the profile, force velocity profile with an athlete. So his power max, I found the max watt at 0.8 meter per second. Imagine 4 mesocycles, something around 12 to 16 weeks. The goal of the first mesocycle will be strength speed. So the load will be over Pmax, and the velocities will be, so the zone, speed zone, will be between 0.65 to 0.75 meter per second. On the second mesocycle, I want to train around Pmax. So it's between 0.75 to 0.85 because my Pmax is 0.8. So it's in the middle. On the third mesocycle, I want to train my speed strength. So the load will be under Pmax. So it will be faster, between 0.85 to 0.9 meter per second. And on the last mesocycle, I want to know if my power, my Pmax is higher. So I train around Pmax and with the same speed zone as the second mesocycle. We'll finish with my chart about squatting. This is something I use with the rugby player or the athlete I train with. I have different zones. So on the left, the red zones, the 4 red zones are max effort. On the blue zones, the 4 are repeat effort, and the orange one, yellow one are the 2 dynamic effort zone. You can do the relation between the mean velocity and the percentage of 1RM. If I want to train my athlete on the 3rd red zone, max effort, it will be between 0.4 meter per second to 0.55, and it's about 80 to 90% of 1RM. I used to use 2 different sessions, the hardest session, easiest session. So for an easy session on the same zone, we will do 10 to 15 reps total. And on a harder session, we'll do 15 to 20 reps. And the velocity loss will be between 10 to 20% of my best velocity. If I want to train my player for to build muscle mass for hypertrophy, I will be on the blue zone, and you can see the speed related and the percentage of 1RM. The number of repetitions will be higher, of course, and the velocity loss will be higher as well, because I want to train closer to failure for hypertrophy. For the dynamic effort, it's like the cycle I present just before, around Pmax, above Pmax, under Pmax. This is a number of total repetition in the session I want to do for easy session or hard session, and the velocity loss for power, because we want to minimize fatigue as much as possible. We want the more quality, the more speed, the more power for each rep. The velocity loss will be really small. So just 5 to 10% velocity loss to keep the quality. And maybe for a session like this, I will use cluster sets. So a lot of sets with small reps to keep the quality. I finished with the presentation, so maybe we can talk. If you have any question. Okay. So is there any question about the technology, how to use in a athlete environment, group environment?
Hey Fred, out of the options that you gave us, what have you used personally, and what do you prefer, as in the technologies?
Yeah, I used for 8 years GymAware, which is the gold standard, is the more reliable. And when a new technology appears, it's funny because the studies are comparing GymAware with the new technology. It's always like this. So you can see the GymAware is the gold standard. It's because the interface. I don't know if you use interface on the app. Looks like something really complicated, but it's not. When you use for a few weeks, you can understand what you have. The GymAware is better because there is a correction in the angle, so you don't need to put the GymAware straight under the bar or under your body. So you can do powerlifting and you can do Olympic lifting. It's not a problem. So you can put the GymAware 50 centimeter to 1 meter in front of you, and you can lift. You can do Olympic lifting, a snatch, a clean, and you can drop the barbell without breaking the GymAware. So this one is the best. It's as well the more expensive. It's really expensive. When I have this discussion with other coaches, I say you have to choose between the Flex and the Vitruve, because those two are so I don't know in dollars, but it's around maybe $500 to $600, and they are reliable. So they are not as expensive as the GymAware, which is around $3,000. And that's valid and reliable. The accelerometers, those who don't have a tether, a cable, they are less reliable. So they are around $250, $300. But if the data is not reliable and valid, I don't want to use it. So I would say the Vitruve and the Flex are the best options if you don't have a massive budget and you want something reliable. So I use the Beast as an accelerometer, which is not good at all. The Push, I don't like it. I did a lot of experiences at home, putting one GymAware or sometimes 3 GymAware, because when I was working for Bordeaux, I had 3 GymAware available at the club. I put 3 GymAware with 1 Vitruve or 1 Flex, 1 Vitruve, 1 GymAware on the same barbell, and I analyzed the data, statistics. I did statistics, and Flex and Vitruve are the closest to the GymAware data, and all the accelerometer are too far, especially on higher velocities. So Vitruve or Flex.
And I like what Luke asked about, like, what's the easiest to get set up with? If you were just trying to play around with this, you didn't want to invest maybe $500 in really good equipment. Is the app side the best place to get started?
Sorry, is it in the chat?
In the chat, yeah. He said, I found Superflex easy to use and set up. But oh, sorry, it was
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
someone else's question.
Yes.
Yeah, what's the easiest way to get started?
Flex. So yes, Flex is super easy to use and set up, really easy. Yes, definitely. If you use it in commercial gym and there is a lot of people around, you have to put, you have to put a mat on the floor to reflect to reflect the laser to the Flex, which is on the barbell, and people can walk on the mat, or so that's something I think is not great if you use it in a commercial gym full of people. But yes, it's definitely something easy to use. If people look around them and they don't work on your mat, that's fine. That's really fine. I like to use position transducers, linear transducers, because you just put under the barbell, you put the cable on the barbell, and it's easier as well. It's easy as well.
They're annoying to travel around the world with, Fred. That's what we need them to be easy to have wherever you are without traveling. The camera one is pretty cool if you can set it up. I just messaged Ryan Talbot with the speed technology. He has the world's leading speed analysis technology. He's run it with NFL teams and Premier League teams. Ryan Talbot, he was in real in the 2018-19. He worked in security, so he knew how to use cameras, and then he also knew speed training, and we were talking about doing bigger stuff. And now I think he had like 10-20 million in funding, and he travels the world between the top organizations. I messaged him about what's he doing with velocity-based training, because it seems like it would be much simpler to solve that than to solve like speed mechanics. Like, he's mostly done it around speed mechanics. You know what I'm talking about? What's the brand called? Slipped my mind.
No, I think the camera are the future, because it's on your smartphone. It's easy, you have in the pocket. At the moment, I know my lift is pretty reliable. I haven't used because I have a GymAware, but my lift, I have a good friends who use it and have good experience with it. I haven't at the moment tried with a GymAware to analyze data and do statistics. I did with Metric VBT when the application just started. The reliability between data were not great, but I know now it has improved. So I think I will have a look with a new version.
Yeah, we had GymAware. We had that one at Catalan Dragons as well. You remember? It doesn't matter that much. It's like it's nice to have nice numbers, but if it gamifies the situation, it's like the Just Jump mat. The number's wrong, but the intention is good, and it tells you that compared to itself. And that's, if it makes the athletes go harder, then it's kind of doing the job. I've got a few questions for you, but other guys have questions there as well. I was just talking to Paddy Lane. while I was messaging with him. He said to say hello.
Okay.
I was thinking about it this morning. All the guys won championships. Fred, Pat won 2, Corey Bocking won 2, Chad McGill won one of the junior ones. He's now with the Bulldogs. Did you see?
No.
He's the head strength coach for the Bulldogs now. Chad McGill.
Okay.
You remember?
Yeah, I remember him, but never met him.
Yeah. No, he's a good guy, and he came up to one of the camps at Mullumbimby just before you came to Australia.
Okay.
But yeah, he's good friends with Nathan Gould, if you remember. But yeah, so all the guys won championships. Adam Innes as well won a bunch, and he was saying yesterday that like Rowan and my influence has been like a big influence on him. Yeah. Obviously with you as well, you guys work super close together. I'm thinking, Fred, I want you to coach lots of champion athletes. That's what I'm thinking, because you want to have it's good to do the academic thing and be the one who presents the most on the thing, but it's always the mystique of the going to see the coach is they keep coaching champion athletes, right? Mm-hmm. And I know you've coached winning athletes and lots, but maybe that's the reason we need to connect a bit more again and and not think so much about France as well. Like France is all right, but there's a bigger world.
I haven't won any trophy. I made 5 semifinals in 9 years, but never a trophy.
I didn't. Yeah, I think you might have told me that. I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm saying it to set the tone for the future. Like let's. I think we should do something. I was talking to Adam about it as well. Like I know I can get athletes to. There's a lot of American athletes that wish I would work with athletes, but I'm kind of doing my other stuff. But you guys are deep in this, and you want to work hard on the athletic side. And obviously, I have my ideas and want to support, but it would be really good to have an athletic service that we could send people to. So like ATG is an athletic service, but it's not trying to set all the new world records. I want to have coaches that I work with that want to set all the world records. Like that's how you rewrite the system of how we train people. It's physics, so if it's correct, then it's possible. All these people with functional patterns and Ido Portal and lizard crawl and whatever. There's sports that it's less clear, but then some sports it's just physics. And if you're clearly doing things better, then at least you would dominate like all the junior athletic stuff, like at college level and where there's like bigger numbers and more room. If you have clearly better methods, then I think it's interesting. Charles did it just for the publicity, like he coached all the athletes for free. Yeah. So you just set up the systems and you get the results, and then you make as much money as you want with the education side, equipment, whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Mr. Beast doesn't keep any of his money. He just makes the most watched YouTube videos in the world, and so he doesn't need any money. He doesn't keep any money. So it's like if you solve the thing, then everything's good.
Yeah, I'm working on my system at the moment. Just the next step will be building my gym. In my garden. And
I know you're retired now, Fred. You got it too easy, but we need still need some fire. Play tennis, fine. Play tennis, improve your tennis, but let's change the way the world trains with this. I still think it should be like more West Side. I know Adsley was talking about triphasic yesterday, and you're talking maybe it depends on the sport. For rugby, like you do get nice cycles with the preseason and off-season stuff. For everyday guys, I'd like West Side of like concurrent, keeping everything in the program, because it just makes it simpler year round in that way. Like you're never kind of forgetting what you're doing, and you get speed every week and you get strength every week. What's the take on this for coaches?
I think the more you have to master movements in your sport, like team sport, you have to know how to run slow, how to run fast, how to change direction, how to jump, how to pass a ball, how to kick a ball sometimes. The more the training in the gym has to be general. because you don't want to. I know some coaches just want to improve the sprinting patterns for a rugby player, but you have to do a lot more than sprinting in rugby. You have to tackle, you have to scrummage, line out, and etc. So my vision is, if you have a lot of stuff to do in your competition, in the gym, you have to stay general. You have to squat, you have to deadlift, you have to Olympic lift, you have to press, you have to row. That's it. Become stronger. At one stage, apply these strengths faster. But that's my thing. If you train for throwing event at the Olympics, like a javelin or shot put, there is only one movement, one pattern of movement. Of course, you have to improve your upper body or lower body, but you have to be more precise with what you do. You have to stick a bit more with the dynamic correspondence and the direction where you produce force, etc., etc. Yeah, that's my point of view.
Yeah, but what about the training week, the structure of the training week, in terms of keeping maximal strength and speed work? You know, I like keeping it all in the program all the time.
Yes. So I use the ideas like the vertical integration from Charlie Francis, or Westside Barbell from Louis Simons. And in professional rugby, we used to do, for players who play week in, week out, 3 gym sessions, 1 lower body with slow strength, so max effort and repeat effort, 1 upper body with slow strength as well, max effort and repeat effort, and 1 dynamic effort session 1 day or 2 days before the game. So with this planning, I cover max effort, repeat effort, dynamic effort on upper and lower body, and I keep it for the whole year, for the whole season, with microdosing. You can't do a big max effort session every week, but if you do microdosing, slow volume, it's okay. I've never had any problem with doing max effort every week. If it's just 1 top set, maybe sometimes 3 repetitions, RP 8, that's a max effort. That's good.
What about flywheel and impulse? What are your thoughts on these other?
I like flywheel. I use a lot with rehab, with injured players. My vision, I didn't use flywheel with the whole group, because we just have 1 at the club, and we have groups of 20 to 25 players. So and I really like my session. I really like the flow in the session, and I don't want 10 players waiting for 1 set of flywheel in front of the technology. But when I had injured players in rehabilitation, I like to use it because the eccentric force is a lot bigger. Oh, it will be hard to explain in English for me. Sorry, but I use it a lot in the first phases when you can't load shoulders for an upper body injury. You can put the belt. You can have a big session on your legs, and you can produce more force because the eccentric is higher.
What about with the impulse and kind of, I guess Cal Dietz has kind of popularized that. We were talking about DB Hammer and the roots of that stuff. Chris Korfist and Dan Fichter have popularized it quite a bit. Jay Schroeder, more like that instantaneous peak force and amortization strength. They come with this type of training in the Westside way. If you're doing, especially if you're using bands, then you're getting even greater reversal strength because the eccentric is accelerated. But what are your thoughts about more focus on the impulse and the amortization phase?
I don't know what is impulse.
It's a word from physics. It's kind of it's like if you have contact, it's like that instantaneous force that peak velocity is not necessarily, or even peak power. You're gradually building it up. Where what matters in sport often is like that 1 inch or that fraction of an inch where you need to create all the power. You know, we got Ben Watson was Australian champion fighter here. Like the fighter wants to be fluid, and then there's just one fraction of a second where maximum force has to be produced.
It's like you want to focus on a rate of force development. That's it. That's the same thing.
No, it's not really. It's like it's more so like, you know, those boxing machines where you hit the thing and it's going to tell you like what the impulse was. When you hit the implement, like they have them for kickboxing and stuff like that. It's like someone can produce kind of smooth force. I think Damien Cardas was a pretty good example. Like he was fast, but he kind of had that smoothness about his force production that wasn't as scary as some other players who would maybe, like they can just in a very small instant. It's not the same as velocity based, where you can gradually accelerate to a higher velocity.
It's is it data like the 100 millisecond from 0 to 100 millisecond peak force?
Yeah, it's kind of what you get when you do the jump mat multiple jump tests and these kind of things. It's like if you did you ever get into watching the Devon Larratt arm wrestling stuff? Mm-hmm. It's very good for thinking about positional strength. It's kind of going down the line of the Franz Bosch, like strengthening certain positions for running. For arm wrestling, you clearly have to strengthen certain positions for arm wrestling. It's not good enough just to bench press and train biceps and triceps.
Yeah. Okay.
But then they train like impulse of like drop catch the weight, because they have to be able to instantaneously, you know, take the force or produce the force against the other.
I use sorry for my English, but I use ballistic isometric for that, overcoming isometric for just 1 to 2 seconds, like isometric mid-thigh pull.
Yeah,
and you can shoot the angle and just have a pull for 1 second, 2 second maximum.
Yeah. But imagine with that, if you really, if an athlete thought they could break the machine, they wouldn't pull smoothly for 1, 2, 3 seconds. They would try and rip the thing out like they're starting the lawnmower. This is impulse.
Okay.
There's a guy, I'll show you. There's a guy on the IG that does cool stuff around it. But yeah, you can see it with Devon Larratt with his arm wrestling stuff. He's like an undersized old guy that was still winning some world championship arm wrestling, and I think he had a better method. Now he's losing to this Georgian guy who's like 50 kilos heavier than him. You know, and at some point, like too much muscle mass, too much strength, it's not going to work, no matter how good your technique and your nervous system and your positional strength. But yeah, there's something to this this concept of the impulse. It's Jay Schroeder. You're familiar with Jay Schroeder and Adam Archuleta?
Yeah, Jay Schroeder, I know a bit. I know he used a lot of plyometrics and stuff.
It's this like drop catch repetitions, and it's part of the triphasic. It's I don't know if it's part of triphasic, but it's part of what Cal Dietz does. But it's I wanted to ask your opinion on it because it kind of crosses with the velocity-based training. It's similar but different. You know, it's different. Very intensive on the connective tissues, less intensive on the nervous system because it's very instantaneous. It's on and off. It's just a very small fraction. There's no grind, so there's less time. Also, like the testing without testing is something that I really love there. If other guys have questions, okay, Zach has a question there. Yeah. If other guys have questions, you can use their hand up as well. If you can turn your video on, Zach, that would be good. But,
yeah, thanks, Keegan. I was just video off because I'm cooking, but yeah, this is really interesting to me because especially with this impulse that you're talking about in jiu-jitsu, in traditional Japanese jiu-jitsu, when we're striking, you know, jiu-jitsu means the gentle art. We actually don't want to have any tension in the body until that moment of impact. And I think about it like Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch. I don't know if you've seen the old videos of him. Generates immediate, instantaneous, incredible force in that split second from going from nothing to all in. And it's really fascinating you guys talking about this because it's something I've really wanted to develop further. I know Bruce Lee's talked about, he used to do a lot of overcoming isometrics. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that as well.
Yeah, that's what I call the ballistic isometrics. This is from Alex Natera, which is an Australian strength and conditioning coach. And he used a lot of isometrics to improve sprinting athletes. And he works on different style of isometric training, but one is called ballistic isometric. So you choose the right angle where you want to produce force, and you produce as much force as possible on an overcoming isometric, but it's just 1-2 second maximum. And if you use a force plate, you can see the peak force, and you can have the data from 0 to 100 milliseconds, from 100 to 150 milliseconds, and that's something you can use in your training to see if you're improving your stiffness, improving your force rate of force development. Yeah, so definitely I will use. That's why I told to Kiggs I will use a mix of plyometrics and isometrics to develop impulse. So I'm sorry for my English. Didn't practice for a long time.
Non, merci beaucoup. Hein. Je comprends tout. Merci.
Good. There is a question from Muhammad. Would you recommend VBT for the general populace who aren't too interested in sport performance, but rather recreational training and longevity? I'd say yes, but no. It depends. I think if you use this technology, and if you are a personal trainer in a commercial gym, like Fitness First or Basic Fit, whatever, if you have a lot of trainers in the gym and a lot of people, a lot of clients, using a technology, it doesn't have to be a velocity-based training technology. It can be something that the other trainer don't use. I think it could be a good thing for you, for your visibility, because I have an example. 1 year ago, I stopped working in a professional club. I'm now in my home, and sometimes I go to train in a commercial gym in a city 20 kilometers from my home, and I took my GymAware, my velocity-based training technology, and I train with my GymAware. It's normal for me to train with it. And after a few sessions, some people came to me and say, "Oh, what is it? What is it for?" So I explain, and they look at me. I explain a bit of the data, and I had 3 clients just because I used this technology, and because no one used this technology. Especially in France, it helped me to be a different people, different trainer. And I had 3 clients who just connect with me because they want to know more about the technology. So I'd say no. You don't need to have this technology to be a good coach, a good personal trainer, a good SNC coach, but if there is a lot of concurrence, a lot of trainers around you, maybe you will be a different trainer.
I would say, you know, I was another idea, like testing without testing is what you get with dense as well. You don't max out, and you get to one of the good things about velocity-based training and dense is that it stops you from training yourself into too much neural fatigue or too close to failure, because it's self-limiting. Either you get too slow in velocity-based training, or in dense, you can't complete the block if you start too heavy.
Mhm.
And dense also encourages you to lift the weight, not really maximal velocity, but still kind of fast and efficient. And I think that's part of, like, some of the guys. We got Fabian Loic is the next presentation, and he's pressing and dipping and stuff with crazy weights. You know, strength is going up, which means velocity-based training is also going up. The speed that he can have with 60 kilo dip is much faster now that he's dipping 105 kilos versus when he was dipping 80 kilos as a max, you know?
Yeah.
So there's something with that crosses over with the concepts of why velocity-based training and why dense strength is effective for a lot of people for helping the strength. And I think that thing is maximum work without too much fatigue. And this is what velocity-based training helps you to do. And this is how dense can help you as well, as long as you don't take it too far. But it's also, for those who love dense, applying velocity-based training within that is really smart, to train 3 reps at your 8 RM and get the speeds every minute. That's pretty much West Side Barbell. You know, that's how they trained. They trained for 8 to 12 sets, and they trained 1 to 3 reps with 60%. I mean, they use the band tension stuff that it gets complicated with the percentages, but this is well proven, beautiful combination as well, that contributes towards strength development.
Yeah, especially if you use the velocity and the cutoff. So you don't want to go further in your fatigue. So you know what's your speed today, what you don't want to go under, and you train in the zone, and you have the session you want, and you have more quality. Because if you compare different sessions, you can do the same session, and if you if you use clusters, basically dense is a bit like a cluster for a total volume of reps. You have more quality because a micro rest helps you to get a bit of recovery, and you can produce more speed on the set after, and you have more involvement in your fast twitch fibers and more improvement at the end.
And there's something to both ways. When you cluster training, you get more fresh repetitions, which will help you get to a better result faster. And so velocity-based training also encourages more clustering of repetitions. And the other is also true, like pushing to near failure maximal repetitions, like Wendler 531 and all of these auto-regulated methods that push you to get maximum repetitions. A lot of the calisthenics guys train like that. There's some Russian methods that train like that. This is almost like the polarized thing, and almost always there's truth in the polarization. The extreme of isometrics is the extreme of slow strength, and 1 RM training is the extreme of slow strength, and then you have the other extreme of velocity-based training and dense, where you stay really fresh.
That's maximal tension. That's what we want, and the difference is the fatigue generated.
Yeah, but
if you want to train. If you want to train day in, day out.
Yeah. So staying in the middle tends to be the least effective when you just do 3 sets of 8, slow, no real intent.
Yeah.
It's probably the least effective. Going to the other methods is impulse and plyometric, velocity-based training and clustering, and then the slow stuff. Excellent. I appreciate so much, Fred, the presentation, and there's plenty for people to talk about, think about from this. We have to get you doing more work in English. I know you've been working on it and working with Azzy and stuff, but we planned on doing more stuff together this year. It didn't really happen too much, but I think 2024 has to be the year. We need to do something good for the athletic world, for the athletes who want to apply this stuff to the next level. So thank you so much for this today. And if guys want to come to France and visit your dojo there, what's the possibility, or what's the path?
I have you can connect with me on Instagram if you want. My Instagram is coaching club. Fuck, I don't know how to say the tire. FR.
Yeah, just type it in the chat there, and yeah, we'll connect again soon. Niels
underscore
yeah.
Coaching club underscore FR, and you can come at home for 1 week if you want, and we'll train. We talk together. We can have education. We can talk about different topics. And at the moment, a lot of French trainers are coming at home, and I'd like to develop at the international, and with the Uncommon Success community would be good.
Let's do it. Niels is one of the German pro players, very much into his rugby. He got a lot out of connecting with Fred. Other coaches have connected over the years. Pat Lane, who's the strength coach for the Sydney Roosters, always loves connecting with Fred and talks highly of Fred as well. So thank you very much. And we move from one part of France to another. We have Fabien Loac as the next presenter. Fabien, I was asking him for a few years if we can work together, and it was never the right time. Fabien was working with a company there, and he had effectively like a job, and sometimes that's the barrier to innovation. And then something changed, and it became the time to work together. And this year we finally got the opportunity to connect. And yeah, it's been amazing to see the energy and dedication that Fabien has brought to everything that he's done since we connected. I don't know if you've always been like this, or if it's a bit of the super dad thing coming on, but the effort that you put into your training and to your program and to this community and to your content is massively inspirational. I'm not sure I've seen a man work harder than you have in the last 6 months. I'm not sure. And so, yeah, it's exciting to have the opportunity to speak today. You're at the moment on a Uncommon Success camp in France with 10 guys, getting in the cold and doing your training and thinking bigger about life. So I appreciate you taking some time from the camp to share here. I know you're inspiring those men and inspiring each other there. But, yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to share today. We should also mention that you were a competitive BMX athlete and had some TV time as well that made you a major celebrity, a minor celebrity, something in France as well. But yeah, welcome and thank you.
Thanks a lot for this very nice introduction. I feel blessed. Is it the word you use for that? When you feel touched, kind of thing? Yeah.
This is good.
I really appreciate your words. And yeah, so we've been talking for I don't know how long, because I had knee problem for let's say 2-3 years, and I was into Ben Patrick ATG stuff, and that's how I got to know about you, because you were at the time ATG mentor, and I was tagging everyone in my Instagram post like ATG for coaches, ATG mentor, and we got to talk, and it was really nice knowing you. And yeah, it's been a while. I was working with Foodspring for the one in Europe. I think you might know that brand, but it's like a food supplement. They do protein, that kind of stuff, and they were sponsoring me for my Instagram followers as an influencer kind of things. And yeah, I lost the contract with them in March, the 30th of March, something like that. And I just joined Uncom straight away. The 1st of April, I was on Uncommon Success. And I have no regret at all. That's the best choice I've made for my whole life, I guess, from now. And yeah, I'm really happy I'm part of this crew with all you guys. It's very, very nice feeling. I got to contact a lot of you because I am working on a project, and that's what I will teach you, to not teach, but I will present you today. And some of you as already you have taken the time to answer the questionnaire, to know your profile, and yeah, I really appreciate the help a lot of guys here helped me to do with this project, with this questionnaire. And yeah, let's go. We can go deep into the NeuroDance thing. So you might, everyone know here the dance training system Keegan created. I don't know how long ago was it, like 2013, 2012? When did you start?
2013, I think, is when I first started to present. 2014, something like that. Started to present the idea. But yeah, it would be cool if guys you want to share in the chat box what your experience is so far with understanding neurological profiling for strength training and the individualization. It was a good part of Fred's talk as well, was around individualization, understanding velocity. If you can put your camera on as well, it's cool to see the faces at the start and show Fabian who's here. If you have some background in the velocity based in the neurological typing and individualization, it would be cool to hear what you know about that as well.
And I prepared like a presentation PowerPoint this morning for you to just so I can share my screen. And do you see it? I don't know if it's like full or it's like small. Can you see it well?
Yeah, but there's another button to press to make it like the full presentation. We can still see the sidebar. It looks all right, but
it looks all right. If I do like full screen like this, it's better.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, I want to introduce you to NeuroDance because I was digging into neurotyping system methods before I joined Uncom. And I was very into it, and I tried it myself, and it worked very well on me. Like, I will go back to it later, but I am the one who likes the volume, and I don't do well with strengths. But if I get bigger, I will get stronger. And that worked just using neurotyping system. I was doing a lot of volume, and I just tried my max 1 round for just like after 3 months of just doing volume, and it just went up without even training for it. So that's what makes me think like neurotyping is good to work, like how you should work and how you feel good working. Like, it keeps your motivation pretty high. And that's what I like, because you do what you like and you still improve yourself in different areas. So that's the thing I really like with the neurotyping. So it's how to individualize your training through your neural profile. And I go to the second one. So you know what is dance trends, but it's a very, very nice method, which is very efficient. It's pretty short. It gets you result fast. You get strong. It's easy to make, to put it in place. And you keep the focus because you know that every minute you have to work and you just have like 30-second rest, and then you go back and you don't have to go on your phone during the rest time, and you just don't waste your time. It's very effective. And you always see, almost always, a consistent progression. That's what I like with NeuroDance, with dance trends, because you always do, like, you don't start with, let's say, the RPE, the feeling when you're training. Like, I don't know if the English word for that, but it's like the sensation during the workout. If you're like 9 out of 10, it's pretty hard to go better in the next training session. But if you start pretty low, let's say 5 out of 10, the level of your training, you feel like, oh, that's easy, it's 5 out of 10. But then you can still keep improving, and you go slowly, and you just can do like more rep or more weight on your barbell the week after the next training. And that's a very good feeling for me. I don't know for you guys, but I'm pretty sure that's how you see it as well with the dance trends method. So yeah, it's very good method to optimize the time. So I knew the dance trends method. I was using it just like sometimes. I wasn't very into it before I joined Uncom. And when I've been to Montenegro Village in July, I start to work more with this. And I had a very interesting conversation with Keegan there. And he told me like neurotyping is fine, and there are some other coaches in the world who use that, and it's working well. But you might be maybe the first one in France to import it like in a big way, because you have like followers and you will be known for that. But he told me like, this is not something new, this is not something you created. And he told me just like, look, I invented dance strength method in 2013, and that started in my brain to just like tilt like this, lights. And I thought about, yeah, he's talking to me about dance, and I'm talking to him about neurotyping. And then why not joining the both and create something like using the two methods, because there are two good methods. Why don't use the good thing of this one and the good thing of this one, and just to make a new one with these two one, and just like neurodance tilt in my head, and then I got the name like in 10 seconds. And since that, I developed the neurodance strength method, and it worked pretty well. I've done like 30 clients yet, and they are very, very happy with the results. And yeah, I feel more confident now to talk to you about it today. So what is the neurotyping? For those who don't know, you have to answer. So I create my own questionnaire, and this questionnaire will show you your neurotransmitter dominancy. Like you have like this, I use these six neurotransmitter: dopamine, adrenaline, glutamate, acetylcholine, serotonin, and GABA. And I've made like around 20 questions for each. And I did like a Google sheet to just find out the level of each. And with the dominancy, I can say like, oh, you more like a red profile, a yellow profile, a green, or a purple, or a blue. There is like 5 different profiles. And with this neurotransmitter, you can put people like in one or in another one. That's how it works. It's pretty easy. And sometimes you can feel like maybe I'm more this, but I'm also a bit of this. But with the questionnaire, it's easier just to find out the main one, the dominant one. So that's why I created this questionnaire. And there is, by the way, with this 5 profile, there is 5 different ways you should train. You can do the same exercise. Not all of them would suit you, but you can adapt the method, or the number of the repetition, the percentage on the barbell, if it's heavy or more like volume. You can just arrange it through your profile. So that's what is very interesting with neurotyping. So there is 5 different profiles. I don't know if I can put that. Yeah, there. Here. You got the red one. So if you have like a stress curve, if you do a graphic, the red will be here, then yellow, green, purple, and blue. The blue is the one who is the most affected with the stress and the anxiety. So the red one is the one who needs to be the leader. He is very high in dopamine. He needs to be the leader. He has a high self-esteem. He's the one who like the conflicts, to always show he's right, for example. He will do everything to win. I think Fred, who just did the presentation before on the velocity-based training, he might be, I'm pretty sure he's a 1A. That's why I put his name here. And they are strong, but not adjustable personality. They have their personality, and they cannot adapt pretty easily. If someone they don't like someone, they can't adapt their behavior to them. It's harder. They can, but it's harder. They're not the best for that. And they don't really like authority. They don't really like working in a general business, be an employee, for example. They don't really like that. So that's for the red profile. Then the yellow is still high in dopamine, but he has more acetylcholine. And so he has the same high self-esteem, but he's more adaptable to the other or the needs of the situation, thanks to the serotonin and the acetylcholine. He is a fast motor learner, so he can almost, if he sees someone juggling, he has never juggled in his life, but he will see someone juggling with 3 balls, because maybe not 5, but let's just say 3. you would just look at this person and you almost be sure like in 5 minutes he will be able just to juggle, just looking at him, and he will learn things pretty fast. He's good like learning all the weightlifting stuff. He's very good at that, for example, as well. All the technical things, is a good learner, motor learners. They are also multitaskers, so they can do different things, but they stay more in the neurological work when they have to train. And we can say that they are the better natural athletes, like explosive, fast. They can be strong as well. They're very athletics. They have a lot of good athletic skills. Then you have just in the middle, the green profile. He's the one, like he's the middle of the graphic, but he's also the one in middle because he's good doing neurological work, but he's also good doing muscular work. But the only thing he can do is always repeating the same thing all the time. He needs the variation. So he has a more changing personality. He's like a social chameleon. He can adapt his behavior to the person or the situation he is with. He has a lower self-esteem, and by the way, he needs others to like him, for example, to feel better. And that's why he's great at reading people, because he can adapt himself to these people and feel better. And yeah, people likes him, and he will feel better. Then, I forgot to name. There's Keegan in the yellow profile. Kevin Mayer is like the world record biathlon guy. Is very, very famous, and he can do like tons of different training. He train heavy, but also very the endurance, stamina. That's why he's a green. And then the purple. So that's myself, for example. I put myself because I'm the most well placed to talk to you about, because that's just what I feel. And so this is the more emotional type. And all his emotions are amplified, even the good or the bad one. He has a lower level of self-esteem. He also needs other to like them, and he has the highest level of empathy. So he is prone to rapid mood swings as well. So that's myself, for example. And then the blue one is I put an example, John Clayton. I don't know if you might know about John if you from Uncom. Action Man. He got the face Action Man with this big jaw. And it's a good name for him. So this type is most of the time introverted, patient. They love the structure. They really love the structure, the control. They are very disciplined, and they take decision based on fact, not just on, oh, I like that, so I will do that. No, they prefer having like studies and things saying like, you should do that because it does that for you. And, they like take decision based on facts. And they are very analytical, and they don't do well with the sudden changes. Like if they have their routine, like I was in the time chamber in August, and Florian Marek, I don't know if you know about this man, is a French guy. He's the world champion of endurance in the street workout. And he's a blue profile. And Andrew Strong came for 5 days at the time chamber, and he challenged us with doing some videos for his YouTube channel. And that pretty fucked up the Florian Marek training session. And he was feeling very, very bad because he couldn't do his training properly. He has planned all the things and couldn't do it because of the video. He liked that, but he wasn't feeling great about that. And that's a big trait of the blue profile. And then I'm going to go to the next one. If we talk about the time under tension for each profile, when you go from the left, so from the red to the blue, the red, they like the intensity. So they don't do like well with more than 20-25 seconds long while you do one set. For example, the time under tension should be under 25, like from 5 seconds, like if it's just one rep, even less, to 25 maximum. The yellow is a bit the same because he needs the velocity, he needs the explosiveness, and you can't be like repetitive on explosiveness. If you do it like for 1 minute, you will lose your velocity. So that's much the same for the red and the yellow. Then the green, it does well from 30 to 40 second time indentation, tension, sorry. And the purple and the blue, the one who lacks the control, the sensation, the pump, and you don't have a pump with just like 15 seconds set. You need to go more. So from 40 to 60 is like the optimal time for them, and same for blue. Then I will talk to you about like the training of the red profile. So they like the intensity, as I said.
With that, Fab, with the time under tension, when we bring it into dense, I think it kind of changes the game with this conversation, right? Like when you have longer rest between sets, then it's normal that the sets go for longer. Whereas if we're using dense, then you're not really going to have these average times under tension, would you say? Or
you can still have it. Like for example, the purple, you go more for, we talk more about like repetition than just time and intention. But like my regular set, if I do like 10D 10, 10D 15, I will be shorter than this for sure, because I couldn't repeat the second minutes if I have to. Like I could do maybe the 2-3 first minutes, but if I keep like 40-second indentation for a heavy lift, I couldn't. But for accessory work, for example, I'm do like even 50 seconds every set, and I manage it pretty well. It depends the exercise you put into it.
Yeah, the kind of ultra dense stuff that I did for Ben Patrick, or the idea of having like 2, 3, 4 movements on the same minute as well, would probably be well tolerated by the purple and blue more.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
For sure, for me, I prefer like 3s and 5s. Like 10s are not really for me. They're fun sometimes, but yeah. So it's true to what you're saying.
Yeah. So for the red profile, they need the heavy lifting. They're good with all the not all, but with neurological work, but mainly the heavy things. They don't do well with explosiveness, for example, the red one. And they need the nervous system to be firing. Like they need to feel like they're lifting heavy and they are like the roster in the gym, and that's what they like. They don't do well with the pump, like doing reps of like even 10D8 is too much for them. 10D over 10D5 is, even sometimes 10D5 is too much. They prefer like just lift heavy all the time. That's what makes them feel great. And they cannot tolerate a lot of volume or variety per sessions. They can have like 6 trainings a week. That's not a problem. And they can have variation. They can have variation for this 6 training, but not much variation in just one training. I will show you an example after. They are the one motivating by lifting heavier weights and winning the workouts. So they need almost to do heavier things, or maybe one more rep at the next workout all the time. That's what drives them like happy. And they will build muscle by getting stronger. It's a bit controversial comparing what you learn at school when you are a personal trainer, because they told you need to do like more volume if you want to build muscle, and to get stronger you need to do like very, very short reps. So that's work for them. To get stronger they need to do short, but that will also bring them to being more muscly, to gain mass as well. They don't need to do like a lot of volume to gain mass. Just heavy suits them well. And by the way, they recover well from heavy. Just one day off is enough. They couldn't even train every day if the training is not like too repetitive. They could do that every day. It's all right. And an example of a training session for them, that's the just one I show you, and there's a ton of older. But for example, there's 3 blocks, one of 5 minutes, one of 10 minutes, and one of 10 minutes another time. And you can see like you put the emphasis on the first block, it's like heavier, but you do more less minutes, you do less repetition. Like for example here, you do 20 repetition. On this one you do 15, then 10. Then there is also a different way to do the deload for them. So that's why the last week, the deload week, is different for them. They don't like to go lower on weight. They like to do things they can lift still heavy, but something which will not break their nervous system. They will recover because they will just do pin press instead of standing press or bench press. They will just push half of the movements, and they can still push even harder, heavier than what they were doing the week before. But because they will lift like heavier on the last week with a partial movement, they will feel great, and it will still be a deload for them. So that's just an example, but same for here. For example, if they have to pause 2 seconds on a 0 row at the top, they can't go as heavy as the week before. So they will still give them more rest for the nervous system before the next microcycle. And for example, the elevated deadlift on the last week, they can lift heavier than on this one, but still they will do half of the movements, so they won't break down their nervous system. So just an example. You will ask me a question after at the end for sure. I'll be happy to answer if you have more questions. Then the yellow profile. So Keegan, I don't know if you recognize yourself in this. Explosive lifting, also like neurological work, but you can accept more variety because of high acetylcholine and the serotonin as well. And you love, I don't know, I will say they love, you will let me know after. They love to use the momentum of the stretch reflex, not operator. That's a mistake. I haven't read back. Sorry, the stretch reflex. They need to be challenged or they get bored easily. They best transfer from assistance lift to main movement, for example. They like doing for the weightlifting, all the hang, and they're doing well to bring the assistance to the main movement. They're good for that. And they can handle high intensity and high volume more than the red one. And they build muscle by becoming more explosive. And they are pretty resilient to stress and recover well from neurological work as well. Keegan, do you see yourself in this?
Yeah, I think it's probably my main type. I definitely struggle with authority and like to be the leader, which is like part of the red stuff. But
no, that's the same. That's dopamine. So the yellow is the same.
Yeah. I think I definitely see a lot of this for sure. I love the neurological stuff, and I'm not sure about the transfer from small lifts to big lifts. I haven't thought about as much. But it's good to reflect.
So an example of workouts. Do you see the webcam? You maybe better like this. I don't know if is it annoying you? Do you have something over the workout? That's good.
We can see it. Is that what you mean,
okay.
or what?
Yeah, you can see it because I had all the faces over there, and I don't know if it's over your screen as well. No, you can see it. Okay. So yeah, you can see here I put 2 exercises, but in 2 different minutes, because I just said before they like the variety, and it's a good way to kind of recover while you do another exercise and accessory exercises that you might skip if you wait the end of the session and you're happy because you've done like a good strict press, a good chin up, whatever you've done in the workout. You're happy and you just, okay, I skip the accessory work and I won't do it. So it's NeuroDance. That's how I name it. I find the good way to introduce the accessory workouts inside the main lift. And it's like a way you can lift heavier on your main lift, but still you can do your accessory workouts inside in between the sets of the, let's say, the strict press, for example. So the meta tempo, usually they really like the explosiveness. So if you see X there, it's mean like the concentric time, the time and the tension, the concentric one should be explosive. So you always need to work on this explosive feeling when you train with this exercise, for example. Same for the chin up. And I pulled it's not the good one that I copy paste. The chin up wouldn't be with the scapula. There are scapula push-ups. Yeah, sorry. I thought it was pull up and pull up twice. No, it's good. So I put an exercise to work as well on your scapula pull up while you do press. So it's push pull, and then same, it's pull push. It's a good way to do the accessory in between your sets of chin up and don't get more fatigue, because if I had pulled the scapula pull ups in between the chin up sets, it would have been like too much fatigue for the chin up. So this is a good way. You can still recover, but still work on something else in between the sets of chin up or street press. And then something that I find very, very interesting, I think I just arrived pretty late when Fred was talking, but I'm pretty sure he told about isometric for the velocity base as well, to be more explosive. And I use a lot of this. Like he did a video about that on the biceps curls, but like the long range one on the bench, incline bench. And you do like isometric with the heavier loads, and then you do like dynamic reps with lighter loads. And I found some other exercises to do that. So for example, the French press, it's like when you got a dumbbell in behind your head and you just do like this for the triceps. And a good way to give you more explosiveness will be to do like heavy loads, just like this, holding the position, feeling the stretch in all your triceps. And then you change the dumbbell, you put a lighter one, and then you can focus on the speed. And that's what I've done here with the French press, iso heavy. And after the second minute, you do more explosive reps. And a little bit of short range, because short range is always good to recover better. And yeah, that's a good thing for lifters, for people who train. Then I will go to the green profile, the ones who like the variation. So they need the variation and an equal mix of neurological and muscular work, because they can do like everything works for them, but nothing works for very long. If they only do like heavy or muscular, it won't suit them that much. They will get bored and they won't like it, and they will like lose the motivation. And they can handle a pretty high volume and density with short rest period. This is because of adrenaline. And they are easily fatigued when things get too repetitive, like I just said before. What else? Difficult to physically overtrain because they are pretty high in inhibitors. So the GABA and the serotonin, they're pretty high level of this, and it's pretty average, not average, but the same for the GABA and the serotonin. The level is pretty much the same, and it's pretty high. So that's why they are very, they don't feel overtrained easily. They can train like a lot and don't feel that overtrained. And if they are under stress, they can be more like purple. And if they feel like very great in very nice condition, they could be more like a yellow profile. So variation, here we are. For them, that's, for example, a heavy session for them. So my plan for them is to give them 1 or 2 sessions a week, which will be more about volume, density, and 2 other sessions, which will be more about strength, so heavy work, neurological work, plyometric and heavy, and 1 other training, which will be more bodybuilding style, the pump, because they do well with everything, but they just don't need, and they can't do the same thing all the time. So for example, this one is the heavy session, 1 heavy session of the day of the week. And I like to use, I don't know if you know that method, the overcoming ISO or the functional ISO. It's just a method to prepare your body, to your nervous system to max effort, for example, after. Just it gives you the fire. And the overcoming isometric, for example, is the one, you know, the safety, the pin bar you put while you do squat, for example. You take it off of the bar on the rack, and you put it over, like over your, let's say, half of the squat, like 90 degrees of your legs, and you put it like it has to touch the pin while you're pushing against this thing with your barbell. So you don't need weight to do that. Just push. It's like mechanical. You can do over it because there is like the pin there, and you push against it for a few seconds, let's say 5 seconds here. And there is also the functional iso, and this one needs weight, and you don't have the pin. You just need to push as hard as you can on a certain degree of the movement. For example, here it's the dips, and you just fight with the gravity and the weight you put on your belt. For example, if it's dip or barbell squat, you just go like 90 degrees and you fight against that load, and you can't go up because it's too heavy for you. You get it? You got it? Yeah. Okay. Just like this is like the warm up. The weighted dips and the banded plyo dips is like the warm up to get your nervous system well to do the workout after that. So it's just like 6 minutes. Minute 1, you do 1 rep, just 5-second hold on the dips weighted and functional iso method. And then you do like 5 reps of explosive plyo dips with the band under your knees, for example. And then you got the workout. So backward lunge with plank. I love to mix this legs workout with the core, CORE exercise, because like the Chinese, they're using that in the weightlifting. They do a lot of abs and the lower back strains while they're doing squats, because it's a very good way to transfer better into the squat than just doing in another time of your training session. Putting in between your set of squats can help you to squat better and to squat heavier, because your core will be like stronger. And then the dips with the banded pull aparts. I also love to respect for every type the ratio 2-1 for push, pull, push. So twice the volume of pulling and 1 is the volume of pushing. Like for good shoulder, if you want to have like, yeah, healthy shoulder, you should do twice the amount of volume of pulling comparing to the pushing volume. It's better for your shoulder. And you don't need to do, it doesn't mean like if you do 10 bench press, you have to do 20 pull-ups. Yeah, it could be that, but you can also do accessory exercises like the banded pull aparts to double your volume of pulling. It's still in the amount of the volume. You can do accessory work light to double to get to double the volume of pulling comparing to the pushing level. And yeah, so that's for the green. I will talk about of the purple. So this one, it needs the sensation. They are like the bodybuilder guy, the one who loves the pump. They like to feel the mind muscle connection. They're motivated as well by a positive reward, but the reward is not like the weight they would have lift, but more about the sensation, the muscle burning or the sweat they have during the workout. That's what makes them feel great. What else? A bad workout can ruin their motivation. So they need to don't go too heavy, because if they can't do it, it can just put down their motivation. And they are the one who can handle a lot of volume of muscular work. Like they can do like 40 an hour, even training with just volume. They feel great. They like that. An example, that's their squats. They like doing the slow eccentric, for example. And as I told just before, I like putting legs and core at the same time in the same block. So for example, here, first week they have to do 2-second eccentric, and it's the same, something I forgot to tell you, it's the same weight from week 1 to week 4. So we won't, with them, we will not work that much on the load, but more on the sensation. So for example, you keep the same number of repetition every week, but the thing, and the same weight, but the thing which will change, it's the difficulty you apply to you doing this exercise, for example. First week, you will do 2-second eccentric on 8 repetition, then 4, then 6-second eccentric. And it's the same weight and the same number of repetition. That's how they will feel great. And that's how they will like to progress on this aspect. Then here, it's a bit more on the heavy. You can do also as well with the heavier, and same tempo, and once again, this is the front anterior part of your body, and this is the posterior, but they like that in between the legs, putting some core exercises, doing well for them as well, like for everyone actually. And yeah, so this part is working more heavy every week. And then this one is also, yeah, they also like doing partial plus full rep, or full rep plus partial rep, because the feeling is great. You can feel your muscle, the pump. The pump is amazing when you do that. But just the method that I use as well for them. And a bit of hold with the reverse Nordic, just same thing, isometric and dynamic rep. Same for the 1B that I've done before. It's a good way to work. They won't be the explosive profile, but it can help them to be better at this explosiveness. And then the blue profile, the one who loves the structure. So they need to feel in complete control of the movement. They are like the technique geeks, the one who will repeat for an hour the same movement, because they want to have like the perfect execution. They don't do well with heavy or explosive and neurological work. They need more resting day if they do that than the other profile. And they prefer the repetition, like I said, and the variety. It can create them more stress and anxiety than the other. So they shouldn't have much variation inside the workout, inside the training program as well. And they are the highest in cortisol. The producer of cortisol, they are the highest. So they really need to be careful about what they're doing, the volume, the intensity. For example, I will show that a training workout that I work well with them. You can see the person on the load is not that heavy, but they like doing that, and it can help them to progress and be better. So they mainly use the main movements. They do also well with the accessory workouts, the accessory exercises. And for example, I put the bench press once again with the pull-up parts with the banded, shorter, not like a big contraction. My mistake. I'm French and I don't have all the vocabulary word in my head all the time. But when the band is like too heavy, it's not what I'm saying then. It's like light band. Yeah, light band. I just wrote it down. And once again, the squat with a core exercise, bent over row with the trap 3, just to work like all the good things will make them happy. They really like to do all the mobility stuff. They like all to do the accessory work. They're very, very into this because they need the structure, they need the control, they don't want to hurt themselves. So they really enjoy that kind of workout, for example. And yeah, I think I've told you a lot about that. And I don't know if now you have some question. I don't know if for you, do you see a lot of, I don't know, in the comment section, you can say like, yeah, I feel like I'm red, I'm yellow, I'm green, I'm purple, I'm blue, whatever. If you feel like one of these profile, and I'd be happy to talk with you about that. Yep. Go back. Person. Let's see. Yellow, yellow, green, red. So Jan, how do you see yourself yellow, for example? Can you talk, Jan? Can you hear me? Yeah, you.
Sorry, you're saying my name's Ian, so I was hearing Jan, so I was like, yeah, I'm sorry.
How do you see yourself yellow, for example?
Well, I've always been super explosive, and almost all the traits you mentioned like is me. But and I did the test as well, so the test also like said I'm quite I'm quite yellow. But my question was, or that I want is, if for each neurotype, like for instance, I function good with plyometric or explosive work, so and I recover faster from neurological work, but then like the blue recovers slower from or needs more rest from neurological work. So how much so if I wanted to become more like if I want to up my endurance and they want to up their strength, I mean their speed, their explosiveness, how would you like program or how much endurance and how much speed would you program for those two types? So like how much would you program like only once a week compared to 3 times a week, because the one can recover from it faster?
It will be more something like this.
Yeah,
less, because they can't recover well from like neurological work for the blue type, for example. So I wouldn't give them like 3 times a week explosive work. They wouldn't do well with that. But if you really want, if you're blue type and you really want to do that, you can do it, but not much. Like once a week is like way enough for them.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, because like Keegan also always says, and it's in everything like that, but volume is the key to being better than someone else at something. So would I always beat a blue at explosiveness, because I can always do more volume than them in a week. And if I don't use that strength and don't become the most explosive, fastest person I can be, am I losing potential, or am I wasting potential? Should I always be pushing my speed as much as I can, or should I try to work on or should I really go hard in endurance to try and work on it because I'm like weak in it? I don't know. If that makes sense. Like how much potential would you be losing if you aren't going full out in whatever you're the best at?
Sorry, I lost you. I lost the connection. Just a short time. What did you say?
Okay, so just how much am I losing potential?
The question, I just missed the question.
No, yeah. So the question is just should I be training or trying to push my speed to my maximum and getting as most volume as possible in speed and explosiveness, because that's what I'm able to do, or like if my issue is endurance, should I be putting a lot of effort in upping my endurance, or is there just like a balance that you have to keep according to your type, and you just keep pushing with that?
I would say it depends on your goals. It depends on your goals, because if you really want to have more endurance, then you need to train it. But like what I think about Neurodance is like it's more for people who just want to train without having like how to say that, like a professional athlete goals, like more for people who wants to train and feel happy while they're training. That's more for these people. It's for everyone, but I think it's good for people who just don't want to think too much and just do what they like and what makes them better at what they already are, if it makes sense. But for you, for example, if like it's like a goal to be more endurance, to get more endurance, then you should just change a little bit the way you will train. And I will change it for you if I was your coach, and you told me like my goal is to be more endurant for this exercise or for it, and not just do a yellow programmation for you, because even if you are yellow, if you want to work something you are not like made for, if you can say it like that, I would have to change it a little bit.
Because I was thinking now, should I just focus on being the fastest on the court rather than being the fittest? Where someone else might be the fittest, but if I can outspeed them, they might get tired quicker and stuff like that. So it
depends on your goals once again.
Okay, cool.
If you want to be the best, just do what you are the best for, I guess. That's what I would say.
Cool.
I don't know if some of you want to talk about them as well. Like Niels, you said Ukraine.
Yeah, and thanks for the presentation. I remember in
Pleasure.
Montenegro, I didn't know exactly, but Green, the traits that you put there, they resonated the most with me. That's what I see the most. With the training, I'm not that sure, but it makes sense. But yeah, I just saw most of me in there. That's why I said Green. Could be some parts of some other profile. Maybe, wait, what was it? Yeah, maybe purple a bit, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Mostly like green. I said, the green is like the one in between, and he can reflect himself in like the purple and the stressed condition. And when he feels very, very great, he's like more like a yellow. Yeah. So the green is like the one in the middle, and it can be a bit of each kind of.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I had a question because you were talking about using the heavy long range just to hold. Do you see any difference in like how the profiles react to short range, long range training? How much they can tolerate? How much volume with long range, for example, or how much intensity? Have you seen some differences already, or
not yet? No, I wouldn't be sure if I was saying something about that. So no, I couldn't at the moment. I've not enough like how do you call that in English? Le recul.
Yeah, not enough data.
Data.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Pleasure. Who's else? Dodonovans. Red. He's still here. Yeah, still here, but I don't know if. Yeah.
Excellent. There's plenty to think about and explore there. And the cool thing is, choosing something that's really interesting to you, that you value, that's made a difference to you, and then putting it forth, making the most of it, choosing to be a leader. And you learn a lot when you do that. So Fabian took massive action with this over the last few months, and it's changed his path. So for everybody, there is something like this, and if there's an element of this that's valuable to your business, you can see Fabian is wanting you to understand it and teach it. And if you want to individualize more and help clients feel more like the program is really for them, then this is one way to look at it. So really good.
And just one last thing, I just created a document about Neurodance, what it is, where it came from, everything. I just like said a bit more in detail, and I just created and I put the file. I just put the link there. If you when you download the file, it will be in. Actually, I can just put the file. I think I can share. Can I share the files, the PDF there already?
I think so. Yeah, the file into Zoom.
Just let's see if it's work. Yes. Awesome, because the link I put just before was the one of my website, and you have to create an account and blah blah. So maybe you don't want to do that. Just download the file there. What is Neurodance? I think it's uploading. You might have it soon. Yep.
Amazing. Very good. Enjoy the
Any
rest
question?
of the time there with the men in France, and look forward to seeing some more clips and hearing more about the live event there in France at the moment. Well done making that happen as well. It's always a special time, and I'm sure you always remember you get some new connections there as well.
Yeah, sure. Thanks everyone for listening, and I will see you soon.
Thanks, Fab. Well done.
Pleasure.
Next, we travel across to the United States. Although he's always jetting around. I don't know, are you in Colombia yet, or you're still in the States?
I'm in Miami, actually.
Oh, there you go. So I thought you were in the north, you're in the south, but yeah. Matthew has become a good friend, and we connected at the same time. I connected with Sebastian down in Cancun in May, and that led to the event that we just ran recently in Florida. We ran that together with Matthew and Sebastian and myself. And what I see with Matthew is he's really living lifestyle by design, the life by design, in a way that very few people ever will. It challenges me to think more about how I really want to spend each day, and where I want to be, who I want to be with, because yeah, Matthew got himself to a point through extremely hard work and success in sales and understanding how to do business very well, to be able to choose what he does with his time, and be able to be strategic and put time into being an investor. And honestly, it's pretty rare that you meet someone who is in this position in life. If you're not born into a wealthy family, you may never have had a conversation with someone who's living in the way that Matthew is at the moment. He's also extremely humble, and he loves his training. And we had some great training sessions together. He's getting some handstand push-ups. They could be a little bit cleaner, but he's pretty good. He's been working on like a few months, and he's already almost there, where it took me many years to get the handstand, and also to have the strength for it. So we also got the chance to do a photo shoot, which we thought was maybe going to be like underwear modeling. It's for an underwear company down in Florida. They were like, "Oh, we're doing photos and videos in the gym. Like, do you want to come down?" And the guys seem cool, and it's a good brand. It's like all organic stuff, and so it's like, oh, cool. I don't know what it's going to be like, but I'm keen to meet these guys. They're entrepreneurial, and it looks like a cool gym. And so, yeah, Matthew was, let's go. And it turned out we were just training like normal. There was no underwear thing. And I wasn't too keen for that, but I was like, whatever, like, let's just be open to it. And so we had that experience together as well. And yeah, look forward to catching up in Mexico again in the next month or two. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Matthew. And welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Now, it was a pleasure just even being able to meet Keegan. There's not many people out there that embody exactly what they talk about, right? And when you know and meet Keegan, like everything he talks about, like he lives. There's a lot of people out there, especially coaches on the internet nowadays, that will preach something, but then don't really have a life that actually embodies those principles. And that's something I truly admire about Keegan, for sure, is he knows, what this vision, and he lives it each day. And most importantly, like, it's not just for him. It pushes me to like think about how I can expand what we do and how we can help other people live the way we see should be as men, right? So thank you for letting me speak to the men that are also on this journey.
Appreciate that, brother. And yeah, it's my children still remember, they ask about you as well. We went to the driving range together. I thought I was killing it at the driving range. It's like started really good. I was surprised myself because I hadn't played golf in ages. And then we had a little competition at the end, and I came third out of three. So I still got that battle to have. But yeah, my children also enjoy the being in the Petruso vibe as well. Yeah, looking forward to hearing more. And this is a good one, guys, to sort of ask questions and think about things from a different perspective, because it is almost difficult to imagine get into the position that Matthew's gotten to, and it's really is a good opportunity to put yourself in those shoes, or imagine how you would live if you are able to do all the things that you want to do and get to the point where you have a really successful business. So yeah, special opportunity. If you can turn your cameras on to start, it's always good as well for Matthew to be able to sort of see the faces and feel the energy. It's a big part of what we do here at these events. But yeah, over to you.
Perfect. So when I was thinking about what I actually wanted everyone that's here to kind of leave with, I want you to leave with one thing that's like really tangible and really, actionable, that you can think about and use to get you to a closer position to what you want, right? Like at the end of the day, there's, an objective over here. And if we're not there yet, we're here. So there's a path there. And my objective for you today is at least have one thing that's going to be able to push you closer and use on a daily basis to get you closer to that financial, journey. So my journey, if you don't know anything about me, started out kind of not in an entrepreneurial, mindset. I just was growing up in a pretty chaotic household, and I just wanted to get out of, not feeling in control. And my dad was an alcoholic growing up, and I was just kind of always, at the end of the day, always wondering if it was going to be chaotic when I got home, or was I going to be able to, see my parents fighting or whatever it may be. So there's always this like internal like feeling of chaos. So money to me was always, if I could get to a point where I didn't have to worry about somebody else dictating the terms of my life, money I knew would allow me to do that. So I went through this path of just basically, not knowing what to do, getting fired from a 9-to-5 job, and then getting thrown into door-to-door sales and sucking at it. And it was terrible, but I knew always the pain of not feeling in control. So it allowed me to kind of propel that pain to do something that was closer to what I wanted. And looking back on it, I didn't know all this at the time, but like we like to think, obviously we're all here because we think we're logical creatures. We want to make assumptions that everybody else is emotional and we're logical. But at the end of the day, we are extremely emotional beings. So if you can attach an emotional story to something of your life that is, motivating enough to get you something else that's very emotional, then everything else in the way, like the logic will make sense if there's enough emotion attached to it. So I used to like judge those emotions, but our job as strong men is to not like get rid of emotions, but it's to be able to control and direct our emotions, right? So if you have feelings in the, like you don't have something, that's an emotion, right? That's a frustration, right? A frustration is great, but a frustration without the proper direction turns into chaos. So you need to understand what you want to get and why you want it, right? And for me, it was always control. So I could attach that feeling of uncontrolled chaos that's kind of the whole theme of like when you're in a place of chaos, you have to understand the first step is to know that it's okay. It's just, how do I move in the direction that's actually going to be, favorable for my life going forward. So that's kind of like the backstory of just how I used, the chaos towards an objective that I desired. So obviously there was many steps in between of, failing, but using each step along the way to learn and grow. But I don't really have anything like, my coaching technique is not really like, my mentors were never really like great coaches per se. They were just good at doing. So that's kind of how I learned. So I'm trying to learn from Keegan and other people how to coach better, because my style is just like, I have to just live everything authentically. And then hopefully people can kind of take bits and pieces of what I'm doing and then maybe just emulate that. Is there any bits and...
Can we talk a bit about what you're doing? And
yeah, of course.
What are some of the things that you've done this year? Like, because it's typical, what you're doing next, what you've just been doing. Maybe just share a little bit of what you're doing, why you're doing it, what's important to you in that.
So going back, a few years ago, back to the story of like, I was in this chaotic space because my father was an alcoholic, but then he actually ended up sobering up and became like a really great mentor to me in my 20s, and was a great mentor to how he actually transitioned from being this like chaos into a phenomenal advocate in the AA community, which is Alcoholics Anonymous, and changed a lot of people's lives. And about 5 years ago, unfortunately, he was tragically killed on a motorcycle. And at that funeral, nobody came and like praised me and my family for like the success he had in his life per se, of like monetarily, but it was based off of all the people that were wrapped around the building to come and give thanks to the way that he changed their life, because he gave them hope in themselves, right? He showed them a vision that they could be more. So he became this vision of hope and inspiration for a lot of people. So that was, really inspiring for me, because at this point I was already, successful at my businesses, but there was something that was missing, because everything was kind of internal. It was always for me. But when he passed away and I saw everything that he was able to give back was in the sense of how he was able to help other people find that peace in their life. That's when I had to transition to like, okay, how can I teach and give back to what I was able to accomplish? And that kind of has been the journey that I've been on the last like 5 years of, okay, well, how can I just live authentically in a way that I can just show people it's possible to create a life completely on your terms? And that's basically what I've been doing. And the last year specifically, I've been traveling around just trying to kind of connect with a lot of people and figure out, well, how is the best possible way to do this? So that's kind of, so right now I own an insurance agency. That's my main business, but I also own a real estate investment company, and I invest in properties kind of locally, but also I'm investing in places throughout the world that I want to go to and travel to, and connect to different people, because at the end of the day, that's what I want to do. So I want to just show people that it is possible to live completely how you want, and you might not want to live exactly like me, but it's exactly your job and duty to get to the point where you can do exactly what you want and provide for the people that you want. And my clients, my family, my friends, they're able to benefit because I am the best version of myself. And if I wasn't able to do this, then I wouldn't be able to, bring my family on vacations. I wouldn't be able to let them go to my properties, and I wouldn't be able to serve my clients at the highest level because I was in scarcity. So our job is to get to a point where our cup is completely full, and then we do everything, that we want, which in turn allows us to give everything, right? So that's kind of just the objective of what I'm trying to figure out, and also just share it. So anything that you guys have, obviously everybody's in a different situation right now. I don't know your situation, but I can help maybe where you might be at, and see what we got going on.
Yeah. So getting to the point where you have a business that brings in a significant amount of money every month, like a very significant amount of money every month. And then you start buying real estate, and then the real estate starts bringing in a significant amount of money every month. And then it's like, well, what do I do? Did you ever get a crisis of that, of like, it's not that fun anymore? Like, because it's tough when you're building that thing. Like you're selling insurance. Anyone who knows that game, it's a hustle game. It's a game of strategy, technique, and you have to be excellent to do it. And there's a buzz in that. Did you ever get a crisis of like, life's not fun anymore now that I don't have to like, now it's not a mystery of how to make the money and how to like how to live?
Yeah, definitely. And I think, people like us, we thrive on kind of challenges. And when that challenge was, the big challenge was like, how do I get to a point where I'm completely financially free and I never have to worry about somebody else telling me that I have to be here at a certain time to make a paycheck to put food on my plate, right? That was a big obstacle, and that was a big enough motivator to get me over a hump. But when I accomplished that well before I thought I was going to, well before I was 30 years old. And I was living kind of the American dream and everybody else's standard. I had a beautiful girlfriend of 10 years. My life looked good. I had businesses that were running well, but I woke up every day and I was miserable. I was like, what's going on? Right? Like what else do I want? Cause like I'm doing everything that I thought I was supposed to, but the challenge was no longer there. So yeah, the obstacle is always going to be, what's the next challenge that's inspiring? And the thing that, the first piece is obviously you have to fill your own cup. So the next challenge is like, okay, well, I actually like took a time. I bought a place in Florida. I actually retired for like a month or whatever, right? And it was like the worst month of my life. I was like, I was like, this is terrible. I got to keep busy. So I guess that's the ongoing journey is like, okay, well, what is the challenge now that is inspiring, that will keep pushing me? And that's why I like connecting with you, because you always kind of push me to the next thing.
I had the same kind of crisis in 2021. It was like 50 grand a month coming in, not doing much work for it. It was still my business to look after, but 50 grand a month coming in, millions in unrealized crypto gains. And I was living on a little island in Sark, between England and France. And I was thinking, like, is this it? Like, is this the rest of my life going to look like this? Like, what am I going to do? And I was training, but I wasn't training with any inspiration. And I was reading books, but I wasn't really reading books with any inspiration. And it sucked. Like, it was terrible. And it was when I started the village in Vanuatu, it's like, all right, there's fire again now. Well, I need a lot more money, which is good. Crypto market crashed, which changed the position of that. I sold the ATG for coaches business, which canceled that income, and then life was exciting again. So but it doesn't matter now if I getting back to really strong financial positions, or I'm still in a really strong financial position, but I'm not in the position I was in at that time. It doesn't matter now. Like, I know that I'm never going to feel like that again, because I've built this Uncommon Success Network that there's always going to be businesses to build, whether it's mine or the incubator kind of environment that we have. There's always going to be someone to go and see. There's always going to be a village development to push forward. And it seems like for yourself, like you're building this portfolio of real estate. You're always exploring like new real estate, but then I also see you working hard on your boxing. You're working hard on your physical development. And then you take in the networking side of things quite seriously as well. Is that like what has given you purpose again? Even you're active in your businesses and you're making more money, but it does seem like the money thing is probably not as exciting anymore. Like, which out of those is the most exciting now?
Yeah, I think the networking and like experiences, right? So I think the next piece that I would like to, because like, I've tried like coaching and stuff like that online, and it's tough when like the motivator is not money, and like you haven't, like, the motivator can be something that's connected to you. Like at the beginning, it was money, right? You had to get over that hump. But the next thing for me is now like deeper connections. So I like those in-person connections, right? And I like being in kind of solitude for a certain period of time to work on myself. And then like, okay, if I'm training every day and I'm boxing, maybe have like a quarterly event where we all can showcase, like we did at, you know, the 100 million mastermind, where it's like, okay, well, now what have we all been working on, right? Like now what you've been doing in silence can actually show up, and you have to show up for the people that you know, are here with, right? So it can't just be like, well, yeah, I go to these things, but I didn't take care of myself for the last 3 or 4 months, but now, you know, I'm going to take care of myself in one day. It's like, no, I want to work in silence for, you know, a certain period of time, and then have something to look forward to where I can make those deeper connections. So that's like what's inspiring to me, is like those in-person connections, and then just having something to work towards. So that's kind of the next piece. But I think we had a question though about the agency. Okay, so what was the journey of building an agency like? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a little bit of a breakdown. So insurance is a little different like than most other agencies, because the vehicle you choose is actually very important. Because somebody that, I give the analogy of like, if Lance Armstrong was, you know, riding a bike, you know, he's probably, you know, one of the best, you know, bicyclists in the world. But if the objective is, hey, let's get to a mile, and, you know, I'm driving a Ferrari and I'm going to get there faster than Lance Armstrong, right? Because it's a better vehicle. So the vehicle is just the effort that you're able to put in to get to the objective. So in insurance agency specifically, I knew that the clients that I got would be continuous clients that would create like basically a subscription based revenue source, a cash flow. So I was willing to build this clientele book of business because the servicing on the back end is a lot easier than getting new clients. So I first started in door-to-door sales in the insurance business, but then I was like, okay, well, I don't own the book of business. Somebody else owns it. So I'm going to go and start my own so I can own that asset, which is the book of business, my clients. So I didn't know anything about actually starting an insurance agency, but I just knew that I wanted to work for myself. So when I started my own insurance agency, I didn't care about anything other than getting clients. You know, so many people think about like, oh, I need to get a logo, I need to have a website, I need to have this, that, and the other thing. I didn't even have business cards. I just went and knocked on doors, you know, and if I sold something, I would write down my number on a piece of paper. I said, hey, if you need anything, give me a call, right? Because I needed clients. So the first important thing about any business or agency or anything like that is if you don't have clients, you don't have a business, right? So you can figure out everything else along the way. But if you provide something that's valuable to somebody else and a service that you actually know who your client is, you can build the agency, right? The agency, it happens after the fact. It happens after you serve people. And that's when I started actually like figuring out how to run a business, was after I had cash flow coming in so I could keep the business running. But the agency, you don't think like, I didn't think about how am I going to run a business, you know, before I started running a business. I thought about how do I get clients, and then how do the clients let me run the business, right? So I think that's like the most important piece if you're like trying to start something new, is like, how can I actually get clients? And then once I have clients, okay, well then I can systemize it and make it better and grow it and things like that. But most people think about like the wrong things, and the lifeblood of a business is the revenue, is the clients. So
in a way, when you're selling in insurance, you have some work to do in terms of like, or the company has some work to do in terms of like liaising with agencies and such after the sale, but it's primarily the sale, right? It's like primarily like being a salesperson where someone else looks after the delivery. Is that fair to say? Or
yeah. So my industry is it's a niche little industry specifically for senior citizens in healthcare, and we basically are the advisor for them to understand their options, and then we can kind of provide their option for them. So they can get like pretty much anything nowadays is like most people can do everything themselves, right? There's not really anything out here we can't like figure out for ourselves. But your job is to be a guide, right, or a mentor to somebody to help take a burden of responsibility off of their plate and let them know that you have some, like they have somebody to look to, right? Like that's what Keegan is. Keegan is a source of a burden of responsibility for you to have to go out and search all the information that Keegan already knows, right? So you can just access him, right? Instead of having to search and spend time, hours, you can just digest years of information and experiences from somebody else.
Like also the access to guys like you is really what, that's a big part of it as well. Like to build your own network of exceptional men is not that easy. That's why I felt like this was necessary, because it's so hard to find men who want to be athletic, want to be, rich, and want to continue to work on themselves. So yeah, like that's what we do. Like you go on, like it's a great model way to think about business in terms of the responsibility way you explain that stuff is really good.
Yeah, for sure. And then just like Keegan says, like when you are a person that you take seriously, like if you look at yourself and you're like, okay, I take myself seriously, I keep my word, I'm athletic, I'm smarter, I'm richer, right? Like I manage my money well, I manage my life well, I make my bed, I'm training, and you like the person you are, it's a lot easier for somebody to pass responsibility to you because they know that your word is true. Because most people out there, like I have to go through 20 different, mental gymnastics to worry about, is this person going to basically fuck me over or not? Right. And if they don't have to do that because they're like, oh, well, this person is a trustworthy person. He keeps his word. He is a person that, is honorable, has values, works hard, has work ethic. This is very important because now that individual has to do less gymnastics and says, here's the burden, right? Take my burden. I'll pay you, right? Because that peace of mind is more valuable than the money. So like, that's what I felt. My slogan of my business is peace of mind is our business, because that's pretty much all you're selling with whatever you're doing. You're giving somebody hope and peace in some sort of chaos in their life. So you're solving a problem, which is chaos, and the problem being solved is peace, right? Like, and if you can absolve that for somebody and the problem is valuable enough, we will trade that. And certain people at different stages of their lives will have different, value on certain things. An example is, right, I have the same information to help, young 20, 21, 22-year-old kids, get their health insurance. Okay. Do young guys value their health as well as maybe a 65-year-old? Probably not. They're invincible. They don't actually think that they're going to ever, have any problems. And also, too, they don't value the thing. But secondly, they don't have the resources to pay you for the information that you have. So the same information directed at the wrong person is basically a recipe for disaster, right? Because you could be frustrated because, hey, I have all this information I can give, I can provide value, but this person isn't valuing it at the exchange of what I want, right? So I was like, okay, well, I have this information. These people value that information and they have the resources to pay me, appropriately. So like directing your skill set at the wrong person is also, it's an art form in and of itself. So being able to understand, well, I could help, 18-year-old guys, get better at dating, but it's like, do 18-year-old guys actually value, a long-term relationship? And do they have money to pay me for that solution? Probably not, right? So that's just kind of how you have to think about like the vehicle you choose.
But if you're getting started, Like vehicle matters for the end success and for getting to doing something amazing. Like choosing to build villages versus choosing to support people to open gyms. Opening gyms was a limited thing because you get to one gym, it's very difficult to get to two. We're going to have one guy that's got to 4 gyms. Justin, who's going to speak here, he's got like 30 gyms that he manages, and that's exceptional. That's very rare. That's why he's going to speak to us about sales and systems. But the gyms thing is very limited relative to online training, which is less limited. We just had Dylan Fowler talking yesterday about how it's not that hard to get to $500,000 a year in an online training business. But then the villages thing, like what Nico's doing, and then you bring a world first concept out, and then you look at how you can franchise that. We're going to see these village type locations like Bali Time Chamber pop up everywhere. It's going to be like CrossFit, and it's a good thing. It's going to change the world. It can change the future of mankind. So it matters which vehicles you're going to put your energy into. But the other side of it is that there's fundamental skills, and the fundamental skills you can develop doing whichever. You can develop them with the 18-year-old kids with the dating. You can have good systems of retention and outreach and sales and your marketing funnel and all that stuff. And then you go from applying that to 18-year-old guys who can't get a girl to retired women who are lonely, who have tons of money and want to it's exactly the same skill set, and then you make a lot more money with it. So, and you can serve both if you want. If this is not just about being, I'm personally very purpose driven. Like my business was born out of purpose, and all the businesses that I help people to build are born out of the purpose of let's solve something. For me, it's the economy of solutions. Now, clearly, Matt is also providing a solution with what he's delivering around the healthcare system, but he's got an itch and a desire to build another kind of solution and enter into that economy of solutions in another way. So if you're in a strong position because you made a bunch of money, then you can do whatever you want as well. You can give scholarships. I've done a lot of scholarships for guys within my programs. ATG for Coaches had a bunch of scholarships. I'm not sure if you've seen Aziz. He just joined Uncommon Success. He's got 100,000 followers. He's in Tunisia. And I offered him a scholarship to join ATG for Coaches. I knew in Tunisia it was more difficult to have it was $100 a month. And it's more difficult to have $100 a month in Tunisia than it is in the Western world. He's now the most influential athletic coach in Tunisia. He quit university because I gave him that scholarship. So that I think it was 50% off, and that allowed him to get into the program. He now has 100,000 followers. He's now making some money online. We want to go to the next level with that. He wants to have a village in Tunisia. He also wants to travel the world. But I was able to give him that opportunity with the scholarship because the business works. You can do whatever you want. You can help as many people as you want, but like put yourself into a strong position. Now Matthew has the position of like, I've got a lot of possibility. How am I going to use this? And that was how I felt in 2021. And to me, from my soul, from wherever it came from, the thing of the villages, it came into my life, and that opened the next chapter for me. So each of us have these chapters. We've got to build the skills. And just because we're talking about money doesn't mean that it always has to be about money. I'm always going to give these scholarships. I'm always looking for opportunities to give to 16-year-olds. The youngest guy in the program now is 14.
Yeah, I think so. In regards to like the skills, for sure. Like obviously everyone, we have to acquire those skills, and they can be directed, later on in life at bigger objectives, right? When you have the financial ability to not worry about how my bills are going to be paid, obviously you can think a little bit further. It's like the hierarchy of needs, right? Once you get over, having to pay for the needs of your life, then you can move into the wants, right? But the reason why I'm talking specifically about the skill acquisition at the beginning should be directed towards something that is valuable enough to get you out of that place as soon as possible. So it's like, I know a lot of people that are a lot smarter than me. They work a lot harder than me, but they're still kind of grinding their gears all the time because they're just in the wrong vehicle, and they have better skills than me, maybe in certain areas, but they haven't been able to understand that the finance portion of it allows you to move up and think deeper about the next game you're able to play, instead of just keep playing the same game of, okay, well, I'm acquiring all these skills. I'm getting better, but I'm putting it in the wrong vehicle, because now I'm still basically, trying to figure out like, how do I pay my bills every month, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, if you can, like, if your sales is an important skill for everybody to have, but like, if you're selling something that's worth $100 versus like, why don't you get good at selling something that's worth $5,000 or $10,000, right? It requires the same skills, but it allows you to get over that financial threshold, and then use the freedom that the money allows you to do to now maybe direct it at something that's more meaningful to you. At the beginning, insurance wasn't like the most meaningful thing to me, but it's still meaningful in the sense that I get purpose out of helping people. And now, because it funded my life, I'm able to do things that are more deeply meaningful and connecting to more people, because I have that security of the financial side. So I'm able to think deeper. So yeah, financial is very important. It's not the only thing, but when people say like money's not important, they, first off, that's a bad way to think of it, because nothing solves all problems, right? You'll always have problems. But if you can't put food on your table, you can't provide for your family, you can't travel the way you want, you can't live where you want, those are solved by money. So yeah, it solves a lot of problems. And if you can solve the base problems first, then you can start thinking about the bigger problems and the philosophical problems of life. But you need to get the base foundation right first, which is managing your money. So yes, gain all the skills, but also understand, how to maximize your money, so you can think deeper.
This is the Claire Graves. If you go to the Spiral course, those are in the pro game, the Spiral Dynamics course, the Claire Gravesian model of psychology. He was a lecturer, a professor above Maslow. Maslow's hierarchy of needs are well known, but the Spiral Dynamic, within that system, it's understood that only when you understand entrepreneurship and you can do well in entrepreneurship can you really start to look after the collective good, and then be able to get to another level above that. And so that is the place that's exciting to get to. That's like when the business is really working, it's like, okay, now what are you going to do that's interesting? I had that conversation with Dylan Fowler yesterday. I had it with Tim Frey this morning. I had it with Ben Patrick, some years ago when it was clear that this is going to be really successful. It's like, okay, well, what are you going to do? And so now he's building the Common Sense University. He's got a new project, new land that he's building with that. Nico got to the point with his online app and his gym where he's making some money with that. So it's like, all right, what are you going to do? I think he was kind of bored with things. He wasn't really training, and the Bali Time Chamber project gave him life again. It was like, okay, now I've got purpose again. Now I've got a mission. And it was because we went and spent that time together. And, I look forward to more time with Matt. I think, with Sebastian as well. Like, I love having that conversation of what is your greatest gift, and what are you going to get out there? And when you continue to ask yourself that, it's you get an answer. And it can be difficult for you to ask yourself that or understand what it is. If it's if you have too much stress or financial stress, it can also be that you know what it is. I think Sebastian Ulrichsen, you kind of know what it is, but you haven't yet built the skills. You haven't yet put yourself in a position where you can execute on what it is that you want to do. But that's the fun of it as well. Like when I was in my early 20s, I knew I wanted to do something like what I'm doing now, but I had never had a business before. I had no money. I had no network. I was sick. Like I hadn't had any success in life. So I couldn't do it when I was in my early 20s. But as you build the skills, you hold on to that vision of, well, what would I create if I could?
Yeah. And so I answer the question. He said, how much money, did you have before you started helping other people? And I'll ask that. But when it comes to like what Keegan's talking about, of like, he knew what he wanted, right? Like, so there's this like, there's a pull because you see something that you want, right? You have a belief that you desire this thing, right? The desire's over here, but then like the frustration is I don't have it yet, right? Like that is a gift, and these are things that men like us, we have to understand. It's not burden. It's a gift of that pull, that tension, because it's an emotion. So if I have this desire of okay, my life, I want it to look like it is, now that's how I felt too. So Keegan was saying the same thing. Like I have a vision of how my life could be, and I have a frustration of it not being there yet. So this is like a pull of a strong tension, and the ability to point that tension is what will make you successful. And that comes from training, that comes from impulse control, it comes from controlling your emotions, and it becomes direction instead of chaos. Because with that tension, you have this desire of what you want, and then this frustration. That's the biggest gift. Like even when I was doing handstand push-ups the other day, I get frustrated because I don't have it yet, but it motivates me every single time because I'm like, oh, damn, I see this thing. So, but I have enough impulse control to work on it and point it in the direction that I want, versus like, if I have this frustration, I have this dream, but I have no impulse control of what I do every day, my decision-making process. Well, what's going to happen is you're going to aim that frustration in a negative light, like drugs, gambling, spending money on dumb things, because you don't have the impulse control to direct that emotion or that tension to what you want. So that is the biggest gift that you can have, is a strong tension, right? Most successful people that I talk to usually have a very strong tension, but the thing that separates the successful from the unsuccessful that end up jail, broken, homeless, whatever it may be, is the impulse control to direct that strong emotion. So that's the gift that you've been given, is that emotional tension. So your job, why I connect so deeply with Keegan, is the ability to control those emotions. Mm-hmm. Practices you recommend to like literally training your emotions. Like I was the most chaotic person ever because I grew up in this chaotic household, so my brain was like naturally driven to chaos. But your job as a man is to control the chaos. I literally have a tattoo that says calm through chaos, like the Stoic philosophy, because our job as men is to bring order. That's all our job is to do, because the world is chaotic. And if you can bring calm to your finances, your family, your fitness, your mind, your body, then we will all be in harmony and peace, and we all can achieve that together. But like some of the practices I do are obviously training, doing something very difficult every day, controlling my emotions, understanding why they exist, educating myself. So like I become smarter. I educate myself on why my brain acts the way it does, and so I can understand it. So I understand, I implement, which is, I train, I take cold showers every day. I do something difficult where I can quiet that monkey brain, right? That old school brain that's telling me that it needs to survive, versus like the logical brain of saying, no, you don't have to, you're not going to die being cold. You're going to be okay. So every time you do something difficult, you tell your brain that you're in control, versus the little bitch brain that's telling you, hey, there's a lion coming to eat you. So there's practices that you do every day, like keeping your house order, making your bed, keeping your life in order, not spending your money on dumb things, doing something that maybe your brain's telling you is scary, like maybe trying something new, talking to people, making sales. Nobody's going to kill you if you ask them for money, right? They're like, okay, maybe I don't want to buy that thing, but you're not going to die. So when you overcome that fear, every single time I knocked on a door, I gained a little bit of courage. So it's not like I got rid of the fear, but you gain courage. You gain strength over that little bitch brain that you have. And that's how I call it. I say, okay, I'm not trying to get rid of those emotions, but I'm trying to control them and gain courage over them. That's your job. Okay. So every day when you do something like this, I mean, this is new to me, coaching and talking to people. I'm gaining a little courage. I'm not the best at it. I'm never going to be the best at anything, but I'm always trying to push myself to be a little bit better. And that takes over. Like even this morning, I had self-doubts of like, what do I have to provide? Right. Why do people want to talk to me? Right. But every time I do it, I'm like, okay, well, I didn't die. I gained a little bit of something. I gained connections. And the little bitch brain calmed down for a moment, right?
By some metrics, Matt, to be the most successful man that you're going to speak to on this event, there's different ways to measure success, obviously, but you see that there's always going to be the challenges, the dialogue, the next step. That's how it should be. And on some level, we're all perfect, and the soul is always calm. The soul has nothing to worry about. The soul goes on, is my understanding. But the other side also matters. The material, the ego, we need to address those things. And that side, there will always be, more to do, and that's how we progress ourselves, how we develop ourselves. And I hope that, seeing someone who's like, it's always going to be the same. You guys, I'm looking at Zach here, as a young man, you've been very successful. You've traveled the world. You're a world champion. You got people who care about you all over the place. You're super strong, and you want to get the money, right? You want to get to the next level with business now. Like we've got you. You've seen the possibilities of that. But then when you get it, you're going to be like Matt. You're going to be like me. You're going to be like, there's still going to be more, and that's the fun of it. That's the material existence. On some level, everything's always good. There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing to be fearful of. But there's this other side of like, okay, well, what else can I do with this in this material existence? And it's deeply built into us. It might not be deeply built into everybody, but it's deeply built into us to seek mastery and to find that next thing that we can master. And when there's nothing to seek mastery in, life becomes unlivable. And that's where most men are living at the moment. It's an unlivable life because they don't know what they're seeking mastery in.
Yeah. And just to kind of on top of that, like how I was able to kind of figure that out for myself is when I was 22 years old, thrown into door-to-door sales. Well, I actually started talking to senior citizens every day. So 65, 70-year-old people. And I thought, because it's what we're taught, like, oh, I'm going to learn all the wisdoms of the world from, these senior citizens, right? They know, they have it figured out. But what I ended up finding out was like 99% of people have just lived a terrible existence, and they didn't know what problems to solve, or they were trying to solve the wrong problems. So I was like, how do I end up reverse engineering what other people have not done correctly? And because the goal is to live a long, fulfilling life, full of prosperity. And you're in a position now, whoever is on this call, like you are here because you understand the game of life is to live a good life financially, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, the relationships that you build, right? So if you can reverse engineer, like this is the tool that I give my clients is like, well, what do you actually don't want? Because life there's millions and millions of ways to live a good life, right? There's infinite of ways in the external world to have, beautiful things, right? And it can get overwhelming when you don't know what you want, because there's millions and millions of ways to be successful. But there's really only a handful of ways to guarantee that you will be unsuccessful, right? So it's a lot easier to avoid pains than move towards pleasures that are not very clear. Does that make sense? So if you can directly correlate, like, okay, what are the guaranteed ways that your life will be terrible at 65 years old? Like, okay, I won't be fit. I won't be healthy. I won't have good relationships. Nobody will respect me. I won't have any financial, ability to move and take care of my family and provide. Like, if you can start looking at that version of you and say, what is the absolute worst version of this person, right? And then all you have to do is close all of those possibilities. How do I guarantee that I will not be in that position? And then just close all those doors. And then basically what will happen is it will open up a vast world of possibilities. Instead of looking at an unclear future of so many possibilities and not really pulling you, it's very easy when you just close all of those other doors and then just say, I'm just going to go over this way. And then I promise you, you'll end up finding out like, oh shit, I didn't even know this existed, but that's cool. But because I closed all those doors, because I took care of my money, I took care of my relationships, I became a person that controls their emotions. I became a person that knows how to manage their money, maximize the things that are important to you in the external world. And I closed all the things that would guarantee my unsuccess. Like, it became a lot easier to look at the brighter side of things by just avoiding those things that will guarantee a bad life, right? So I think that was always a motivator for me, because I saw a lot of people that just lived lives that I thought were, painful, and I'm more motivated by pain. So
stop doing things you're not proud of is pretty good. Is a pretty good frame. One of the things that we will come into Uncommon Success. If you get something that you're not proud of, you wouldn't want to tell everyone else here, okay, this is what I do every day. Stop doing it, because it's, even though people can't see it, it's like it's displayed by you. It's clear that you're doing things that you're not proud of. So stop doing those things. Replace things that you are proud of doing. See what happens. It doesn't take too long before circumstances change significantly. And
it becomes such like, it's so wild that our brain will literally pull us towards the things that, they'll start showing up. Like, they'll just start existing, right? Like, when you start doing the things that you're proud of, and then you only look at things that are pointing you towards that, right? It's so much easier than like trying to avoid all of the fuckery that you get into, and you're like, okay, well, fuck, this doesn't feel good. I have to calm that down. It's like, nah, just eliminate it. I wanted to go back to that money question that you said. Well, what was the dollar amount when it became a point where you started giving? I don't like thinking of things in dollar amounts. Like, there's a lot of people out there, and this is just the way that I look at my life. Different people have different KPIs, right? Key performance indicators. My key performance indicator was always, if I have more money coming in than going out, then that was the number one objective. So like, the dollar amount per se was never really an important thing for me, other than, can I live X amount of time doing nothing without ever having to worry about money again? So that was a combination of two things. The combination of, how do I figure out, like, what do I actually need? Because we think we need more than what we actually do. So like, I lived well below my means. I lived in one of my rental properties, had basically no expenses. I could live, on $500 a month, eating rice and, chicken every day. And my life was still good. So when you get to that point, and then you can also, so you lower all your expenses to figure out like actually what you need. And then at the same time, increase your skills, increase your earning capacity, increase your, net worth. You're basically creating this disparity of time, right? Where you can think deeper. So when you can get to a point where you're like, I think like the most meaningful number for me was probably like having like $100,000 in the bank, because I was like, at that point, I'm like, I could probably live for like 2 years and never even have to do anything, and that allowed me to serve higher, make more money, because I no longer was like so concerned about, having to go do that thing, right? When you had to go knock on doors, it's pretty tough. But when it's like, it kind of becomes like a game, it's like, oh, okay, I can actually go serve people. I can actually just go like, I have something valuable. I can go talk to these people, versus like, I have to go knock on doors. It's a big difference. But that's the combination of like lowering all of the things that you need, right? But simultaneously, still increasing the skills, increasing the income. It's like, Most people just try and like increase the income, but they keep spending more and more and more as they go up. And I'm like, that's a terrible solution to actually, if you want to create, financial freedom and feel and serve at the best level. I actually saw this, a quick little story. When I was growing up, when I was in my 20s, my ex-girlfriend, she was the manager of a hospital, and she did a lot of residency training and putting on events for the doctors. And there was these two doctors that were, top tier doctors, but they were both becoming doctors within the next year or so. But if you know anything about residents, they don't really get paid much money, but they're working with doctors, so they see how people are spending their money. And the one doctor, the resident, was like always trying to keep up with the other doctors and was complaining about how much money he made, and he was basically just always kind of in debt because he was trying to keep up with all the other doctors. And the other doctor was just focusing on, like, I need to become the best doctor. I don't really care how much money. And like, he was living well below his means, even at $50,000 a year. And then I saw later on, when they both became doctors, they both started making, a lot more money. The doctor that was always trying to keep up with the pace of what everybody else was doing, well, he had to keep making more money because he was spending all the money to keep up with everybody else, right? And he was trying to keep up the pace that he thought he needed to. Versus the other doctor, he just kept focusing on improving himself. He made more money. He's a multimillionaire now, and he can work whenever he wants, and he provides a better service to his clients and his patients because he's able to manage his money. He doesn't need the external things. He has the ability to have as much external things as he wants, but he's actually a better doctor now because he was focusing on bettering his craft and managing the money appropriately versus trying to just keep up with external things. So if you can do that, you're able to serve at a higher level, right? And who would you rather work with? Would you rather work with somebody that like needs to pay their bills, so like they're just going to be hustling to make more money, or the person that's doing it purely out of enjoyment and mastery? I'd rather work with a person that's trying to gain mastery, me personally. So that's the ability to manage the money appropriately so you can serve at a higher level. That was always my objective.
Love it. That's a lot to ponder. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, the thing of I never wanted to be stuck behind the debt either, and that decision of I'm not going to spend so much that I can't live the way I want is a powerful thing. I would encourage most men should just live in a caravan or sleep in their car until they get to at least 10 grand. Most men I speak to don't have 10 grand in the bank. If you're in the Western world, you don't have 10 grand in the bank. Like you got psyoped into being a slave. Like it's a level of stupidity that's not stupidity. It's brainwashing to get to that point.
It's but when you take responsibility for yourself and say like, okay, I'm here now, that's fine, but like question why you got there. Because if you never question like, why did I spend all this money on shit, right? Like obviously I've made more than $10,000. Like why did I spend money on all this stuff, right? Why do I not have money? Like if you start asking yourself a deeper question, then you can be like, that wasn't actually my decision. Somebody else put that into my brain that I needed that thing. Let me take that back. Let me take control back. And the moment you take control back and say, I don't actually need that thing, that was the most powerful thing, because we're all here because we want autonomy over our life. But like, if you don't have $10,000 and you're in the Western world, like you said, and you're over the age of like 23, right? Like you have to question why that is, right? And you have to ask yourself, like, was that truly my decision? And if you don't think and if you genuinely think it was, think deeper, because most of the time it probably wasn't. It was implanted there by society, something else that was not really something you needed. So that's an important thing to, what Keegan's talking about. Like you have to actually ask yourself a deeper question and ponder on that.
You can go and wash cars on the weekend. I made $100 and something washing cars when I was 8 years old. You can have $10,000 by washing cars on a weekend. and within a couple of years, you're going to have that in cash. Just, you have to do that until you get it. You'll figure out something better than washing cars, but it's literally that ridiculously solvable to be able to have some cash. I don't know why it was wired into me, but I kept cash in my drawer from when I was about 8 years old. Like something in me already said, like, okay, you need to have some cash. I think it was because it's seeing the stress of my parents, of like, they were fighting about it, worried about it, and they weren't too bad. And most of the time it wasn't too bad, but I could see, I think I already just worked it out that people weren't living the way they wanted to live. They were living the way they felt like they had to live to get this money stuff. So I was just like, oh, if I just keep some of it in my drawer, I'd have to be like everybody else. And it's still true. It's still true. And if you didn't get that wired in early on, the stuff with Paul really helped, you know, the Elite Money Club content. If you haven't been through that, you're in the pro game, definitely recommend it. But his philosophy, Matt, is just buy stuff that you think is going to be more valuable in the future, or at least retain its value, and never sell it. Never look to trade it. Just continually accumulate things that you think will increase in value or hold their value. And that in itself is like quite a foreign philosophy, especially when you start thinking about like buying crypto and stuff. Like everyone's thinking like get in, get out. When you have that get in, get out mentality, it's really stressful. Whereas if you have the idea of, I'm just going to keep buying more properties all around the world, like it's unlikely that they're all going to get liquidated, that they're all going to turn to dust, or that, you know, that all the countries are going to have despotic governments. It's like it gets more and more in your favor in time. Like either silver's going to hold its value, or Bitcoin's going to hold its value, or real estate's going to hold its value, and you just gradually, like little by little, and then you get yourself out of that position of coercion where you're going to get held over a barrel and say, hey, put this thing in your blood, or make this decision, or don't say this or say that. We need the money. So thank you very much, Matt, for helping us to understand that more. And you have that influence on me. You know, I don't wear the watch and the jewelry, but I'm aspiring to that position that you've got to, of really designing your life. And it's something I still need to work towards. I put a lot of effort and energy into building the purpose that I value. But there's a balance between the purpose and really spending your days and doing the things that you want as well. And my business would probably go better if I put more time into learning languages and playing the games with my children that I want to play with them, and pushing my athletic ability to the next level. Like I sacrifice those things in an effort to make my product work better and to grow the business, grow the network, make it more valuable. And maybe it works in reverse, So you make me question that in a good way, and I really appreciate everything that you've shared there with us today. Look forward to spending more time together soon. Yeah,
perfect.
Finish.
And one last thing, I'm actually going to post the link. I'll post in the chat. It's important to understand that we all have different main like motivators of who we are, right? And I did a lot of research after the fact, figuring out like why I act a certain way, and what is one of my main drivers. And for me, it is movement, right? Like I like the ability of new things, variety, things like that, versus some people might prefer mastery, right? That's more of so for instance, movement is more like a dopamine driven individual, and mastery is more of like a serotonin driven individual. And then there's testosterone and estrogen driven motivators, and each one of us have different main core individual like core pieces about who we are, and that is our genetic, right? And then if we're going against our biology because we don't understand how our biology is, right, it's important to kind of know what you're driven by. So Helen Fisher, she's a biologist, evolution psychologist. She created a test. Basically, there's 4 things, which is basically shows you if you're dopamine driven, serotonin driven, testosterone or estrogen driven, and like kind of gives you your order. It's a very quick test, but if you can do this, I'll post the link in here. And it's an important test to do just to kind of understand when you, not only for yourself, but when you talk to other people, you can kind of gauge what's important to them, so you can serve them what they value most, versus like I value movement, but like maybe somebody values mastery, or they value love and connections, right, more. So like you can cater what you're trying to offer them specifically to that individual. but it's important to understand that we all are different. We're all unique. First, understand yourself, and then how to understand other people. So I'll post that down in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you. It'd be cool
All
to the scores and results coming in on that as well.
All right, thank you guys.
We're staying in Florida, actually. Zach is also in Florida. You guys should connect. Zach is in the Orlando area. He's an expert in knee rehabilitation, but the body in general. You guys would have a great session together. Matt trains super hard. He's working on his boxing. Actually, Zach's been getting into his fighting, kickboxing, MMA. Which one is it? All that?
Muay Thai.
Oh, it's Muay Thai. All right, I was close. One of them. But yeah, so Zach, I think, connected during the real movement time, maybe through the connection when Ben Patrick was delivering tons of value into real movement as a kind of volunteer to support the growth of real movement and to help the coaches, which eventually became the ATG for Coaches. Zach is one of the leaders in the ATG for Coaches network, one of the top guys, and he really took on that study of the ATG method and made it his own, dealing with tough cases in knee rehabilitation. He's got athletes coming to him from around the world to fix their knees, particularly post ACL. He's also living the lifestyle by design to a level that most personal trainers never do. We started working together. I believe Zach was still in college and he was thinking about, what's going to come next. And he started training some guys in the park, and then the park got pretty full, and then he rented some gym space, and then the gym space thing was going pretty well. And now he's got to that rare place in business. Generally, this journey takes about 4 years, 3 years maybe, to get to this point for Zach, because he's been extremely diligent and consistent. And there's inspiration in the detail that Zach's going to share around the method, but it's also important to see the story and the possibility, and consider for yourself who would you become with 3 years of diligent action towards your area of mastery of value. So Zach is well and truly in the economy of solutions. He has a great solution, and the word is spreading. He's doing a good job of spreading it. Also got to spend a bunch of time in Bali Time Chamber earlier this year and in Thailand, and has realized that he can live wherever he wants and do whatever he wants, which is a great place to get to in life. So if you can turn your cameras on to just show Zach your face here to start. I know you don't have to keep it on the whole time if you're whatever, but it's good to see the faces and show some energy. Zach's taking some time out today to share some wisdom. Thank you so much, brother, and welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, Ben. It's my pleasure to be here. So appreciate you guys taking the time to listen. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you guys are all coming from across the world. Like Keegan said, I've kind of gotten into some of the ATG, the knees over toes methodology, kind of early on. I've spent a lot of time with Ben, and have really kind of taken that and molded that and tried to apply that into my own training, into my own business. And that has really become
somehow it just got muted out there. You might have.
There we go. Good start. But really, so just taking those principles and methodologies and building a brand around that, a personal brand around that. And so that's kind of what Keegan has asked me to talk about today, kind of building that niche brand specifically in the fitness space. And so honestly, I wanted to start off with talking about that term niche is something that I really have come to dislike. Honestly, I think it's one that has become a little bit overused, a little bit bastardized in this space in general. There's something that kind of, when I think about it, at least, it kind of conjures up images of a formulaic sit-down worksheet, writing obscure details of this kind of make-believe mythical person that is going to be the one special avatar that is going to be the person that you're going to work with and is going to carry you to the promised land of kind of business success in the fitness space. And while I do think there is some value in trying to identify that person that you're trying to work with, to me, that concept has always felt somewhat limiting, somewhat restrictive, of we're trying to exclude all of these people and just hone in on this one specific person. And oftentimes one of the biggest problems with that is we're not trying to pick somebody that is specific to us. We're trying to pick someone that's in like a good business model. And so then we end up trying to talk to this person who we don't really know, we don't really understand, we're not really passionate about. And so for me, the flip, the narrative that I would like to focus on is focusing on the skill set that you need to have rather than the who that you're trying to talk to, the what versus the who. And so if we can think about this as a niche is a problem and not a person, to me, that makes it much more interesting, much more engaging, and much more expansive as well, of what problem can I solve as well as I can possibly solve it. Again, coming back to that mastery idea that Matthew was just kind of finishing up on, how good can I get at this one specific problem? And then who all can I serve with that? So for me, I've really gotten into this like kind of ACL space in particular. So taking a lot of the knees over toes stuff, which is obviously very built around helping people with knee injuries or knee issues, and gone very specific with that, gone a little bit deeper with that into ACL, meniscus, MCL, return to sports stuff. So just a slightly kind of deeper level or a higher level of problem with people. But what that's allowed me to do is by focusing on that skill set or that problem, it's allowed me to work with a very diverse clientele. So I've gone from 12-year-old soccer players that have come in off of an ACL to a 52-year-old dad disc golf player who's had knee issues 9-10 years ago. And so by focusing on that problem that I'm trying to solve rather than the person, it allows me to get both of those, versus if I'm trying to do just Susie soccer mom, who's a 35-year-old mom with 2 kids, a minivan, and like plays soccer on the weekends, like trying to go after the avatar in that like traditional sense that we think of from niche branding and things like that, I would miss both of those. And so for me, this makes this much more expansive as well, versus what skills can I stack onto myself? What problems can I solve? And then if you want to be a generalist later, you can, but start by going deep. Start by solving one problem as deeply as you can. And then that allows you to break into a higher echelon, a higher threshold of kind of status, of reputation, of credibility that then you can expand elsewhere. So for me, I've been in this space for kind of 2-3 years or so. Like Keegan said, I've been able to kind of carve out and build my own business in this space. But on social media, I'm also starting to I've had people like Saquon Barkley, Joe Rogan, Casey O'Neill, Kamal Miller, Liam Harrison, all of these people that are kind of following me and that I've reached out to and kind of spoken with personally and engaged with on social media, all from kind of building a brand, a reputation, an authority, a credibility around this one specific problem, again, rather this one specific person. And so then once you can get very good at that one thing, that then allows you to kind of expand and go other places. So if I think of Ben Patrick as well, the knees over toes guy, like he came in again, literally by trying to solve one specific problem, right? Trying to solve these knee issues. But then now he's coaching coaches with ATG for coaches. He's got equipment lines. He's got shoe stuff. He's got all of these different things, versus if he tried to solve all of these different problems at one single time when he first started, chances are they probably all would have been less successful than they are now. So by picking this one thing, this one problem, this one skill set that you feel like you can solve very, very well for people, that then allows you to reach that kind of wider clientele, that wider client base. But then if you do want to become a generalist later, or if you want to be able to have a more wide-ranging reach, that comes from stacking skills one at a time, going very, very hard on one thing for 6 months, a year, 2 years, whatever it is, and then moving on to the next, where that by that method, you can stack skills over time and become extremely valuable, become a little bit more of a generalist, not getting pigeonholed into one thing, like what can often happen with some of this focusing on a niche stuff, right? You become like the soccer guy or whatever it is. You can kind of level up and get above that and then expand outwards by focusing on one kind of single thing at a time. And so just taking the time to really go deep on what problem is it that you want to solve? What if I came up to you right now and gave you your perfect clients, what kind of person could you solve with your eyes closed right now? If somebody came up and I've got this issue, oh, boom, you could just rattle it off. Boom, boom, boom. You need to do X, Y, Z. Like that is the thing that you can kind of double down on and really focus on, and become the centerpiece of you, your brand, your training, your clientele, that then allows everything to kind of build and to level up and to grow. So for me, I'm not exclusive to everybody else. I still work with soccer players trying to get faster, people coming off of hamstrings, low back issues. But by having this knee thing, this ACL thing as my kind of centerpiece, what I'm known for, that then allows me to just have a reputation in the space, both locally and online, that allows everything else to kind of spin off of that, to kind of grow off of that. And so that concept of being known for something is something that I really, really like and think that is really, really valuable. Of what would you want to be known for? Of if somebody else was telling their friend about you and you weren't there, what is the one thing that you would want them to say about you? Of, oh, this is my friend, he does XYZ. If it was even more of like an elevator pitch, if you're meeting me in an elevator and you've got 10 seconds to tell me what it is that you do, I'm blank, I'm so-and-so, and I do, what is it? Like, what is that one thing that you really want to be known for? And not a title, not I'm a personal trainer, but again, for me, like, I can help fix people with knee injuries. I can help fix your ACL. I can be the person that you've gone to 3, 4, 5 physical therapists, doctors, and not been able to see the results that you want to get. Your knee is still messed up for whatever reason. I can be the last stop on your journey. I can be the one that can fix that, kind of like once and for all. And so what is the thing that you want to be known for in that space, whether it's in the fitness space, whether it's in the business space, finance space, like what is that? But that skill stacking thing, what do you want to be known for, is a question that to me is much more engaging, much more exciting than who is my avatar, like what is your niche, like things like that. Again, to me, it feels more expansive, more growth minded, rather than very exclusive and very limiting. And so for me, getting into this space in particular, I found this very almost accidentally. I kind of fell into this stuff. So I was using a lot of Ben Patrick stuff, the knees over toes guy. Like Keegan said, come from the collegiate strength and conditioning space. I've got a bachelor's and a master's degree in kinesiology. Was going a lot of the traditional routes of interning in local colleges. I've coached in 3 different collegiate weight rooms, got into the private sports performance facility, the private sector, have done kind of all of those different things and didn't love any of those. And so then finally, when I got into kind of branched out on my own, started doing stuff at the local park, was really taking anybody who would show up, anybody who would come and pay me money in order to train them. I had guys that were paying me $20 a week for sessions, and we're out there dragging a sandbag and a couple of dumbbells in the park. And so it's not like I set out to carve out this kind of ACL niche, but it's with the skill set that I had with a lot of the ATG stuff, with the knees over toes stuff, that somebody would come out to me who had knee pain, who were able to kind of successfully get to where they want to go. They tell a friend who's got a little bit worse knee pain, who tells a friend who had an ACL a few years ago, who then tells a friend. And it's just that snowballing effect of being able to get results with people in that specific category that just kind of organically grew from there into now having this be the centerpiece of my training and of my business, of being the things that I really, really focus on. And so that organic growth piece, or that problem solving piece, again, is something that I think is very important. So for the young coaches and stuff like that out there, the whole point of this is not to have you finish this and be like, look, try and sit down and decide what your niche needs to be straight away. But it's more so of starting to think about what is that skill set that I need to have to be able to, again, be known for something, to be able to start to build a brand around. Who is it that I would like to be working with? And understanding that this is a long process. So for me, again, this is not something that I set out to decide immediately of, hey, this is what I want to be doing. This is the person that I want to work for straight away. But by working with as many different people as I can, kind of taking all comers, whoever would be willing to come and train with me, and then whittling that down into the person that you feel like you could help the most, that you could have the most success with. And then kind of building from there. Does that all kind of make sense? And so another thought with that is, if this is something that you're struggling to figure out, again, what your niche is, where you want to be focusing on, a mantra that I've heard before that I like is that the struggle becomes a story of the things that you have personally struggled with the most in your past, the things that you have overcome, whether that's weight loss, whether that's injury, these sorts of things, like those are the things that you are the most equipped to be able to kind of share with people and help other people go through. And again, coming back to the Ben Patrick example, right, of having the worst knees of anyone of all time, and now having a $1 million business around helping people fix their knees. And so I think that concept as well is something that when you're trying to figure out a niche, trying to figure out a brand, picking something that is authentic to you is always going to be more effective than, again, that's sitting down with a pen and paper and trying to write out all of the character traits of some soccer mom who you trying to help lose 20 pounds, but going to something that is, again, a little bit more specific to you, a little bit more personal to you, to then focus on mastering solving that problem will allow you to kind of level up and to grow from there.
Can we pause for a second and explore those, like what are the biggest things that you have put at least sort of 6 months into being good at? And oftentimes we reject the things that we've put a lot of effort into in the past if we're not as interested in them right now, but sometimes they're really key. That was the first presentation of the workshop, was Lyndon talking about his background as a builder. As a builder, he didn't want to be a builder anymore, so he turned his back on that. But it was really his building ability that means that the Vanuatu project could go ahead, and it's a key part of what we're doing now. So even though you might not want one of the things that you developed in the past, it might still be a key to the future. I'd love to see some stuff there that you guys have done, because there's always a treasure chest. And people say this, well, what would I monetize about my past? I was talking to a model here yesterday, and he's sort of asking that question. I just don't think there's anything I can turn into a business. I say, every problem you've solved in your life, someone else is making money from. They look at things through an entrepreneurial lens. And Zach went through the Elite Money Club journey with us as well, where you understand about the entrepreneurial self. Most people, that self has not been cultivated and grown and supported. But we all have these things. So what are these things? I want to see them in the chat box. Peter, Niels, Yanni. You know, I know Yanni's done a lot of work with the kettlebells. Max, you've done work with ATG. Stick with things long enough that you get to have a decent degree of mastery of them, that you're better than 99% of people at it. It's not difficult to be better than 99% of people at anything, because 99% of people are not trying at whatever it is that you're talking about. So let's list some of them, because it can show like all of those things are monetizable, and they don't have to be the one thing that you offer. It can be that when someone works with you, they have access to everything that you've done, that you do. Like, that's my style of business, is I put it all on the table and we can have a discussion about anything that I do. You can offer that in group, or you can offer it in one-on-one, and it can be all the things that you've done. Sebastian Albrechtsen, I know it's you put a lot of work into soccer. Peter, you're I guess a helicopter mechanic.
Hey Keegan, you there? Bobby?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. It's interesting. It's sometimes it's trying to identify that skill set which is can be useful in the world, and I guess that's an issue I have myself.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, don't count them out before you even acknowledge them. That's the thing. No one would be interested in this, I won't mention it. No one would be interested in that, I won't mention it. And then you become invisible to the world. You don't exist in the economy of solutions because you discounted your whole life's work. Like, does that make any sense? Why would you do that? Just because you don't have entrepreneurial skill to be able to get your skills and monetize them doesn't mean you discount all the skills and everything that you've done with your life up to this point and think, okay, I have to start from zero, as if I'm a 16-year-old kid who's just gone onto, some website and like, okay, I'm going to start a social media agency, or I'm going to send someone DMs. No, you've got a lifetime of experience. You worked in rugby, you've got those connections, you've got, it's everybody has stuff, and especially the older you are, you've done things. All of them are monetizable. The thing of being able to monetize is a skill in itself. So you have to learn the skill of sales. You have to learn the skill of putting an offer together. You have to learn the skill of delivering a product, and you can learn their universal skills that are separate to whatever else that you've done. You combine those two things together, and you can never be poor again. You can't be enslaved.
Yeah, I understand. I'm fully aware. I'm fully aware that you get to a certain point in life, and then you realize that you've been selling yourself your whole life.
Yeah, exactly. You're happy to sell yourself to an employer, but you're not happy to sell yourself to anyone who's not an employer. If they're not going to give you a job, then you won't offer them anything. So you don't exist in the economy of solutions. You exist at the level of the servant. You don't exist at the level of the merchant.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Socially engineered. We're going to, that's where we get to later on today with the discussion with Paul. I didn't understand this stuff. I knew there was something wrong with the system and I didn't want to be part of it. But Paul put words to it that helped me to understand, well, yeah, it's by design. It's by design that you discount everything that you spent your life doing, and it's by design that you don't know how to offer that to someone else.
Yeah.
And it takes years.
So can I ask Zach, what was the skill that he identified to do what he's done?
The first
I'm talking
one,
about sorry. Holy shit, I forgot. Sorry, Zach.
You're good. The first one would be honestly just like coaching, the art of coaching. Before I got into any of the things that I'm doing, I was coaching in, like I said, a handful of different weight rooms, coaching teams before I had certifications, like just the actual communication and dialogue with people, getting them to do the things that you want them to do, to buy in, to be able to have that connection with people, to learn how to coach and cue and get people to move. That was the first one, I think, of just that ability to interact. And then the second is definitely the ATG stuff. But really just going deep on that. There's a lot of people that are in the ATG for coaches and stuff like that now. But I met Ben in early kind of 2019 before he really blew up on Rogan and on Mark Bell and things like that. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to go and train with him in his gym in Clearwater when he was still there, because he was just a few hours away in Orlando. And so getting to interact with him face to face, getting to see all the stuff that he was doing with his guys in the gym was one very motivating in and of itself, of seeing like the level that these guys were at and the amount of work that had to be done on my end in order to get to that point. But then from that, really kind of going deep on everything that he's got, going through all of the articles that he's ever written, all of that stuff, but really trying to internalize that, understand it more than anything, and then be able to utilize that and make it my own. That would be in terms of the practical skill set, that's by far the biggest one.
I guess that gave you the confidence to take that step. And did you have anyone to get feedback from or rely on to give you some advice from there?
Him to a certain extent, but really just all the clients that I worked with, of like trying to like the direct feedback of seeing what is working and what is not. It is interesting because the space that I'm in is kind of a gray area for personal trainers and strength coaches. Like, I'm not a physical therapist or anything like that, but I work with a lot of people that are kind of coming off of serious injuries and that sort of thing. And that imposter syndrome can be there at first, but to me, it's really, from the amount of times that I've done with it, from the results that I've been able to get with these people, that's been the biggest thing that's helped me, of course, refine the process over time. Just seeing what works and what doesn't, trying to hone in on that as much as we can. But then also just giving me that confidence and that belief to continue to do the stuff that I'm doing, to put this out on social media and make content around this stuff. When there are more like medical, like authorities and experts out there, but just seeing that the results that all this stuff has gotten is definitely giving me that belief.
I think that's a key thing you said there, imposter syndrome, and I think a lot of us here probably feel that as well. I mean, you mentioned how you dealt with it, but I mean, what other things that help you get through that as well?
For me, it would probably be taking an approach or a mindset of almost of curiosity. Because even like at all of this, every step of the way, every time you get a challenge that's a little bit above the level that you've had previously, like you're always going to have that little bit of imposter syndrome of, like, can I actually do this? Am I in over my head? Like all of that stuff. And so really for me, taking that approach of being curious of, can I do something with this guy? Like, what can I do with this guy versus I have to solve all of their problems, of seeing like kind of what can we do? So one of the best cases I have of this is I had a pro soccer player who's coming off of like a pro contract in Chile, who came in off of an ACL, and there was kind of like a miscommunication where he came in much earlier than I thought he was going to. I thought he was much later in the recovery process. So he was literally still 4 weeks post-op in his big cyborg knee brace with his like agent in a suit that walks in behind him. Like, and I've never worked with a guy like this
Lost
early.
in translation.
Yeah. And so I'm like, oh shit, he's here. We're going to try and figure it out. And so like, again, just seeing like, what can we do with this guy? How can I not hurt him? And then see if we can go from there. And so we just blasted calves and tibs and did a bunch of backwards, like walking. And he felt incredible, felt better than he had with any of his other guys that he's had before, and stuck with me. And we went through that entire process together. But yeah, kind of taking that curiosity mentality, almost like David Goggins has a quote, one of many, but he always talks about like, what if, like when he's in the middle of doing something like very, very challenging of like, what if I actually could do this thing? That's I think the biggest thing that has helped me overcome that curiosity.
That's reassuring for the rest of us. So I appreciate your input there. Cheers,
absolutely.
Zach, I've got a question for you. So taking Keegan's thoughts about, you're this well of value and you may have more in your story that you could add value to people right now. And then this idea that you're presenting about being known for like the one idea, how do you, what's your experience with that in terms of like social media, in terms of finding like niching down on social media, versus that's something I've been going through lately is like, I almost took a break from social media because I'm known for like training content on there. But like my niche right now for business is productivity and Notion stuff. So it's like, how do I, can I post about both of those things? Should they be separate channels? I've seen Zach Gallagher start kind of hitting 2, 3, 4 things on his Instagram and it's working for him. So, and I know that's kind of what Keegan hits, a lot of different things. So yeah, just your thoughts about posting about different things on one page.
Yeah, man, it could definitely be tricky when you start to transition like your focus. But I would say to still do all of it on one page. That's my personal preference. And to have the new thing that you're doing, it's like an 80-20 kind of deal of like, that's the majority of the stuff that you post about, but you can still sprinkle in these other things, whether it's just personal stuff about you. Like I know people that are better at social media than me, like they do talk about the value of sharing stuff about yourself as well, like actually being a human and that sort of thing. So whether that's your other interests, whether that's stuff about your personal life, I don't like the idea of starting multiple channels. You can, but I would focus on, posting about your one thing, having that be, if somebody went to your page, it should be clear that that's the thing that you do the most of, but then you can also highlight some of these other things. My recent content has been like that, like probably 80% of it is about all the knee stuff, but I'll post somebody doing something with a rotator cuff injury or somebody coming off of a hamstring or that sort of thing, just to show that that's there. And if people ask me questions and stuff like that, or if I have a client that comes with an issue, like I'm happy to help them. But the thing that I talk about the most, that I advertise the most, is trying to be a little bit clearer, more succinct with all of those lined up in one direction.
Yeah, cool. That 80-20 idea locks it in. I feel like that's been coming up a lot lately in my life. So appreciate it.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the challenge with the stuff that like you and I do, just with Uncom in general, of it's so broad, is it's very easy to go like to get bounced around between all of these different things. And you feel like as soon as you're chasing one and make a little progress, you go over here. And so that's the challenge of, it's a lot of times if you look at people if you look at people that have been successful in multiple domains, a lot of time it's not by doing all of them at once. It's by really just going hard on one for X amount of time and to achieve a certain level of mastery. And then they go and kind of focus on the next one. And the majority of their time is focused here. And then over time, it looks like they've acquired all of these skills in various domains, but kind of individually, it's been kind of hyper focused on one rather than super like spread out and balanced.
I don't want to hijack the questions, but something else just came up. I feel like it relates a little bit to what Matt was talking about too. So like I hopped on a call. I don't know if you know Cam Aitken from the Uncom Network. He introduced Paul to Keegan, I believe. And I came to him like struggling with money. And I was like, he basically told me that the fastest way to make money is to capitalize on valuable skills that you have right now. And strength training was one of those things for me at the time. So he's like, you just need to go to gyms and start training people. But then in my head, I'm like, I don't want to be a strength coach. So like, like yesterday, I took on a new job to get my income up. And this kid at my work followed me on Instagram. He's like, do you offer training sessions? I just said no. Like, I'm not a personal trainer. But like, there's in the financial conversation, like, is there a component of that? Like, if your goal is to get your money up, do you need to just do the things that you're valuable at? Maybe Keegan has more thoughts on this as well, but like, can you figure out a way? Like, it just feels weird that like, if making more money is a high goal for you, for someone to offer, hey, I want your help, to be like, oh, I don't do that.
So for me, I'll let Keegan go, but my thought on that is it doesn't have to be a permanent thing. Like, you don't have to be a strength coach for the rest of your life in order to train people. This may be an interesting example, but like Kim K got famous off of her sex tape, and now she does all of these other different things. But it's like, but she got to that level for like getting of fame and notoriety for maybe not the best reasons, but that idea of like, there's a threshold that you have to get to of fame, of just being known for something, and then you can go do other things. Like, a better example is, I really like what Ben Patrick's doing. He's talking about doing stuff for like schools and education and creating his own education system. Like, that's so far out of his wheelhouse in terms of what he's like known for and what his brand is about. But it's because he has built this name and this brand and this reputation. And again, if he had started out doing that sort of thing, that probably not going to be something that would be as successful as I'm sure it's going to be whenever he does do that. But it's like looking at it like stepping stones to get you to that point, versus whatever you're doing right now, especially for guys like you and me, like our age, like doesn't have to be the thing that you do forever. But it's, you get the money in the short term, you get the skills around making money, you get to grow your brand, your reputation, and then that opens doors to do some kind of bigger things like later on. Like even Alex Hormozy talks about with Gym Launch, like his goal was just to not be broke, just to make money. And then now he's solved that one goal, and then it's built into acquisition.com, which is a little bit more like mission focused, purpose driven. And so I think for guys like younger guys like you and me, a lot of times it's almost negative motivation, or just solving that like immediate problem first, just to kind of get your head above water, and then you can look around and go to that bigger thing. That's a concept that's helped me a lot, because I'm very similar to you, where like will overthink the things that I'm doing, of like, oh, is this one thing that I'm doing right now, is this my life purpose, my mission? Like, oh my God, like it's just this little thing. I want to do something that's so much bigger. And it's very easy to get overwhelmed with that. And looking at it as steps to get to that has been very, very helpful for me, and very reassuring to help for the long term.
Yeah, it's like you don't identify with that you have to be the one thing. Like, you can do both, and just it doesn't have to be the long term. Got it.
Did you have something you wanted to ask there, Jeff?
It's just super early, man. I don't want to wake my wife. I don't know if you can hear me, but I did type it into the chat.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I can. So what if you have just become aware of a new gift skill, as in woke it up? How do you go about it from there? So for me, I guess my first thought would just to be almost, if you think about it like a craftsman, right? Of like, if you've just got this material that you're trying to hone out, and you've just started to kind of figure out what the design or the definition is of, it's really just trying to hone in and refine that as much as you can. That would obviously depend on what the skill is, but getting around other people that are doing it, getting around a mentor that is doing it, just getting into that environment as much as possible. When whoever's asking me before, when I was talking about the coaching skill thing, that literally just came from being in and around coaching environments as much as humanly possible. Just being in different weight rooms, helping out, volunteering, beg, borrow, steal people's times in order to get into that space as much as you can. To pursue that mastery element would be my thought of so you've got this new skill, this new interest, that is probably fairly like raw and undefined. And so then how can you get that to be sharper, to be more pointy, to be more, again, like refined? That would be my thought around that, if that's helpful.
Zoom's got the recognition now. It's stepping into that next level web, knowing what's going on everywhere. Do you have more content there you want to go through, Zach, or?
Not really, honestly. Kind of motored through that.
That's cool.
Those big ideas, but just like the niche is a problem, not a person. Being known for something, like those are the kind of the big takeaways that I have. The big kind of writer downers for people. But I'm happy to go wherever you want to.
Yeah, so I think like Peter's asking these questions about, how do you're good at something now, how do you get it to market? I think the thing that, I don't know if for me, there's always these three things. There's always connection to people who are doing the thing that you want to do. There's consistent action with accountability, and there's new knowledge specific to what you want. So for you, you got new knowledge about the knee. You went through university. That wasn't giving you exceptional knowledge that was going to be a great basis for anything. You're the kind of person who wanted to do something exceptional, but you weren't in an environment where that was going to happen. But then you came across Real Movement, you came across Ben Patrick, and then you came into Real Movement. In that Real Movement environment, it was normal for you to have a social media account that went well. You're connected to people who were making money. You're connected to accounts that were growing. There were dozens of guys who went from 0 to 50 or 100K. And so you were in that environment where it was normal. Then you had 12 months. You made a big investment in being part of Paul Council's thing for 12 months. You were connected to him for 6 hours for, 2 days, a full weekend, basically once a month. You're talking to a serial millionaire who has this philosophy of how to make money, how to think about business. And so you put yourself in a new environment and you consistently took action over and over again. You're trying things, testing things, putting your ideas out there, traveling, connecting with people. That's a formula for success. If you're not taking action, if you're not connected to people who are doing good things, then even everyone thinks it's about new knowledge, but knowledge is fairly weak without the other two pillars. Like this is the model of success. It's the CAN model. Paul explains it slightly differently, but it's a similar model. He talks about the role models, the dedicated program of learning, and new information specific to the task. I think is the three, but they're always there when someone has a massive breakthrough. Ben Patrick needed to be connected into other men who were going to listen to him. That's what happened. He got into Real Movement, and then there was all of a sudden there were hundreds of men who were listening to everything that he had to say about social media, about training athletes. That's why I do these workshops. It's because when men have the opportunity to be listened to, they tend to change. And the men who do the listening start thinking about, well, who would I have to be one of the ones that is presenting here? What would I present about? So this is an acceleration of success. It's by design that when you start to be the leader and you're putting something forward, and you're connected into this environment, then you will become successful. And that's why within Uncommon Success, I encourage men to speak to each other, because you're getting this in a micro version over and over again when you're connecting to other people. So it's not really a mystery, but you started young as well, Zach. Like, this is the other thing. Like, we can't always see why we're successful. The more you study it and the more you look at other people and you want to understand, the younger you start this, the more neuroplastic your brain is. When a young man starts juggling, the journey to 5-ball juggling, if they're really serious, it's about a month. If they're crazy serious, otherwise it's about 6 months to be able to 5-ball juggle for a young man. For an older man, it's not going to happen anywhere near as quickly. I'm yet to see someone over 40 5-ball juggle. I'm yet to see someone pick it up in their 30s and 5-ball juggle. The neuroplasticity is not there. So if you can get yourself an environment where it's normal for you to be entrepreneurial, where you have to have something to sell, you have to market it, and you have to deliver it, it doesn't matter what that is. They're universal skills, and they're universal skills that you've been educated not to develop and to opt out of and to be scared of. If you can engage with those skills, it doesn't matter what it is. Matt's talking about selling insurance. I worked for a network marketing company for a year. It was really good for me. I worked hard for it for 6 months. I got to $50,000 a month with that, and I quit because I was like, I don't want to do that. But that skill was useful for me to get. On the other side, we've got everything that you've done with your life up until this point. You've done a bunch of stuff, and it's all monetizable. Everything, every single thing that you're good at, that you've put effort into, is monetizable. But you have to wake up this other side of yourself. How do you do that? Well, you put yourself in an environment where that's demanded of you, that's expected of you. If you go to the army, you're going to learn how to shoot guns, and you're going to learn. If you go to a rugby team, you're going to learn how to tackle and how to catch and how to pass. Well, in Uncommon Success, you need to get an offer out. If you don't have an offer, I can't help you because you're not in the game. You're not on the field. You're standing watching everyone else. You only learn once you have an offer. It doesn't matter what the offer is. The offer can be teaching 5-year-olds how to get started in rugby. It can be tying your shoelaces. It can literally be tying your shoelaces. How to teach children how to tie your shoelaces could be your first offer. And you're like, I'm not going to make millions with that. You don't have to make millions. You have to be in the game. The universal skills that you apply to every single business. And it's fun. Ultimately, it becomes extremely fun to do this. It's more fun than sport. Jeff, did you want to share something there? I know you can't really speak. Finn, we'll throw to you when your wife wakes up and we get buzzing, but I appreciate the feedback there. Finn's got a question there for us.
Yeah, I think you were on the way to answering it, to be fair, after I thought of it. But just Zach and your thoughts in terms of, you both mentioned just getting into it to start with. But what are your thoughts on getting into it if you, say, don't consider yourself a master of that subject yet? So I guess for me, I spoke to you the other day, Keegan, about getting into it all, but I've kind of got a story in that I ruptured my ACL, did all that knee stuff when I was 18, 19, couldn't squat or deadlift because I had so much soreness on my patellar tendon and stuff like that. And again, got through ATG and found that, which kind of has helped me cure a lot of that stuff and those problems. And that's now something I'm passionate about and create that as for me to go and coach and do. But I wouldn't consider myself a master of that topic yet, if that makes sense, or anywhere in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, you become a master by doing it. And so you could almost think about the rates that you charge people for doing it will go up in proportion to your level of confidence or your level of mastery. So when you're getting started, like you could get somebody that's in that situation and be like, look, like I will train you for free. We're going to try and figure this out. It's like, I've had this story. I have these skills. I think I can help you, but I haven't done it before. You could be completely upfront, transparent. And so you're going to get trained for me, but you have stipulations. You need to do X, Y, Z, because people, if they do stuff for free, usually they'll be shitty clients. So like you need to have some reason to make them, hold them accountable. And at the end of this, you're going to give me a testimonial. And like, that's going to be it. And so you'll get so much more from training them than they would by paying you $100 a session. Because that's how you go on. That's how you start on that road to mastery. And so again, like just blasting stuff to every single person, friends, family, contacts, social media, like, hey, I'm looking for 3 people that are coming off of that have knee issues of any kind. And just trying to find a way to get anybody to let you help them. And then from there, like, honestly, the first one is the hardest one. Like if you can get 1, then you can get 2, you can get 3, you can start to have that referral network and that sort of thing. But it's okay to not be a master when you're starting out. You're not going to be, like, it's impossible. And it's not something that you can master by studying more, reading more, learning. Like it has to come from actually like getting in there and doing it. Just because there's so many little nuances, little specific knowledge. I think Naval Ravikant talks about of like the little ins and outs of how to actually get things done, how to problem solve, that you'll get from being in there. So yeah, just knowing that it's normal, it's expected. And if you tell people that too, and you're not trying to portray yourself as this expert or this master, but be like, look, I've gone through what you've gone through. I've got a skill set that has helped and worked for me. It's a pretty compelling story, dude. That's better than most physical therapists have. So I mean, you'd be surprised how low as well, like the actual average of care is, or you'd probably know since you've gone through it. And so like the amount of people that you actually could probably help, but just don't pretend, like treat about it like, look, we're going to try, we're going to see what happens. And like it can be actually very compelling for people.
It's by design.
I think, Karen.
It's by design that you feel like you're not ready, Finn. You're actually better than Ben Patrick. For everyone local to you, you're better than Ben Patrick at Knees Over Toes. Because they can watch his stuff on Instagram, but they're not getting any experience. He doesn't know their name. He's never going to know their name. It's never going to mean as much to Ben Patrick as it does to you to help that person in your suburb. So you're the one. If you don't do it, no one's going to do it. And we've all got something important to solve. And we've been told We've been engineered to think, well, I'm not the best in the world at that thing, therefore I'm not going to do it. But that's not how it works. Alex Hormozi is a terrible business coach because he doesn't know anyone's name. He doesn't work with them. He doesn't talk to them about their product. He doesn't give them feedback. So you're a better business. Like, anyone can be a better business coach than Alex Hormozi because they can be the one in the person's life, and they're going to be better than Alex Hormozi for that person. You think that the people you've watched at a distance are the ones that have impacted you most, but it's the people who've been around you the whole time that have been watching what you're doing and expecting you to do more and challenging you to do more that have had the most impact. We have this hero worship thing. That's why we go to music concerts and all this stuff. It's all hero worship. It's like mostly kind of devil worship, to be honest, because a lot of it's crap. But the people around you, that's all you need. You need to get in that supportive environment. You know, Cody's getting after it with his business. Cody now expects you to get after it with your business. Get after it with your business. It doesn't matter about the money. That's what we're saying. You got these general skills of business where you put an offer out there, you deliver on the offer, you're respectful to people, you have a price for things. You have to get used to doing that stuff. Initially, it's comfortable. So you're going to start here. That's okay. If you start with amazing business skills, when someone comes to me and they say, oh, I've done a bunch of sales, then they're starting here. It's like, okay, you can offer your price out, you can offer your service at whatever price you want. We had Coach Archie, who works in the summer. He sells tourism stuff to he sells like party packages and going out on boats and stuff to German tourists when they're on holiday in Spain, right? So he's done sales. When he started working with us with Uncommon Success, I said, okay, go and get yourself 10 clients. He wanted to get into fitness. I'm like, okay, go and get yourself 10 clients. You got a week. What did he do? He went and got himself 10 clients in a week. And they paid him. He just started because he had sales skills already. But it wasn't fluke. It's the fact that he already worked on that, right? Most people you'll find, entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs, they worked in sales. It's the one universal skill that all entrepreneurs have to have. Sales can be by copies. Sales can be now by DMs. They can be by videos. They can be by, there's lots of ways to do sales. Paul does sales mostly by copy. He loves it with the writing, but he can also sell from calls and stuff. He just does it his own way. And he doesn't call it sales. It doesn't really matter. It's whatever you want to call it. It's the process of engaging someone to come into a commitment into your world. These are universal skills. When you have them for life. But you've been educated not to have them. You've been engineered not to have these skills. It's by design. You can either choose to be sad about that. You can choose to be angry about that. You can, whatever. It doesn't matter what emotion you put with it. All that matters is you start to learn those skills. It's like the juggling and the handstands. How do you learn juggling and handstands? You throw the balls, you get on your hands. How do you learn sales? Well, you start doing it. So people won't work for free. It's like you want to get paid. You turn up at soccer for the first time and you're like, all right, how much am I getting paid? You're going to be a rugby player. All right, I'm turning up at rugby training. I'm 8 years old. All right, how much am I getting paid today? If you want to do sales, it's a skill. Do the skill for free until you're good at it, and then people will pay you. Now, with business, you can actually start getting paid really early in the journey. But think of it like skill development, and it's no longer a mystery. Think of it as a sport, and it's actually a more fun sport than rugby to do business because it gives you life of freedom. It gives you opportunity to go wherever you want, to do whatever you want. Like freedom is the thing that we want. And it gives you the time and the ability to pursue mastery and pursue movement. Like everything that you want is on the other side of understanding what that is and then solving it. And then on the technical side, you are the number one guy because you know the person, you care, you're reaching out to them. You have to develop yourself in both. And that's the fun of it. Jeff.
Sorry, guys. I just moved down to the basement. I just got to say, like, you nailed it there, Keegan. That it, like, in sales, guys, is not difficult to learn. Like, it's probably one of the easiest skills that anybody can learn if you just get into the right training and the right experience. But for a lot of people, that just freaks them right out. But like, if I was looking back, that was just skill that I got early in life. That my father fortunately was in sales and just kind of pushed me that direction. But if I could take anybody and say, if you want one skill that will most likely change your life forever in your early 20s or 30s or whenever, just learn sales. Just get out there, start doing it, start talking to people. Like if you have to work for free, work on commission for a while, understand what it's like to be hungry. and the only way you're making any money is if you actually close a deal and actually get paid. Those are some of the most valuable skills you're going to get, because then in business, everything revolves around sales. Like without a sale, nothing happens. And you guys have already probably heard that, but I would really encourage you all to get into that. Just any type of part-time hustle. It doesn't have to be like, could be something just in your neighborhood, going door to door with vacuums. I mean, I don't know if people still do that, but you know what I'm just saying, because that is bang on what Keegan just said. That is a skill that's like if you want fire, you have to have either oxygen or fuel. It's kind of like that. If you want to have money coming your way, it's almost like you have to learn sales early in the game to be able to sell your ideas and to be able to get in there and close something. I just wanted to weigh in on that. I'm very passionate about that.
100%, Jeff. Yeah, it's almost always there. Dylan Fell was talking about it yesterday. Matt was talking about it before, and it's very simple. You understand the person, you understand the product that they have, and then you present the product. Not everyone says yes. As you get better at it, more people say yes. And the immediate thing that comes up, the socially engineered thing, is like, that makes me a bad person because the product is terrible. People don't buy stuff. People do buy stuff. People spend all their money. They spend 20% of the money that they earn. So they're spending all the money. Are there any products in the world that are worth selling? If there's anything in the world worth selling, then sell that. If they're going to be buying it anyway, then sell that. Even toilet paper was a great product to be selling there at one stage.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't matter. It's a universal skill, Jeff.
No, I'm just saying, absolutely. And for many of you guys, if you're dating or you wanted to say meet girls, for example, you're not going to do it if you never go talk to somebody, right? And it's like, after a while, you get to learn to talk. You get to walk up to somebody and say hi. You get to it's the same process. It just takes time to, learn it and figure it out. But the more you set your mind to it, again, like, I think, seriously, I think you could give me anybody. I don't care who they are. Give me anybody. And in 30 days, I could have them selling something. As long as they were willing to put in the work. In 30 days, I could have them proficient enough to be able to handle most sales objections and close deals and everything else. It's once you, it's just such a great skill, guys. It's not difficult. You just need to get out there, start learning some of the basics, and start doing it.
And most of you are as well, but it's good to reinforce the value of that. And then the higher the price goes, or when you change the product, then there's always a challenge, but the fun is in those challenges. Is there anything else you wanted to share there, Zach? I think it's a really valuable framework that you've delivered of focus on a solution, or you're solving a problem as your key thing. And if you can solve multiple problems, then you can actually sell all of that potentially as well. There's brands that are brought up. The Poliquin system became very broad in nutrition and blood work and joint health stuff and muscle. And it doesn't have to start like that, but it's probably different personality as well of how narrow and broad. Don't be scared of having lots of solutions. You just offer everything that you can offer. You lead with something that people want, but then you can say, yeah, I'm also, and these are the bonuses. I help you out with everything that I know how to do. Maybe that's something for you as well, Zach, that you could have a bit more on the back end of other stuff that you're interested in to open the door a bit more to where you might want to expand. But yeah, thanks so much. Anything else you wanted to share there?
Yeah, I'm all good. Appreciate you guys taking the time. If anybody wants to kind of reach out, connect, have any more questions, always happy to chat.
Legendary. Yeah. To catch up again soon in Florida, maybe get you down to Mexico. Well, we're going to be down there for a few months. So Matt's going to be down there as well. You should definitely catch up with Matt. He's in Miami at the moment, but he's not too far away. He's a good man. You'll do well.
100% will do.
Cool. Champion. Thank you for that. This guy's dropping the thanks in the chat box there as well. Make sure you follow Zach as well. You can share your IGs if you still there. But what's the order here? I see the names. Let's just check in with who's coming up next. Yeah, cool. Alex Fresco is the next man coming to the table. Alex has recently launched his training business and working with people to improve their physiques and health. There's a couple of different niches we've spoken about that he might want to focus on there, but he's also got a massive passion for farming and helping farmers. He is a man with a lot of good energy, doing the hard yards in the middle of England, maybe thinking about exploring the rest of the world as well. Welcome, Alex. Thanks for this. Looking forward to hear from you. Get the sorry, there's no sound coming through. Might be just the device that you got connected, or so choose the device microphone or other microphone. Yeah, Zach dropped his IG there. Make sure you follow in Zach. Definitely go to guys as far as knees, post ACL. Weird. Seems like the technical difficulties might have taken us over there. You can either change the device, or we can jump to George and then come back. Maybe we'll just, yeah. Do you want to jump in, George? Are you ready to rumble?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You can. So
perfect.
George is in the south of England, slightly better weather. And we spoke a couple of years ago when I was in Montenegro about getting things going online. I was, as I am now, definitely at that time, very much a fan of online income and geographical freedom and independence, and talking to George about going to the next level with that. He was working at a gym and confident as a coach, but he went the other way and he opened a gym, and that has been a massive move. He's got a beautiful gym and it's been full, and he's learned a lot and he's built his reputation. So he's gone from being, knowing that there's a next step to move into a new challenge, and he's conquered that challenge. And I think now maybe moving a little bit more into a bit bigger geographical area and more of the online stuff. But yeah, George has been on a great journey. Again, one of the top ATG coaches in the network. Thanks for joining us today, and welcome.
Awesome. Thank you, Keegan. Hi, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to jump on and take hopefully 5 minutes of your time today, wherever you are. That was awesome to catch some of that call of yours, Zach. I can definitely resonate with tons of what you were sharing there. And I thought I would just share some of my journey on how I got to where I am now and where I'm looking to go, and maybe that might help some of you guys in the journey of where you're currently at. So it's taken me 28 years to get to a stage where I wake up and I'm excited to do what I get to do. And I feel like I've been searching that whole time and almost trying to force, I guess, a career on what it is I want to do. It started with me. I was always incredibly interested in sport, and that was my main passion growing up. Football was my sport. I tended to play whatever I could, but football was my biggest point. That's soccer for any of you guys in America. And that led to my decision to studying it in college. And then I went on to go to university to study it as well. So I did sport and exercise science. And to be honest, during that time, it mostly consisted of getting blackout drunk and being too hungover to go to lectures and not actually wanting to learn anything there. I did push to try and get some experience in strength and conditioning, and I had a year-long internship with the Welsh Rugby Union. So I spent a year as an intern coach teaching youth rugby players, but I didn't really get that fulfilled from it. And I knew that there was something more for me in coaching. I then spent a lot of time traveling around the world. So I spent 8 months backpacking around Southeast Asia and spent a year living in Melbourne, Australia. I did a ski season. So during that time, there was no direction on where I was going. And kind of looking back at some of the young players now, where they're traveling the world, but they're staying in some of these village experiences and they're learning skills and connecting with others. Like, that's something that I wish I had earlier on. But I'm definitely grateful to be part of this community now. Going on from there, I it was during lockdown when I came across Knees Over Toes Guy, and I started implementing some of the training that I was seeing online. And for me, I had always neglected my body playing football. Always body felt broken, injured, ankle injuries, knee injuries, and that was the first time where I really started to try and get comfortable confronting my weaknesses. I'd always had a bit of an ego, I think, looking back with when it came to training, and I would always kind of focus on the things that I felt comfortable doing. So I always neglected my lower body. At the time, I thought, I don't need to train my lower body. I'm playing football 4 or 5 times a week. And that was my thoughts back then. But in reality, that was everything I needed. And I then just became obsessed with embracing the learning process and being a complete beginner. And I managed to get some really good results with my own self. I managed to kind of get to some pretty high levels of flexibility, and from somebody that could, never touch their toes. And I remember first time doing the split squats during COVID with a sort of 2 or 3 pallets stacked up, and just complete and utterly humbled. But I do believe that was the turning point for me, and that actually started my entrepreneurial journey. And it all started with just embracing that process of starting. During that time, I was, like Keegan said, I was coaching out of a local gym. I returned from my travels in Austria, and I got my level 3 personal training qualification. And that was the period there where I had all the time to just get results on myself. And so I managed to do that. I managed to help with my girlfriend. She had always had chronic back pain, and I could see how much it was helping her. So that gave me the confidence to then, I knew that this type of training was working, and it then gave me the confidence to start implementing some of the things that were working for myself and use it in some of the clients in the gym that I was working out of. And just like Zach said, with being known for that type of person that solves that problem, I then actually became the knee guy. And all it was just learning ATG 0 and walking backwards and the simple steps that were really helping me. And any client that came through the door and they had knee pain, they were sent my way. So that was when I really started to get confident in delivering that service and helping those types of people. And as a result of that, one thing led to another, and I started gaining some more clients, and I was kind of going down my own journey of training, and it was slightly different to what the gym was offering at the time. And I then decided to take the jump and set up my own training facility. And I was in a very fortunate position. It was during COVID, and my father had a small office space in my local community that was empty. So I left my practice as a coach. I searched Facebook Marketplace for 6 months, driving around the country, picking up secondhand equipment. It started off with a tire sled and some old adjustable dumbbells and some farm mats. And I just started getting people in, and it wasn't perfect, but I'm really glad that I did it this way. I didn't wait until it was perfect. I just started, and I just started getting more and more clients and more results. And I guess I never intended to have an in-person training facility. It was never on the radar. It was just taking those steps. One thing led to another, and I've had some awesome opportunities so far. I've presented at the UK's largest fitness professionals summit, talking about knees and ATG. I've partnered with one of the Europe's leading ATG equipment companies, and just feel incredibly grateful to be able to offer a service and some value to my local community. And I'm kind of in the position now where I think it was the call yesterday or the day before, I think it was Chris Goff that was saying about how money in the bank account relates to how much value you can add to others. And I can offer a set amount of value to my individual one-to-one clients now, but looking at the bigger picture and how I could offer more value to online, that's where I'm getting really excited, and I'm looking to kind of explore that avenue to offer my services there too. So I guess any of the younger guys that are kind of starting their journey, it's kind of lean into what you tend to be good at, what you're enjoying, and lean into the community. There's so many people in here that can help you, and I know this is almost a wake-up call for me to lean on those more here, because there's so many great coaches here. And yeah, I think that's kind of
need to get. Thank you. That's so good. We need to get an invite down to the south there, George. You need to get those northerners into the
100%. Yeah, we got beautiful coastline here. We got cold water swimming, hiking, surfing. We got a gym, so that needs to happen. We'll get that happening next year for sure.
The French crew are connected today. There's like 10 of them there together near around where Fabian's from. I think Maxime is someone in his I think it's someone in his family had a place there, and they've gone and had an adventure, I think, for 4 days. And there's definitely enough momentum now to get a really strong crew together from around the UK, and they're special times to get those experiences.
Yeah, I think I'm actually meeting up with Anthony, who I was with in Montenegro, tomorrow. He's traveling around. He's in Cornwall today, and he's heading over this way tomorrow. So that'll be cool.
Very cool. Is that the from Australia? Dhaka.
Dhaka, yeah. Him and his partner.
Very cool. Yeah, you have to get across the French boys at some stage as well.
Yeah, needs to happen.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing the journey, George. And yeah, it's come a long way. If you knew what you were going to tell us as an update 12 months from now, what would it be?
12 months from now, I'd like to have a product that I can just use to help people from. I want to solve a big problem, and at the minute for me, there's so many people that are they need this type of training. They don't have a clue where to start, and I see it all the time. And I find it really enjoyable working with the slightly older population that can't do their hobby, can't do their sport because of they're in pain. So I want to solve the problem of making that accessible to them without needing to travel into a gym. I want to solve that problem from them being able to do it at home and have a community where they can get back to doing the things that they love on a large scale.
Tens of millions of people to help with that, and tens of millions of dollars in the market.
Yeah,
so it's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. And, look forward to book a call and we can discuss the process.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, Keeks. Thanks, guys.
Well done. We try again there, Alex. And if you got anything to share there with George, if you can share your Calendly link as well. If anyone has anything there they want to share feedback for George, it's definitely not easy to do what he's done. He's set up a facility, he's making a facility pump. Anyone who's running, that's a special thing to get to that point. Alex seems to be having some technical difficulties. We'll give him another minute. Otherwise, we'll jump to Chris. Yeah, Jeff's on your team. Jeff's number one energy. You got to listen to Jeff's presentation from yesterday, George. The future of community-based business.
Who was that? Sorry, Jeff.
Nanimo Trader is
okay.
Camera on there. It's the final presentation last night. If you look at workshop number 3, I've reposted the links. Community-based business is being revolutionized. We're at 0.1. We're at 1% adoption, or maybe less. But the opportunity is to be amongst those who adopt earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think with where I'm at, I've grown up in this community my whole life, and it's a very small. Everybody knows everybody, so it's all at the minute. It's just been word of mouth, and I'm just trying to leverage onto the community, that the amount of people that I know and pockets of. It's been extremely powerful, and yeah, just we've talked about before with offering online products and sell it to those people. So that's what I'm kind of looking to do at the minute. I'm sure there's tons of other people in here that are maybe doing a similar thing that I could connect with and could get some help on that too.
There's been 3 presentations so far that laid out.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I'm just gonna finish up with George there, but yeah, we can hear now. If you listen, Dylan Fowler and Jordan Potts really laid out like step by step building $30,000 plus a month businesses, like exactly how they did. These are guys who engaged with Real Movement 2016, 2017. It doesn't have to take you guys as long. It doesn't have to be a 5-year journey, a 6-year journey for you to get to that point. If you can see, like that's the whole point of this, is how do we accelerate this? That's why Jeff's on here and Chris is on here. Like we can pass things on. The journey can be faster if we can access the skills earlier and get stronger feedback loops earlier. It's all about the feedback loops, and I appreciate you, just acknowledging that there's, leveraging the support that's available here. There's a specialist marketplace inside the app where you can see and access these. We'll have to get Jeff connected in there. You actually pay for the specialist consultations with the Uncom token now, Jeff. So we have set that integration up. Yeah. So we'll get the token flowing.
Love that.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
The token can also be used to pay for the village stays now. So there's up to 50% of your stay can be paid in Uncom token. You earn the Uncom token by becoming athletic, richer, and smarter, giving value to the mastermind. So the Uncom token has an actual practical value of $25. We've just given it a fixed value that we pay $25 for the Uncom token to specialist coaches if they want to cash that out, and we have a certain amount that we cash out each month. So that's like, just trying to figure out the mechanics of this stuff is the details, Jeff. But this
that sounds awesome. Happy to help with ideas. If you want, just reach out. We can have a chat. But I love that you're doing that. That sounds like so cool.
It's moving us ahead, and I want it to be something that allows others to get into this next economy that is coming. It's just when you're early adopting, then you can feel like you might be wrong. You're wrong until you're right. Alex, welcome. Thank you we did a bit of an intro there before, and we've solved it now. So
yeah, phew, that's all I can say. Thank you very much, Keegan. And I do have a lovely presentation, a few slides, so I might just kind of turn the camera around as well.
Perfect. Yeah, if you hit the screen share option, is that, or you're on your phone?
Well, I'm having to go off my phone now, so it's slightly messy.
Just watch your presentation yourself and just speak it out, man. It'll be fine. The slides don't add.
Yeah. Okay. So my presentation is titled "The War on Meat." Is meat really as dangerous as a lot of people will lead us to believe? So a bit about me. As Keegan said, I health coaching people, and this is taken from my own experience of about 20 years of health issues with anemia, bad gut, arthritis, and for a deep dive, changing different things, I found that a largely meat-based diet has helped me to thrive. And as well as that, I work with farmers as an agricultural consultant. So I'm helping them through these challenging times. And I'm in the north of England, so there's a lot of hills, a lot of rain. It's quite cold. And therefore, there's a lot of grass, a lot of beef and lamb. And these farmers I suppose that's put me at a vantage point where I can regularly speak to the people that are providing me with the food that I eat. And I will say a lot of these farmers are really struggling at the moment. A key reason for this is the tiny profit margins that they get. So some research which came out recently, and it was concluded it was following profit shares with supermarkets, and they looked at quarter a pack of 4 beef burgers and concluded that the farmer gets 0.1 pence of profit per pack. Now, the supermarket's making about 70 times that, and they take on less of the risk. So you might ask, well, how would we get to that position? Why would a farmer agree that? And I think a key, or something that I ask every farmer I visit is, do you eat the food that you produce? And the shocking thing for me was about 95% say no. And delving into that, a big reason for this is that the number of abattoirs or slaughterhouses has been declining for the last 100 years. So in the UK, in the last 70, it's gone from 1,100 in 1970 to 400 in 2000. And then in 2000, the number was nearly half that at 210. So what does that mean? Well, that means that these farmers, the smaller ones who would like to sell their meat direct to customers and would like to consume their own food, they might have to travel miles to do it, and it's just uneconomical largely for them to do that. And moving slightly to kind of trends, what's going on? Well, meat is getting a lot of bad press, whether that's because of climate change or whether that's people telling you that it blocks your arteries. And I've got a picture here of vegan dog food, and it's kind of, the supermarkets, more and more people are using them now, so they could quite easily pull meat off the shelves if they wanted to. So kind of a question for everyone is, if you go to the supermarket tomorrow and there was nothing on the shelves, then what would you do? How would you feed yourself and your loved ones? Now, linking this to kind of what the trends are, we're seeing more push for lab-grown meat. We're seeing, like I said, less farmers, and you've got to kind of ask yourself the question, is lab-grown meat, is that really better? I mean, just because someone tells us that something's true doesn't mean that it is. And, you know, when you see these factories with all the pipes and wirings, is that really better? You know, perhaps a better question would be to, where are these profits going? Is it to the small farmers who produce meat, or the lab-grown meat, is that the large corporations with a vested interest? So my last point that I will make is a key thing, I think, for everyone is to not let others do our thinking for us. I think the best thing we can do is more research ourselves. I mean, just because, you know, go in depth, don't just listen to the news. Use your own experience. What makes you feel good in terms of what you're eating, keep doing it. Be your own guinea pig, and heck, even try eating guinea pig. And with making these changes, you might see improvements that you didn't think were possible. So that kind of takes me to the end, and I would love to have any questions.
I think we're all on board with that, Alex, or most at least. I'm also open to people who go down the vegan, vegetarian experiment. I experimented there. Most of us have probably experimented there at some stage. We're all on board. The trick is the logistics of, getting farms, and that's why we're building villages. Like, it's at the heart of the solution that we're building. Vote with your dollars, vote with your feet, be around the places that you can. But yeah, we need better solutions for this. It's happened pretty well in the States. I have been speaking to a man in the UK who's working like on a butcher box type business. I have to speak a bit more with him about, but I think that's really important that Tesco and Sainsbury's and such aren't only power players in this. I have to connect you with him. He's working with the biggest sort of butcher box alternative. I'm not sure what the company's name is in the UK. He does their marketing and SEO to build the solutions.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. And I think the key thing, and a lot of these farmers are, small businesses, and they're spending so much time, they're so busy as it is, that they often neglect the marketing, the advertising, or feel like they don't have the time to work out these logistics. So I completely agree. Linking the customers to the farmers is, it's not that difficult, especially if you're starting perhaps locally. And I think it's important. Otherwise, these smaller farms are going out of business fast, and I can see that evidently.
Hey, Alex, do you know if they have sort of trade schools for butchers, or is it typically kind of like a passed down trait from who the butchers were? It's always like the butcher's son or something like that gets into it, or ways, if we want
it's a good question.
Figure out how to chop it up.
No, you're right. It's not the sexy job, is it? I went to my local butcher the other day, and he was stressing because he said that basically there used to be 8 butchers around my village, and now that he's the only one. But a key issue I've seen has been COVID and has been Brexit in the UK, which is different to other countries, but it meant that a lot of the butchers were from foreign countries. So, the British people basically don't really want to do this. So in short, there's not really that much opportunity for training. The government recently here said that they were going to provide funding to help with butchers, but it's only £2 million, and that's across the whole country. So it's just, it's a drop in the ocean. But you're right, it's a key skill and something that should be encouraged.
The destroyers clearly don't want us to eat meat. Why do they not want us to eat meat? Why do they want our children to be unisexual? I don't know. But what are we going to do about it?
You're so right. I mean, I went to a restaurant the other day and had a big Chateaubriand steak and some oysters, and I came out feeling like I wanted to beat my chest. Like the energy, it was serious, true. And people can try their own ways of eating, and that's fine. But it's often, those who are shouting the loudest who are getting through to the most people at the moment, and that tends to be the plant-based route.
It's definitely swung a long way the other way in the last few years, but yeah, at the bigger level, the destroyers are running the policy and running the supermarkets and the TV shows and all that sort of stuff. But at a grassroots level, I'd say the truth is spreading quite quickly. Just the facts, the reality for those who like life. But there's a death cult, and they're doing what they want to do. It's up to us if you want to live by the death cult or you want to live in a different way.
Yeah, and that's why I say, try. Feeling is believing, and should you follow the advice of a self-appointed health expert that's got a body shaped like a bag of milk, or do you follow what's working for you? And that's all you can do, really.
Yeah. The main thing is a symptom is kind of what I'm saying. There's a whole transhuman agenda, doesn't want the majority of people, and we can see what happens in the Western governments. That's part of it. How long it takes for people to realize it. It's a speed thing, and then how far they can pursue to the edges. I'm on the edge of the earth here in Paraguay at the moment, seeing what it's like. It's pretty nice. So if we have to go to the edge of the earth to live good lives, okay, there's cattle around, there's cattle over there. This place is self-sufficient for meat. It's easy to do if people want to do it. Otherwise, the Western governments have to change, or people in the Western world have to decide they're not on board with the death cult. It's one or the other.
Yeah, no, a quick last point I'll make is I've seen there's kind of legislation issues here where you're not supposed to sell meat that you get slaughtered on your own farm. But I'm thinking you're only meant to eat that yourself with your family that live there. But perhaps there is, options where I could buy sheep on someone else's farm and help them to look after them sometimes. And there's different ways of doing things, and yeah, you're completely right. It's time to start doing them.
William wanted to share something there.
Hey, Alex, it's William. How you doing?
Yeah, very good, William.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
how are you? You're very good. I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. So I just wanted to comment a bit, like on my Uncom journey. I've been talking to Alex pretty well every week, and he's been educating me on the benefits of meat. Within the first 28 days, I lost 20 pounds following the carnivore diet that he's presented to me. In the next couple of weeks, I'll be in the UK, and hopefully we can get together and have a steak or something together, Alex. So I just wanted to comment that way. I'm driving to Toronto, so can't spend much more time on the phone, but I appreciate everything you've done for me, the education you've given me, the information. I just had a blood test with my doctor. I haven't gotten the results, but we'll see. I've been off my blood pressure medication, and when I saw my doctor last, he took my blood pressure and he said it was normal. So just kudos to everything you're doing, and keep it up, and you're going places, my friend.
Thank you, William. That was very kind. Testosterone through the roof. That's what I reckon. But yeah, William has just been a great example of someone who will try new things and see what happens. So yeah, well done, and yeah, I look forward to meeting you.
We'll have to get a UK meetup scheduled soon. We just it's a good pun as well. But yeah, we had steaks in London with Jack Zuvalek, and Alex was really, really good. I gave late notice, but if we get it on the calendar, we can probably get a few guys together. We're just talking about George in the south, but there's which you have to let us know which part you're going to be in, William, and we'll get the word out and see if we can organize a training session and some steaks. Sorry, I just made it. It was giving echo.
Can you hear me? I'll be in London for 5 days, but I'm willing to take the train to meet up with Alex halfway or wherever he is.
Yeah,
absolutely. We'll sort something out.
See who's around. Even if it's 2 or 3, it's always worth it. It's always a good time. We're heading across the ocean or way up north from where I am now to Chris O'Toole. Chris has been a really valuable player in the Uncom Pro game since joining. He is a man with a big history and many skills of developing himself. He's done very well for himself, and he values the skills that he's built in sales and helping other men. He's also had a big physical transformation since joining us. He's put a lot of time and effort into guiding other players towards feeling more confident about their sales journey, and he's working on refining that process even further. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Welcome, and over to you.
Thanks very much, Keegan. Thanks, everyone here on the call live, and to all those watching later. Rob, Sebastian, good to see you guys from our time in Montenegro. It was great. There's been a lot of information going around the last few days, and there is no doubt in my mind there's going to be a lot more wealthy men coming out of this group in 2024. But for the sake of your time and for mine, I'd like to get to what we're discussing today. For those that you don't know, my name is Chris O'Toole. I'm from New York, USA, and I'm an independent consultant teaching a reproducible sales structure that can take a person with a 10 to 15% closing ratio and get that up to about 30 to 40%. I've done this for highly experienced trainers in corporate gyms like Equinox, for new trainers and staffs for gyms like LA Fitness. And now I'm trying to break into the self-employed and online training market for guys like you and soon to be me. And I'd like to show you how and why these trainers have chosen me to double their closing percentage. So I'm going to share my screen here. Okay. Now, what we're going to be talking about here is step 2 in my 5-part sales process called the bridge to the initial benefit statement. Okay. So in the sales structure, there are 5 key components. Each is equally important, and the order of these cannot be changed. Okay. We have rapport, which, believe it or not, the main and primary reason on a sales call is to get their attention, get your prospective client's attention from where they were in their life and bring them onto the moment, into the moment for the sales call. Okay. It's very difficult. You have no idea where they were, what they were just doing 2 minutes before they got on this call. Okay. So once you clear the decks, then we have what's called the bridge, which is a short statement to ensure that your client is now prepared, prospective client is prepared to the thing you have to say next, your initial benefit statement. After that, we question for the need, then we question for value, and then close, handle objections, and close again. Okay, so just as an example, here are, like I said, the purpose of the bridge is to make sure they are ready to listen to what you have next. Okay, I've put together some examples here, including the one that I just used here myself. Okay, a time value driven one for a business executive, somebody for your high ticket items. You want to get right to the point since they don't have a lot of time. Okay, so I know you're a very busy executive, so for the sake of your time and mine, I'd like to discuss what we're here for today. If you're courting an athlete, okay, you're talking to someone, you're trying to push your rugby program. These rugby players are very impressive athletes with their strength, speed, and work ethic. I'd like to talk to you now how we can make that happen for you. Golf or sailing. Okay, that's my personal favorite. It's a great sport that can be a competitive outlet well into your later years. I'd like to talk to you how we can get you keep you doing what you love for so many years to come. Okay, and then of course, I'm a family man, lots of family men out there as well. It's great seeing the energy that all of these kids have. And I'd like to begin to discuss what we can do so you can keep making those memories with your family. All right, very short, just a 1 sentence, maybe 2 sentence, 30 seconds, and you're transitioning them over to the IBS, okay? The initial benefit statement. The purpose of this initial benefit statement is to quickly and concisely communicate the key advantage or benefit of your service or product to the potential customer. It serves to capture their interest, keeping their attention and highlighting you can address their specific needs. And it also sets you up for the next stage, stage 3 of the discussion. Okay, what we want included in here is who you are. As you heard me present myself, I'm Chris O'Toole. Okay, who I work for. I'm working independently. I'm an independent consultant. What I do, I teach a reproducible sales structure that'll take you from 10 to 15% closing up to 30, 40% closing. And then who I've done it for. various gyms, corporate gym trainers through Equinox, new trainers for gyms like LA Fitness, and then into now self-employed. So if I was doing this, or to go back when I use this as a trainer, okay, it might sound something a little bit more like, my name is Chris O'Toole, and I'm a highly experienced Tier 3 trainer at Equinox with certifications with kettlebells, Titleist golf, fitness, as well as pre and postnatal certifications. I have done this for clients like Bob H., a former Special Forces, a former Special Forces leader, Amy S., a finance manager at Fidessa Corp and a mom of 3, and Mark M., a CFO at Aeropostale Apparel. And I'd like to show you how I was the key factor in these clients achieving their goals. Okay. It is very important for you guys getting sales consultations that are coming in from various internet leads. Some of them may be leads in person, but the reality is that having this basic sales structure is really important for you to be able to control the sale. Okay, and not just control the sale, but also make it that it is not confusing to who you're speaking to, because they can start throwing things out or mention something that brings you off track of where you were in that sales process. But having these direct, short, sweet statements that are very clear and concise at what you're trying to do and bring them forward here sets you up for that next stage, which is questioning for the need. Okay. So in a nutshell, that is the presentation point. If there's anyone that might have any questions or looking for an example or a way to introduce that into their own business, I'm happy to help. I've worked a little bit with Zach on his, trying to work with nurses. But really, I'll open it up to anyone that has any questions. Hi, Lubo.
Yeah, super valuable, Chris. Just the simple things for me there that you've shared, because I've been back inviting people into Uncommon Success, or being the gatekeeper. I haven't done this on calls for years. It was probably 2015 since I made as many calls as I've had. Usually doing 15 or so a week at the moment. And my structure that I'm working with is just understand the person, which is that rapport thing that you're talking about, which I'm quite good at getting that done, and I'm generally curious about who I'm talking to. The problem that they have, I like the way you've broken the problem and transitioning into. So I generally talk to them about that, and then I say, can I introduce you to what I do, which is what you're talking about there. I like that structure that you've given. But I think the biggest thing that you've shared there that I've been missing is probably really dialing in on the need and the value of why do you really need this? And then what is the value to you with this? Because I can always see how it's going to change someone's life. Like you see, if you've listened to any of the stories over the weekend, you see all these stories, like, I know this stuff works. It's been 10 years for me. And I know who I was before I had this kind of network and these kind of conversations all the time. But I sometimes forget that they don't know. They don't know who I am really. Like, they see little bits of things and they're like, what is this? So I need to be better at it. And also, for the sake of Uncommon Success, this product can get a lot better, a lot faster when someone else is doing these calls. Even if not quite as many people join, or maybe someone's better at it than me and more people are going to join. I need to stop being the closer pretty soon. So I need help to have some people trained to be able to have these conversations, so I can focus on the product and focus on the delivery, because there's so much I want to do with the product. And that's Dylan Fowler was talking about it yesterday, like the zone of genius. We all need to operate more in our zone of genius. And there's genius within this product, but it's not being explored as well as it could because of challenges around product architecture. And then I'm also good at networking. I need to network up to connect more high net worth individuals into this network. And I don't have time for those calls. I know who I need to speak to. I don't have time for those calls because I'm doing the closing, and it's a good opportunity for someone else, but it's also a challenge to train someone, to onboard them. So yeah, this is something that we can solve together. And
you brought up a great point. Is your knowledge is so vast, and this happens for a lot of trainers too. We've been doing this for years, and the reality is you might be talking to somebody that has never exercised before, and they're 50 years old, and you're like bringing the fire to the caveman, right? Like, and they're not ready for your actual in-depth wealth of knowledge. They have no ability to appreciate it. They're still stuck in their basic understanding. And like you also said, you get so excited about the level of service or what you think that you can do for them and the transformation that's going to happen in the years to come. They're just not ready for it. They are there to speak about them and their basic needs. They want to be told that they're going to look good for the wedding that's coming up, or for typically self-serving, the amount of, women that all of a sudden the door stops getting held open for them. Even as me at 45, I start realizing there's definitely a segment of the population that does not see me anymore. And they look right past me. Not unless you're as handsome as like Chris Haupt, then I know they're watching you at all ages. But it's just that reality of like when you're on that sales call, that you keep it to them and their needs. Okay. And if you start getting too excited, as I have in the past, or, somebody that says, oh, I've got knee pain, and I want to go into, oh shit, I had knee pain and I did this for my knee and now I can do that. That's not where they want to hear. They don't want to hear about my success. They like to know that it happened, but they really want to convey back their needs. And that's why having a bit of a script. I won't call it a script. I'll call it a structure. But I want to be very clear. This structure can be adapted to any one of your styles. Okay, because it has to be authentic and coming from you and the way that you talk to people. If you're really aggressive, super positive attitude. If you're a little low and just a little bit more hardcore and a disciplinarian, you can really only work with a certain amount of people, but there's someone for everyone. So keep it authentic to who you are, and that genuine nature of things will make you a lot happier in the people that you're working with, and give you a better chance to make sure that you're always sticking to the goals, so that you're not just signing them up, you're actually retaining these clients later on, and and that you have this ability. So yeah.
Jeff's got a question there or something to add.
Yeah, I got a question. And thanks for this. This is great. I screenshotted a couple of your things. So my question is specific to doing business online, and your step number 2, the bridge to, I think it was IBS or ISS.
IBS.
IBS. So when you're online, which so many of us are doing business that way now, how do you, like you made the point, ensure that your subject is prepared to listen to the next thing that you have to say. How do you accomplish that online when it does seem like there's so many distractions that people have with their computers, their phones, because I get that how critically important that piece is. If you don't have them tuned in, it's going to be difficult for them to absorb and ingest what you're saying. Can you give us any pointers on that?
Well, what we have seen, I think, over and over, is that the most successful online businesses have some sort of face-to-face, had some sort of beginnings of in face-to-face, these connections, right? So if you're talking about picking somebody up through DMs, okay, that is a little bit where of the rapport phase, or phase one, is taking, where they've clicked on your link. Okay, and now there's a little bit of a chat back and forth. Oh, hey, I saw your product. Oh, that's great. You know, what are you out for? That's that little bit of connection. I think it's in your best interest to bring it then to a face-to-face like we're having now. Okay, because now you do have their attention. But you still may need to clear the decks, right? You might be completely right that they've got, you know, some Pac-Man or whatever game. I guess I'm old. Bust a Move or some other shitty game going on in the side. You know, they've got their kids in the background. They are doing 5 or 6 different things. So that's where that initial rapport, where a lot of people think it's about really connecting as who they are as a person and showing who you are. To me, on these sales calls, you're not going to be able to do that on with just the sales call. You don't have time. So you just have to make sure that they're listening to you. So that's where you're gonna, you know, this is if we're talking about paying attention to say what's in their background. Oh, I see, you know, you've got this on your wall of a sports team, or you're looking for a logo on their shirt. You're looking to bring up something, you know, what is a major current event that's a positive thing. You know, we don't want to go up bringing, you know, war or other tragedies and stuff like that, but you know, you know, something like that. You could in your own background have something set up that's a little bit of a talking point, you know, a picture of a family. So that's just going to be a little bit in your creativity and your comfort of, think of it as, at that point, it's not your job to sell. It's your job to connect. So if you're just thinking about how you're going to corral them into the slaughter, they're going to pick up on it. So that is I'm not talking business until I'm talking business. Okay. It's not in the way, because that rapport can take just a few seconds. Okay. And then other times it could take 10 minutes. It could take an hour, and you might not even be able to get it all done in one shot, because if the right rapport is not there and you can't get their attention, you're going to blow the sale opportunity if you just try to force it in. You know, you could even just get across your, oh man, we got through all this time. It was great to connect with you. Do you have 10 or 15 more minutes for me to explain to you how we're going to get this done? They could say no, but that's okay, because there's no pressure. You've done what you've needed to do. You know, then we would get into other techniques of, okay, you don't have that time. When is best for you? You have to then go back immediately for at least the close of their time to get back in front of them. Because you don't want to be nervous or so focused on delivering the sale that it's not set up right. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense. So essentially what you're saying is, if you don't have that first step of rapport with them, even if you just, like, I'm assuming we'd have rapport once we get to an online call like you and I are talking, but you're saying you almost start with the rapport again on the online call, which then goes to the next point too, the bridge to IBS. And
correct.
Is that right? And then
correct.
without that, if you don't have let's say the subject's not prepared to listen to you, you would not go to the third step, right? Yeah. Okay.
No, it's when teaching really the entire sales structure, it's, you do not have permission to move on until you've executed each one of those steps. Because if you start taking this process and you put it out of order and you skip rapport, they're not paying attention.
Right.
So you're going to be talking to the wall, and you know, the computer, everybody thinks they may be able to hide that they're distracted, but you see when people are like out there and they're driving and they're trying to look down at their phone when their eyes, you know, this is the real beauty of being in person with someone. You can pick up on all their physical cues and stuff like that, but online you're going to be able to get it too. So I do not move on. That is the discipline you have to have, because I'd rather take a second shot at the basket than lose the basket. You know, and that comes with your comfort and your patience of, especially if you're, you know, if this is a dance to develop a 3-month, 6-month, 12-month lifelong connection with someone, then be gentle. You know, and not so gentle that you're weak. You just want to make sure that you have that. Okay. So and you'll be able to tell by if they're actually talking about it, you know, and I could just make up like, whoo, you know, just got back from my daughter's dance recital. Wow. That was 6 hours of my life that I can't get back. But boy, the 3 minutes that she was on stage is going to be a memory that I'll have for the rest of my life. Right. And they're either going to, you know, say something about kids. They're going to be like, oh, 6 hours. Now they're at least just talking to me. That's all I need for that rapport. You know, I don't need to know the middle name of their second kid or who they're, you know, what kind of teacher they have. I just know now that they're listening to me.
Hey, Chris.
I want to take them now out of thinking about kids and tutus and things like that, or I'm bringing them away from, because you don't know if they just got reamed out by their wife for forgetting her coffee, or you know, the boss is on them about this. They got a bill coming in, a water bill that's like, you know, 3 times as much as what they thought it would be, and forgot that now it's springtime or something like that. So once you have their attention, now you bring their attention and narrow it even further with that bridge. Okay. And that bridge then is the sole purpose is to make sure they're going to listen to your IBS.
Right.
Okay. And, you know, I gave you a few examples there. There are hundreds of them, but they just become like a natural flow from one to the next. But then you cross it off, and now you've delivered that, you know, succinct statement, who you are, who you work for, what you're going to do for them. Okay. And then, you know, the examples of where it's been done. Okay. And as, you know, what I am offering, and we're going to be putting forth in an offer, is going to be working on these initial benefit statements to the client that you're looking for. Okay. So if I, let's say it's coming in through DM, and I want to be full disclosure here, I do not have an online training business. Okay. My stuff is all in person at this point, and I'm looking to break into the online. All right. So I just want to be very clear about that. But if you're a trainer, you're going to be working with people on 4 or 5 main things, right? It's going to be fat loss is what they're most concerned about. It's going to be strength. It's going to be sleep quality. It's going to be maybe flexibility and nutrition. Okay. So you might want to have an initial benefit statement that more clearly focuses on those aspects, so that the person knows that they're going to have the fat loss goals of what they want, even though they don't realize that they need to fix their sleep yet, you know, or they don't realize how much joy they're going to get from strength training, because you have to be talking about why they are there. They want to know they're going to fit in the dress. They want to know that they're going to get, you know, look their best on the date, have that confidence. Okay. Even though there's 1,000 other things that they're going to benefit from working with you, you know, and those become like the add-ons after the sale. After we've got them, then you can spend your time. You do not spend time teaching in a sales consultation. If you're teaching in a sales consultation, one, you're giving away your product, but they don't give a shit at that point. They want to know that they're heard. They want to know that they're heard. They want to know that you're going to make it all better for them. That what has to happen, and that's where the close comes in. After that, then you get into the minutia. Because if you can scare them off with, well, I'm going to need 6 days a week out of you. I'm going to need this out of you. I'm going to need, you're never going to eat this again. You're never going to eat that again. We know you can get somebody in shape 1,000 different ways as long as they stick to the program. We know that you could affect nutritional, body changes or change the shape of their body through the nutrition with, some of these people are out there doing, as long as you're in caloric deficit, they're getting it done through McDonald's. God knows what's, going on the inside, but if that's what you have to work with, that's what they want to know. You don't want to scare them off with everything that's supposed to happen.
Jeff, are you thinking about a new product yourself? You were kind of hinting at something there before. I know you've got a lot of ideas rolling around, but what's specifically on your mind?
Yeah, well, so I'm very good at helping businesses, like just creativity wise. That's become a new thing that's just come out. I didn't really realize. It's kind of like if you have a gift, you just naturally think everybody else has that, but then you don't realize that no, not everybody else has that. So I'm just mulling through different ways. Like we've just been traveling for almost 3 weeks and got back home. And I just constantly see these businesses, and we've been playing a ton of pickleball. None of them have a nutritional line going with them. And I'm walking in going like, my gosh, you guys could just add another 15, 20% to your bottom line without hardly changing anything you're doing or spending any more money. And so I've made appointments to talk to people and whatnot. And a lot of that's come together next week. So it's trying to come up with how to, I'm very in person. So it's trying to come up with a way to do what Chris is just talking about, but handling that very well online. And I recently got into a conversation with somebody where I was 10 minutes into it and I realized this thing's going nowhere. And, you analyze like, how did I screw that up? What did I do wrong? So I just find this all super helpful. And then secondly, to answer your question, yes, I do want to do some type of, I'm all about cash flow, not leveraging time, other people's time and money, and not about trading my time for money. So I'm also looking at a few different ideas for that.
Well,
you want to just stick with the business consulting, 20% more revenue. Could be the company name, brand name, product name. 20% more.
You bring up a good point there, Keegan. And, a lot of small business owners, or depending on the size of the business, they're into one thing, right? They're in for pickleball. They know pickleball. And the idea of bringing in a nutrition line, another product line, all of these other easily synergistic money-making ideas are completely foreign to them. Okay, so that's a little bit in the pre-qualification of, that as long as you're looking to build these great connections, then there's no harm in getting to know these businessmen anyway, right? So you're going in there, you're just in there for rapport, right? You've got a little rapport, then you tell them what you do. And then that comes into step 3 is questioning for the need. What are they looking to do? Okay. And if they have no interest in that, or you're able to, that's where not every sale is going to go through. Okay. I think it's pretty understood in the world of sales that if you're a 30 to 40% closer, you're kind of a monster. Okay. And that means that with a 60% failure rate and you're still like a top performer, that's just the nature of the business. Okay. So I would ask you is how comfortable are you with failure? Right? Because there are some guys that hear no and
very comfortable. Very comfortable.
Right. So it's not a thing for you. It's not a deterrent. It just makes you think maybe a little bit differently. Okay. But it's good. You're thinking about how that you're going to get back in there and that you're going to make your no a yes. Other people hear the no and they're defeated and they go away, and it's a sad day for them. That's not the world that I live in. That's the benefit of being a fat kid with big Coke bottle glasses and a crooked tooth going through puberty, is there's a lot of no's, but I got out there and I pushed through until time and money was able to sort out my problems. So those I'd love to talk further, but it's actually just having you being prepared for who you can help and who's ready to grow. And then you can look at their competitors. If the person that says no, then you just kind of, I don't like to sell off of fear, but you just want to point out to them, like, that's in the level of rapport. Are they completely happy with where they are?
Let's go deeper into the need and value, Chris, with Jeff's offer here. Other guys, if you want to contribute something, just do the hand up thing, and we'll try and keep it under a minute or so each, so we can. If others
put me in, coach. Put me in. I'll be the guinea pig for sure.
What's the need here? Like what is it that excites you about doing this business consulting and adding 20% of profit to small businesses?
Well, man, for me, the lifeblood of our economy is small business. And so the entrepreneurs and how they help people and they make a difference, like we've become super passionate about pickleball. I love, because I can play with my wife. She has such a great laughter on the court. Everybody loves playing with her. It's not like because I'm stronger and faster that the game, like when I go surfing, she's not coming out with me in those big, huge waves. But, pickleball, we have a blast together. We're going to go play this morning sometime. And so I'm traveling around and I'm seeing all these businesses, and I want those businesses to flourish. And then at the same time, we've got another business in the Isagenix world with health and nutrition. And I'm like, my gosh, all these people could be being helped. Like, people are getting injured in pickleball. They're overweight. They're trying to recover quicker. And it's like these companies are sitting on gold mines where I literally could walk in and I could literally add 15 to 20% of their bottom line without them hardly having to change anything. Just simply educating their clients coming through the door. When you get 300 to 500 people a day walking through World Pickleball in Naples, and you're like, it's just, so to me, I'd love making money. And I think people that if you can help people in business improve their bottom line, then it keeps these businesses open. It benefits me. It benefits everybody.
So Jeff, you brought up a point here about what you see and what you value. What you need to do is find out what they value, because where Chris, you want to.
What I'm trying to get to, Chris, I want to sell Jeff into building his business, because I think Jeff can do that when Jeff's talking to the other business owner, but I want to sell Jeff into doing his business. But that's the goal for me, is like understanding what Jeff wants to do and what does he need? What does he value about it? And I think it's pretty clear what he's doing there. And if we can sell him on, that's Jeff, I think the world's going to be a better place if we can support him to get into that. I think when Jeff goes and talks to the pickleball, he's going to be able to understand what they're talking about. And maybe there's a refinement of the pitch of maybe they don't want more money, maybe they don't want nutritional supplements. I think they care about the health of the players, but talking to them about what do they value, what is the struggle of the business. That's important. Like, what's the problem? What's the biggest next step for this business? If you ask a business owner, they'll usually tell you, right? They love talking about their business. But I would love to see Jeff jump into this. And I don't know, like pickleball, that niche, there's a lot that you could go after with that. But I think you have general skills around business and sales. And obviously the elephant in the room, Jeff, is that you know about this emerging crypto technology before everybody else, and most people are going to say no to what you pitched to us last night. But some of the people who say yes to it are going to become billionaires. Like, so it's like finding those ones and figuring out how to get that thing rolling. Like that to me is quite exciting, of like really monetizing what you spoke about last night. I would love to team with you on that and get some crew around, you know, that proposition, a sales team. Chris can help us with the sales team. Let's integrate crypto and NFTs into some businesses where it makes sense. I've been volunteering to be a guinea pig, and I'm volunteering again. Like if you're willing to help me, and if you can help me with finding a Web3 developer, which I think you already know and have.
I've got one. Yeah.
I think we can be the best Web3 fitness business and maybe the best Web3 education business in the world. And if we do that, that will open the door to like, hey, these guys have done it. This is how it works for them. And then it's easy. I'm always about like finding the bright start. The reason my rugby team was the best team in the world was because I had 2 or 3 players. I was like, this guy's doing the right thing and that guy's doing the right thing. Everybody else needs to be more like them. They're the heroes, push them up. And then all the other players go with that. And that's what I'm doing with Ben Patrick. That's what I'm doing with Nico. Like, that's how my business works. It's like, hey, I've had these guys. I've had multiple coaches that I work with who coach world champion athletes. I've had some of the biggest names, biggest brands in online training that I've supported along. Be more like them. But you need that for me, from my perspective, you need that in this Web3 theta thing of like,
there's that too.
You're doing it yourself, but you're doing it within the theta community, which is playing to the home crowd, which is a lot easier than what I'm trying to do is bring it to people who don't know what theta is. They don't care what crypto is. They think NFTs are all a scam. And then how do you if I can bring that to my crew, then I think we can be a key player in this shift of the economy that's going to happen. You know, maybe pickleball, maybe that is the thing of like, how do we design that system for pickleball and like put them into a network that's crypto connected to each other, that they get more attention and they get loyalty rewards, and like do what CrossFit did in a way of CrossFit gyms all helped each other by the network effect. People went in and walked into the gym. Hey, is this a CrossFit? They didn't say, is Chris O'Toole the coach here? They didn't say, hey, what do you do here? They said, hey, is this a CrossFit? Right. So yeah. But yeah, like, what are you?
I mean, on the crypto side, I mean, you guys heard me yesterday how passionate I am on it. I mean, that is a whole nother level of development that I agree can change everything, and I believe will change everything. Like when you can start to take these pieces and structure it and create loyalty, like even the gym owner who was just asking me yesterday some questions, I was like, my gosh, you could fractionalize half your business to the people that are your loyal customers. They'll never leave. And you know, maybe you don't want to do that, but that's an option, right? Your equipment could be owned by your members. I mean, there's just so many things that you can start to get into that just get into a whole nother world. And yes, for sure, Keegan, I mean, that's something I think we should pursue, because, you know, you unlock this in a way, like it was so easy for me to go to the Trump dinner. It was put a credit card down, boom, boom, but it all came with NFTs. Right? It was a little more complicated for me to sell them and make money. Okay, you had to understand what you're doing, but many of those people at the dinner, there was what 100 or whatever, 45 million of these sold or whatever they did. Yeah, like it's 90 million NFTs were sold, like, and all by credit card, almost all of them. And I mean, you think about something like that, and to be able to incorporate that into this business that you're doing and everybody else. I agree. It's life-changing. So we should do this. When are we going to do it? Let's talk this week.
Yeah, I want to fractionalize Uncommon Success. Like the goal has always been to have a decentralized thing. When I started it, I wasn't even on the Instagram or anything. I didn't want to be the front of it. I just couldn't make it work. So I put myself at the front of it to get the thing rolling. But I want to fractionalize the ownership. Like I want guys to feel like they're owners of it. It's not self-evident how to do that, and you know there needs to be a level of loyalty and buy-in and value added to the network. But that is, I think, what we need to take this thing to the next level. So it's clear
okay, this is where you get to. You've seen Jordan and Dylan and these guys who've been in the network now for 5 or 6 years. Like they're monsters. They're doing things that 0.1% of mankind ever get to do. You know, the businesses, the athletic ability, the travel, and the system's much better now. So I do need to, you know, fractionalize the ownership to them and figure out how to do that intelligently, also into the villages. Like that's what we need to do. That's kind of what I was hinting at yesterday. I think you were on maybe when I was talking about it, but we need more investment in the villages. And if I have to fund everything, or if they have to be sort of self-funded by the owners, it's going to be a lot slower than if we can figure out a way to fractionalize the ownership. They're in countries that are low, moderate regulation, that there's possibilities to do this stuff. There's energy in this network. There's a lot of men who don't necessarily want to be uncommon success professionals because they got tens of millions of dollars, but they like the idea of this sort of project and they'd be happy to own a bungalow in one of them. And yeah, so I would definitely like to, we've both been working along in our journey, and it feels as though now we're actually, we're all getting to places where we can do more together.
Yeah, I definitely have a huge chunk of available time right now that I need to decide what I want to do with it. Like you hit a spot where, you've done this, you've done that, cash is coming in, and then I'm like, literally like today, I'm like, okay, what's on my agenda, right? Like it's like I need something to, and I have a couple ideas that we're working on, but it's all like, yeah, okay, so I take the Bitcoin machines up to 3 million. Like, well, that's going to take me 60 days, maybe 30 days. Like I need something I want to bite my teeth into that's firing me up and passionate. And, blockchain development, Bitcoin is definitely doing that. But yeah, my goal is to have 4 hours a day where I'm actually committed to working on something. I don't have that right now. So I'm looking. So yes, I'm hungry.
I think I got an opportunity for you, Jeff. We should pursue the conversation. You see hungry men in this network, and the best ones that are presenting, they can all go a lot further, as well as men who are hungry and wanting to get to the next level. And yeah, you have a good way with people. You have a lot of skills, and it plays into, like, I think we can change things for Theta as well. Like I honestly think we have two of the best projects on Theta between the two of us as far as community led. I was just thinking about it last night of like putting the content on and NFT gating it, and it becomes it's the wall to the AI, isn't it? It's like ChatGPT and like the whole internet can't access your stuff if you put it on the Theta network and token gate it there, which is the ultimate thing of like AI is going to eat all the intelligence of everything that we do. It's like, hang on, no, like my stuff is not there. If you want my stuff, here it is. Like come and work with.
Exactly. Yeah. You want to see my unicorn? You want to touch my unicorn? You want to pet my unicorn? The only way you're getting through that is my warriors of NFTs that token gate and block everything. You will not steal my intellectual property through AI or whatever else.
Yeah, that's a $1 billion thing right there. And if I can show it, that's the thing, Jeff. Like I speak to guys who have 2 million followers, and 200,000 highly engaged followers and such. Like they're ready to have a conversation with me about this. If I can show them, okay, this is how it's working, we'll get other guys to be early adopters in it, and that can change the industry, can change the fitness industry, but then go on into community-based business.
I can fire up my computer right now and show you, literally with no prep, no planning, no nothing. I just fired up and say, yeah, here's what I'm doing. Here's possible. So yeah, we gotta. See, guys, everybody listening, Uncom people, we've kind of digressed off of Chris's point about sales, but this is how synergy works. This is when you start surrounding yourself with beautiful people and great people that are thinking right. This is what starts to happen. That's why you have to show up. I had to get up super early for me, but I'm like, I want to be up listening. I need my sleep, but I need to be up listening to this because I want to be exposed to what's going on. That's why you show up.
Yeah, I was looking for you in the group. What's the best way to have a chat or another meeting with you? Are you in Uncommon Pro Player?
It's a great question. I should know the answer to that. The easiest way is to track me down on, well, probably is Twitter, but Telegram also. Chris, I'll just drop you my details right in the chat right now.
Great.
For anybody trying to reach me.
Yeah, because you're just coming up as Jeff's mysterious phone.
I think it's there in the connected chat. When I look there, if you search for Jeff, but I'm not sure there's account setting stuff. I can't see the handle, the Telegram. So, but yeah, Jeff's been a massive. Yeah. Cool.
It's Jeff NT on Telegram, in the Telegram groups, short for Nanamo Trader.
Yep.
So if you're in those groups, that's it.
Jeff's been a massive supporter of Uncommon Success, and he is one of the smartest minds in the Theta network. And I've been wanting these two worlds to come together for a while. So there's a couple of guys that are from that side of things that are on the edge of Uncommon Success, and that's why Jeff's presented for us a few times, and I see this as being a huge move for small business. That's that's our connection. We met through Theta.
Through Theta.
Yeah.
I was the first person to drop a token gated video on the Theta network that was actually sold. Like the NFTs were actually sold, and people paid to get the NFT that then unlocked a video. I was the very first person to ever do that. That was a while back. Yeah.
That may end up being like the first person to ever post on Instagram. Like,
right? Yeah.
It might not be, but it might.
Yeah, who knows? But it's a $1 billion crypto network. And now you've got Levita Health, you got all this stuff going. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, Chris, I'd love to connect, man. I just dropped my our company email that we use. And then
the Star Building.
Yeah. And anybody else who wants to reach out, please do.
Yeah, I'm not seeing an @ on Telegram, but I'll get you. I'll find you.
Garrett knows how to find me.
Chris helped. Would you like to...
Yeah, sorry guys, and I'm on my phone listening to this, so I can't just jump into the Telegram as easy. But I do. But Keegan, sincerely, I know you're busy. I'm not as busy, but I would love to have a sit down, collaborate as soon as we can on this, because I think it could be very big, because it solves a lot of issues for people, right? Like nobody wants your content hijacked or stolen by AI, and that's coming way quicker than people understand and think, right? That's already there's already intellectual property lawyers who've just said, look, AI is violating all this, and then the AI people come back and say, well, we can't have AI, won't be successful unless it has access to this, right? And so you've spent all this time and work to have a computer hijack and steal it from you, right? Like you deserve to be compensated for that.
Yeah, they also then can censor. Like when someone asks the question about the stuff, they can decide whether your stuff's the truth or not, or whether it's going to get shown to them or not. So it takes away the honesty of it as well. Like it's less honest than Google searches when it's AI and it's getting programmed. It decides the truth. Ask AI interesting questions and see what answers you get. Chat GPT-4. Chris helped. Did you have anything you wanted to share there, Peter? I know there's cogs are ticking over there, and you can see things unfolding, opportunities here. I'm gonna need this one.
Well, they're answering. I just want to say thanks to Chris for answering my question. That Chris, I really liked what you had to say. I know sales very well, and this resonated with me. I was like, I got a screenshot. I got to remember that. I can't lose that step. And that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to offer that up anytime. I know Keegan is very excited about this idea, and I'm not educated enough on it to be as excited, but I know when to just shut up and follow along and make sure I get in on something good. And then if you were with all your extra time, if you were continuing down the road of finding ways to help those other businesses with pickleball and stuff like that, I guess I would be open to if they may not only want Isagenix, they may want an ice cream line to get their 20% too, if you're looking to make the money however you want to make the money. So that's back in their needs. But yeah, thanks so much. I'm shooting an email to you now just to connect, and look forward to chatting in the future. And thank you everyone for listening to me today. And I'm more than happy to get involved and see if we can't refine any of these skills for you, or if there's an appetite for it, I'd be happy to go further into the full 5 steps at a later date.
Yeah. So we did kind of, we diverted off, Chris. The goal with the chats was that they were going to be, 5-10 minutes, and then we went into other discussion because it's the end of this block. And so I don't mean to be rude at all with that. What you said is great, and it added value to me. And it will to anyone who listens back. We definitely need this training within the network. We were talking about it a lot before. It's one thing to present it, and it'll be great to see you present it, but the way sales training works is you got to practice the sales training. There's men in the Uncommon network that have paid $10,000 to go and get sales training in other networks, and the other training teaches them how to sell the other guy's product that they bought for $10,000. So he's just training his own sales team, and he's making them practice with each other. And that's what it is. And I've tried to get people to practice with each other in Uncommon Success, but I haven't been able to make it stick yet. There's many components of Uncommon Success that I'm trying to make work, and there's too many for me to be captain of all of them. But the game is to implement, right? So you can present this whole presentation, and it'll be really valuable. But then it's like, okay, who wants to be held accountable to go and make some money now? And the guarantee is this, the offer is this, it's $5,000, it's 3 months. If you don't make it $5,000, you have to have a $2,000 offer to be in the program. And yeah, you have to make $10,000 within the 3 months with your new offer. Otherwise, I continue to work with you for another few months, so you get your money back or whatever. And like, guys are in for that. So what, do you know what the offer is, or?
The offer, I'm comfortable and confident in the offer that I can make it that I only get, say, 10% of your increase in sales, and that there's really nothing up front. But I do feel that it's important for guys to put something in to get their attention, because when I offer these things for free, all of a sudden something else takes a priority, and then I'm the one that's sitting there all fired up, ready to go. And I don't want my time wasted like that. So that is a little bit. I want to be sensitive to the guys in Uncommon that are just getting started and maybe don't have that. But I need a way to have them appreciated. Maybe just the Theta tokens are the way, or once it comes back with some positive work, or after 5 hours, they get either their money back or they get their tokens back. I don't really give a shit about that.
There needs to be a commitment, Chris. I agree. And there's different categories of there's people who haven't sold their offer yet, or haven't, never sold anything to anyone. There's people who are selling consistently. I'm closing at more than 30%, but I know I can still improve on my sales. And, it's easier as a founder, and our leads are very qualified. I don't do paid ads and all that sort of stuff. So, but I can still learn from you. And then, there's different levels of this. So we need ideally to have different offers. So the offer for the guys who have never sold anything before is like, hey, we're going to do a 3-hour intensive. You're going to come on. I'm going to teach you. You're going to practice. I'm going to teach you. You're going to practice. We're going to do these 5 blocks, and you're going to experience what it's like to offer this to each other. You're going to offer it to 2 or 3 other men. It's going to be a live situation. We make a scenario. Either they sell Uncommon Success, or if they don't have their own thing, they can sell your service, whatever it is, to each other. We can architect those experiences, but we do have to have something concrete. And I agree, it has to be more serious. It doesn't start super serious, Chris, because you have to commit to the thing and want to do it. You get to the point where you're frustrated enough that, like, okay, I only want to work with people who really commit now. And that's good. That's where you're at. Like, it's a stage of development of this thing that I wanted you to do the free calls, and the free calls are annoying because people kind of care and kind of don't care. And that's okay. Now you do 15-minute paid consults with the Uncom token, and that's how you get started with people. What's the issue? Do you want some help? Here's a tip. Come, if you want to go next level, here we go. and we get that offer organized. But yeah, we need to run that wheel and get a result. So we need to find 2 or 3 people who've got $2,000 products who want to commit to making more money with you, and be clear on what that process is, and then also be clear on, you've never made a sale before. This is how we're going to start.
I think if we had like two to 10 guys that basically went round robin style, pitching one to the next, and sort of like speed dating, but speed pitching, so that this way they're getting a little bit of different answers, a little bit of a different dynamic. And it is in the repetition. It just is. I walked around my kitchen for an hour this morning, saying a couple of statements that I've said 20 to 100 times before. And my daughter's wondering what the hell I'm doing. But it's got to come off smooth, and it's got to be part of your tongue, your jaw, your everything. So when it's game time, you don't flub.
Gold. Yeah, this is really
such gold. Such gold. And I think people listening, maybe if you're inexperienced in sales, you don't get it, right? But yeah, such gold. I would love, I mean, I'd attend. I'd love to see Chris do an hour session on this with, like a group one. Like to be frank, I was disappointed it was so short, because I was like, oh, this is good. This is what people really need to hear. This, they need to get in and listen to these. I'd love to unpack these steps more and hear very practical, stories or applications of how people, because we can all get better, right? So I'd love to see something like that come together.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. The challenge comes a little bit later, is what is your offer? Because that's when, in presenting the offer and the close, you're going to have specific objections, then specific rebuttals, and then we would come up with the 50 or 100 other oddball ways that somebody could say no. And basically the deliberate nature about how you only overcome one objection at a time to save your powder for if they come up with another objection later and later and later and later, so that you always have something to answer with. But that does become a little bit more specific as to who you're offering and or what you're offering, and then your pricing sheet and other things like that. And then we get into the death pause, right? How to present these things, say it, and then not skip a beat before you go for the close. Because if you have that death pause, it's called that for a reason, because there's this empty air, and then somebody's like, well, okay, I'll think about it. But if you don't give them a chance to think about it, because you're, options closing them on when you're going to talk about it further, is it going to be this week or next week? On which program are you going to be taking after you've, rebuked why, that this is the best thing for them, or whatever it may be. It really all becomes, and for you, like, it might be that they're not educated on the topic and they have no idea. Well, you've got an answer for that. You're going to get them educated on it, and, this is how it's going to be. Do you need to be educated on it if you know that it's got a 20 or 30% increase in your profit? Things like that. I'll definitely, I'd be happy to, go through things more specifically, or, if there's the appetite or more of an appetite, I'd be happy to speak a little bit more on it, and we'll include guys doing their presentations, or if you have pre-recorded sales consults that either were successful or not successful, we'll listen back to them, and I'll tear them apart and show you every place that you could have built value, where you may have had the death pause, and or that you didn't stick to the sales structure. Because that is going to be really learning. Because I could sit there, you could use me to do your closings. If you fill me in on your product, I'll get out there and do those calls because I'm comfortable with it. But the reality is that I might have to, for you to actually get the skill, you're going to have to fail. And I have to let you fail and point it out. So you say, I'm not going to fail like that again. sort of like failing under, you know, a squat or on a bench press or on some sort of PR. Sometimes the best way for your body to learn how to actually do those things is to have the steel squash you. And then it says, I'm going to remember next time I need more muscle, and adaptation happens. So, yeah, very, very excited. And thank you very much. That was quite a compliment. I take it to heart, and it gives me a lot of excitement for moving forward.
Zach's saying he would love to do the sales practice. Peter's saying,
yeah, I mean, Zach had working with nurses, that specific group, you know, they all make pretty good money. They're great, perfect customers built for an online situation, and they're growing. The hospital cartels are growing and growing and growing. Everybody's running around in scrubs these days. So, you know, it's just an incredibly large pool of people that you can pull from, and then you have all that specific knowledge too. So, and Zach and I were working on his initial benefit statement the other day as he's, you know, preparing, and did a little consulting on how to get going with his program. Have you had any success yet, Zach, or did you get any offers out to some of your nurses?
Yeah, I'm actually, oh, my video's reversed. Sorry, I just was doing chin-ups, so I'm a little winded. Yeah, I have 2 calls tomorrow, or I mean, sorry, this next week. And I've been telling more and more nurses about it, and yeah, it's actually, a lot of people are showing interest, and it actually makes me nervous because then I got to ask them for money soon, and I'm not ready to do that. But I definitely want to practice and get comfortable doing that, and so doing a call with other guys and practice my pitch, and I think that would be super beneficial.
Yeah, why don't we have a call and you can practice on me, and I'll let you kind of go through it, and then we'll take it from there. When are your consults?
Next Wednesday.
Okay, so why don't we talk on Monday?
Yeah.
You know, yeah, well, let's talk on Monday. I'll book into you have time in your calendar on Monday?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make sure I got some slots open, but yeah, I'll go look in Calendly.
Yeah. Okay, we'll square that away, and we can definitely go through that. You should not be nervous. You know, you should not be nervous because you've got a great thing, and you're going to be offering them a lot more value, and the money that they're going to give you is going to seem small compared to what they're going to get out of it.
Yeah.
So
with these 2 nurses, I'm not charging them for, you know, they're not going to pay me, but I'm going to do the donation thing. I can't remember if it was your idea or for somebody else's, where we do $3.99 for the 6 weeks, and then if they do everything I say, they get their money back. If not, it goes to charity. Takes the pressure off.
We were talking. Yeah, that was you and me. That was you know, a page out of the Hormozi book on this way. They get financially in, but it's not towards paying you. It's incentivizing them to make their money back. Or, you know, if they wind up not following through, it goes to someone for the holidays. So, you know, or to start the new year. So, you know, that'll take the pressure off. So you don't have to worry about them giving you money. Right. You know, knock it out of your head, and it's a non-issue because you're not making money on it.
Yeah.
And you can get nervous on making sure they get results.
Right.
Because that is on you.
Right.
But that is the point.
They'll get results if they follow what I say. I know it.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. Okay. So we'll talk on Monday, and, you know, we'll go through it, and, you know, take it from there.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Yes,
I see there's a question in the comment by Garrett. and some people can't grab the mic. But he
Oh,
said,
I see. Yeah,
see
does
it
it
there
differ with door-to-door sales?
versus scheduled online sales. I think he's talking about your process. Is I think when it came up.
Yeah, yeah. So the reality is no, because the structure is still going to be the same. You're going to knock on the door, they're going to open the door. You're just going to have a nice little introduction. You don't exactly have the rapport, okay, but there's no reason why you can't say to them something to the effect of making sure that it's the right time to talk to them. Okay. If there's a pot boiling over, if there's screaming kids and you're trying to say, I know Garrett is working on, say, garden boxes or something like that for the home. If as they're closing the door, you're like, but I can make you a garden box. They're not going to have anything to do with it. So in that, we would still want that nice rapport to occur to make sure that they are able to listen to what you have going on and why you're there knocking on their door. I feel, I don't know if it's just a New York thing, but you'll definitely get their attention, because I don't know how many people are going door to door anymore, especially since COVID, right? People used to just stop by houses and say hello, but now everybody needs an appointment. So
don't you get shot in the States? Don't they just shoot you in the States if you go door to door?
Well, I guess it depends how much iron is on their screen. Is it an actual screen or is it an iron gate? But luckily, Garrett's got a real winning smile, and I would probably knock on the door and walk back a few steps and not stand on the doorstep as if you're showing in any way you want to enter. Okay. And I think you have dogs, Garrett.
I'd wear a safety vest. Seriously, if I was showing up door to door in my neighborhood, and I'm in Canada, which is pretty safe, but I was in the States, I'd for sure wear a safety vest and have my product with me.
Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea, because it shows that you're putting the safety element first. They might think you're from the gas company, or they may think you're from an electrician company. But if you're doing, as Garrett would be doing, some building anyway, it's good to have something to identify himself.
And I'm visible
in that way.
I'm visible. I want you to see me. I want you to notice me. I want everybody else to know I'm here. I'm not trying to hide anything. Right. Yeah. So I'm being perceived as I'm not a threat.
Yeah, I think that's supremely important, and that's incredible. Yeah, great idea. And then the steps would follow the follow through. You're going to say, hi, my name is Garrett. I'm a local farmer / carpenter, and I've been able to build these garden boxes to help people reduce their grocery costs by 30%. To increase their self-reliance, or whatever things that might be speaking to an individual that is getting into the garden boxes. Then you'd ask them, what are your needs? What are you looking to do? What if you had this garden box, what kind of vegetables would you kind of grow? That will then dictate you're going to need this size, you're going to need this soil, you're going to need this sunlight, you're going to need this water. I got you all covered. So, it all of it, the better chance, the thing about face-to-face is you're always going to have a better chance, because people get to see and feel your energy, as opposed to the mystery of what's really going on behind the blurry screen behind me, who am I? So you get an opportunity to actually show who you are and let people, see what a God-fearing, kind individual you are. So, definitely door to door. And having this structure is really important, especially door to door, because you're catching them by surprise. You're going up and knocking. So they may not be ready for you. Okay. So, that's something that you could do, or you could just do a preliminary round of knocks to introduce yourself, to develop a connection, and then say, I'm going to be coming back through town next week. What day is best for me to come by and tell you what's going on? You have to have those things in place so that you can be ready to, not try to push your product right then and there if they're not ready for it. So,
but have some product in the back of your truck to sell them if they want it.
yeah. He and I were talking about that. He's going to have like a little wagon that he's pushing with the materials on it. He'll have his dog, I believe. I think that's really good because, a guy walking around with a cute dog, like what kind of trouble could he be? Things like that. So, all of these things could definitely work for you.
I think while we're on that subject too, I think for me, because I live out in the country in a residential area, but they're large estate kind of things. So if someone's coming down my driveway, our dogs is going to go nuts, right? The first words out of their mouth, if they want to sell me something, they better build rapport in that first 20, 30 seconds. And it can't just be like, oh, hey, you have a nice dog. I need to be like, what the fuck are you doing on my land? Right? Like that's not normal in our area. And maybe for, and where he's at, possibly it is really normal for people to go door to door. But I would say in my mind, that first 15, 20 seconds is really important. So when I see that person, they can't be any kind of threat. They've got to, look very professional. And then whatever they speak to me has to give me some exceptional value to get there, like whatever that might be. Like I'm giving something out for free. I'm, I'm not sure. I'd have to think it through, but that to me, because if not, you're just gonna lose me really quick because you've interrupted me in my castle, in my space of solitude.
Are you a native Canadian?
Yeah, I am, eh?
Oh, okay. My wife's from Prince Edward Island. So I'm on
the other island.
I'm sorry.
I'm on the other island, the other West Coast, Vancouver Island. So I'm on the other. We call it the other island, on the other side.
Okay, it must be a little tougher over there, because I would think I know my relatives and in-laws up there would they have you in for coffee and break out the china for a wayward a walking salesman. So but it does bring up a great point. Maybe a flyer ahead of time in the mailbox, coming by. But what would work for you, Jeff, if you saw somebody coming up and the nice dog doesn't cut it?
Yeah, so two things. I mean, obviously they've got to look like they're there for a reason. So that's where the safety vest thing occurred to me. Like I was like, yeah, okay, you're here. And then I think it would be why are you here, right? Like I need to know that pretty quickly. And so off the top of my head is like, hey, I just live just down the street, or I just live here in the neighborhood. I'm just coming by to drop you off some information, let everybody know that I'm building garden boxes for free, or whatever it might be. Something like that would quickly get me that you're part of my group, you're part of my community, you belong here. You're not some guy that just came in from Vancouver, or you're some guy like, that's, something like that perhaps. But I would say the flyer is the approach I personally would take. I've got a young friend of mine, like they're almost like our children, my wife and I, because their parents are some of our closest friends. And he's 24 years old, and him and his girlfriend are each making almost $250,000 a year, each of them. And they're doing all their businesses with house maintenance, and they're doing it all with online flyers. So they hit these, they have these great websites, but then they send out flyers with a very specific promotional material and references the happy customers on the back. The back of the flyer is just nothing but testimonials. They've just filled it with 8 or 10 testimonials. So when somebody gets it, whatever side of the flyer they're getting, they're looking it over. They're going to see the testimonials, and then they see the pitch, and then they get the phone calls, and then they show up. And they are just overwhelmed with business. They just took off and went to Thailand and took a break, and they're coming back. And yeah, like they want to own the island now. So I would say something like that is probably the approach that I would take. Because then you've got a warm lead. When somebody emails or calls you on your garden boxes, you've got a warm lead, which is worth 10 times a cold lead.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And yeah, because that comfort, like I was saying, in New York, somebody knocking on the door and wondering like what the hell is going on here. So hopefully Garrett's in a much kinder, friendlier place than I am. But yeah, really that's really good stuff. And the beauty is that he's a builder and he can fix things, which is in just such high demand these days. So that to me is an extremely high demand. That's always the best part about whatever you're selling. You have to just make sure people need it. And if it's not the garden box, maybe it is fixing up their deck or a door jamb or a countertop or some shelving or something else, but I guess you got to also go with your passion.
Yeah, it is good, guys. I've got to run here. But this has been great. Thank you so much, Chris. We'll connect, and thanks everybody. Thanks, Keegan. We'll stay in touch. It's fantastic.
Thanks, guys. We speak soon. Great job, Chris.
Thanks very much.